hell's this? The Great Ace Attorney? Never heard of it. That doesn't seem right. Hey, welcome. Welcome back. This isn't a random, it could be. Introducing the Ace Attorney Randomizer. Hello. Hope everyone's having a good time. Hope everyone's doing alright. Hope everyone's staying warm. It's a bit chimmy out there in a lot of places. What would it look like? I don't know. Random evidence. Random dialogue. You don't know what's happening. I can't submit my badge until someone finds it in Great Deku Tree. That's my favorite. I know, Eric did such a good job with it. I saw someone was saying that they were really admiring the shading on it. Let me show you a bigger version of it. Hold on. Let me go root around in my computer, find where I saved it. There it is. Look at this. Look at that. Make it huge. Yeah, no, I've been staring at the hair for hours. It's incredible. I'm in awe of Eric's expertise in all things. You should, I think I made two. I do, don't I? Hold on, let me grab that. Eric, Eric, Outlaw Eric, who has commissions still open, by the way, if you are so inclined, said I had a typo in my notes and I blacked out and this was on my canvas. The emote is called Bar Lost with a T. However, Eric made a typo somewhere. Oh God. They're all it's maybe my favorite. I mean, I'm biased. It's maybe my favorite version of the Lost meme. Shoutouts to the top right panel. There's a story going on in that one panel. It's really good. How many Barvatars are there? 2, 4, or 7? It's just same Barvatar. It's all just one. God. It's beautiful. Olimar energy, yeah. No. I've said it before and I will say it till the day it stops happening, but one of my favorite things about creating an avatar that's so simple is that people are able to put so much stank on him in their own style and it still reads as Barvatar. Like every single person who has ever drawn a version of my Barry Doodle, I'm like, this is great. Because people are able to just like embrace whatever they want, whatever aspect of it. There's very few necessary details for it to read as being him. So anyway, what I walk into, everything's fine. Thank you for the bits. We're gonna get caught up on the Great Ace Attorney. We're gonna finish it, I think, because I don't think there's that. We've been on this case for a million days, and the last day I streamed it feels like 80 years ago. Do I remember what happened? Kinda. Are we? Hopefully. I'm optimistic. So we'll see. Damage on screen. Yeah, no, this is also good. Like a scrolling air. I know. I love the way that that Eric rendered the flat color and then scribbles behind it. It's so neat looking. It's cool. TGAA1 has some bonus episodes like the DLC. They're best played after Taga 1. You can play them after Taga 2. Would take 3-ish hours total. That's a lot. I don't know. Ask me later. I guess my priority right now is finishing the case. 3 hours is a long time to go through bonus stuff, so we'll see. Took me 3 days. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and also most of the emotes I've made have been static or just like I wiggle them around a little bit. So this was like a full ass animation. So yeah, it's cool. Iterate him beyond recognition. Listen. I believe anyone can make it happen. I'm just gonna leave that up for now while I get caught up with stuff. Are there pirates? I don't know. We denied the DLC cases every day. What does that mean? Did this game have DLC cases that aren't included in this compilation? Did we not get DLC that people thought there was gonna be? It's enrichment. Shakespeare Man is out there lurking, waiting. I'm the primary concern, 100%. We are being denied. Denied what? It's chapters only on the 3. Oh, weird. So even though they did this whole compilation, there's DLC that they didn't port with this version? Thank you. Weird. I wonder why they didn't include it. Huh. It's against the law in Japan. What? The smear on the ice, right? There are 2 one-hour DLC characters that are non-canon. Sure. I'm eternally upset about it. Huh. Weird. No, it's in the comp. Well, now I'm getting conflicting information. People fan translations. Gotcha. Supposed to have its characters. I was reading around the options and I saw them and I was like, I don't know if this is spoilers or anything, so I didn't mess with it. Oh, the extra case is not this one. Sounds like no. Sounds like that's a different thing. Can I check on this? I don't know. I might. I do like some Suda 51. Can I post the Discord for reasons definitely not related to random jigsaws? Yeah, I guess. I guess so. I'll put it in the meme parlor. Also, the December highlights are out. I was gonna mention that. Amber did a great job, as always. There, I put it in the meme parlor. Enjoy. If you make a jigsaw out of it, I don't want to know. Yeah, go watch the December highlights after I'm done streaming. Because, you know, it's good. They are escapades. They were sold as exclusive DLC, and if they were sold in a retro, it would be false advertising. That's never stopped a single publisher in the history of video games. It's not even a bit. Never in the history has of downloadable content has this is limited time. There's always an asterisk. There's always legalese that lets them do whatever they want. I did mean the Mern Parlor. I firsthand have bought like deluxe editions of things. They're like, the only way to get this is to pre-order the game. The only way to get it is the deluxe edition, and then later they spin it on its own DLC. That's never stopped anyone. So anyway, it's fine. We'll get to it if we get to it. So if we have like an hour of this case left, then sure, we can check it out. It's always like I don't know. Cause like the bonus things with Layton versus Phoenix was, I don't remember them being that long. Well, I don't know. I guess they took a little bit. Yeah, I guess the only two questions I would have are how long are they and are they good? Because if it's like, yeah, they're okay, then I'll probably pass. People are like, no, they're really solid, they're very funny, they're whatever. A re-release. They feel like short bits? Okay. I sent details, gotcha. 8 episodes, 15 to 20 minutes per episode, they're fine. They're good, okay. We'll see. Let me get back into it, though. Their skins will never be sold again because of that. They changed the policy after that first time because the people got so mad. Yeah, FOMO is bad. But first of all, between streams, resubs and subs from Jake and Bacon 356, Little Star Warrior, Marcus the Fisher, Bicycle Bites, and Smexy Deer. Thank you all. Hope you're doing well. Hope you enjoy the emotes, including Bar Lost. My beloved, look at him go. Duke, thanks for 91 months. Ahoy. I believe I've activated the pirate song. If not, then I at least deserve a Pog Bones. You can Pog Bones when Twitch gets their shit together. I don't know what this bit is. Thank you. Arbiter Argent, thanks for 26 months. This isn't a rando. It could be. You don't know. Dilithium, thanks for 28 months. Sub emote for my most favoritist guy, 2. Barnaru Hodont. Kit Dan, thanks for soup. Funny Stream Man's on. Get the popcorn. Do it. Sarcastic Crow, thanks for 45 months. He Make Real, thanks for 43. The 8 Grace Attorney. The Gay Trace Attorney. All the above. He May Rillo, thanks for that. Smash Man, thanks for 100 bits. I'm back from Orlando visiting Epic Universe and Studios with the fam. Super Nintendo World was the highlight for me. Not sure if you've been there yet. If anyone else planning to go. 2 things to keep in mind. The waits for Minecart Madness was always between an hour and a half to 2 hours all day. Do that first thing. Also use the Universal Orlando Resorts app to order food at the Toadstool Cafe while waiting to be seated. Nice. I have not been. I would hope to someday, but I've not been in close proximity to any of those resorts in a long time. Maybe someday. Agandor Incognito, thanks for 22 months. As of this morning, I've officially finished Taga 2 and can finally watch stream. Well, we're not doing Taga 2 yet, but you are fully prepped and ready. For all the cases I once had to keep bouncing back and forth between them. God. Don't. Listen. As much as I love randomizers, I don't think every game needs to be a randomizer. Goodbye. He's gone. Oh, he's back. He's gone. So, what happened? God. Soup app, thank you. Turn my brain into soup, please. This case is fucking huge. I genuinely smacked the top of the case. This case fits so many cases in it. This case is not only many cases, it's also case 3. I think the most relevant thing that comes to mind is that we proved that there was there was a third bullet. We proved that Herlock was not, well, he was shot, but there was no bullet that entered him. It was shrapnel, which isn't really better, but it's fine. It just means that we were able to prove that our man, Eggs Benedict, or whatever the fuck his name was, he was at the scene of the crime. There was a break-in. The girl was breaking in to get the manuscript and maybe working with I still don't know exactly. I'm assuming that she was working with the guy because he ran in there. I don't know why she had the gun at some point. I guess self-defense. I don't know. Yeah, Herlock's he got shot in the potions, which is why you probably shouldn't walk around with explosives on your belt at all times. Eggs Benedict, that's the one. Randomly start the jury. Yeah, almost everyone in that jury is intimately intimately involved in the case in some way. Even the one person, because that was the thing with juror number 4 or 5, the woman with the telegraph machine. She didn't seem to be relevant in terms of a personal connection in the case. But no, she was like, oh, this ex-bandit guy, he works in my office or something. I forget the exact specifics, but she was like, oh yeah, he works as a radio transceiver guy, something. Hitting the heart containers, yeah. Is potions a euphemism? No, he just had a bunch of potions on him. Yeah. No, those are fine. It's good. Everyone knows he's in the UK. That seems to be the case. Famously only 20 people. So, because we were like, oh, we've proven that this guy's here. Here's his blood, which I really like whenever I'm like, this doesn't seem like this would hold up in court, and then it doesn't. Everyone's like, that's a good idea. And then they're like, well, we're just taking your word for it that your magical color-changing goo that changes people's blood in different colors is valid. We need other evidence. So we were able to, he's there, and juror 6 isn't related to this case. No. The biased court, that's been all of them true. I mean, that's what's part of what's, if you're gonna add a jury to Ace Attorney, I feel like that's what you do. I feel like you have to make them have more at stake, not at stake, I don't know, just giving each of them different motivations and different characterizations. If you just have a faceless sea of people and they just exist as a mechanic, I feel like that's less interesting than making the jurors characters in their own right. And having them come up again, having them literally be a witness in court one day and then juror in the next case is insane. But it's fun. You get that moment of, God damn it, why are you here? And that's fun. So I'm enjoying it. His music is very fun. You for 50, my beloved. Yeah, we proved that Eggs Benedict is here, and we're supposed to be getting him into court to be like, what the hell is your deal? Because presumably I'm trying to remember who shot which gun when. So we had the brothers, the goddamn Skulkin brothers, whom I adore. They shot their gun at Herlock, right? They were the ones that shot Herlock, but they didn't shoot Mr. Wittershins. I'm trying to get it straight in my brain. These Skulkins never Skulkin. Yeah, all of them, especially Gregson's, my favorite of the Skulkin brothers. They are great. Those little shits. I'm sure it'll come back. Well, yeah, everyone had one bullet, and everyone shot once. I'm just trying to remember just what we understand about who shot one and where. Because there was one bullet lodged in Herlock's potions compartment, caught the bullet, thing still exploded and hit him, so he's down. Thank you for the bits. And then we had the other bullet that seems to have hit Mr. Benedict and landed in the calendar, and then of course the one that took out Windy Bank. And he was missing a bullet. That gun was missing a bullet, which was presumably the one that shot him. They said it, I think they said it matched, but I don't know if they went into full, like, we did analysis, and they were just like, oh, like, based on the logic of there were 2 guns and 2 bullets, this one was used to shoot him. So, I'm sure it'll come up again, but... Yeah, I remember who all was shot from, like, do we know which gun did which? Because we only know about 2 guns. It's fine. We'll get back to it. But if there's other stuff that I forgot about, I'm sure it'll be fine. We have to iterate Barber Tussle, unrecognizable stuff, dropped a quick attempt in. Oh my god. Already? Show me unrecognizable blob creature. Oh. I mean, this is upsetting to me. Thank you. Aliens. No, this just looks like if I was streaming with my shirt off. Thank you for this. Thank you so much. They made me real. No, don't make me real. Will we change instant crafts to instant crabs? I don't dislike it, but I think it still at a glance needs to read as arts and crafts. Oh, Eric did post his lost meme in ants and crafts as well. Good. Anyway, let's just get back into it. I'm sure it'll make sense. It's been more than a day. It's been a couple days. So there's gonna be a lot of me going, oh, right, I forgot about that. And just bear with me. I'm doing my best. This case is logged. Quincy, thanks for soup. I was catching up on missed streams and got to where you were talking about new Mario talking flower. Before I only knew it existed, assumed it was just a push button makes noise. Now that I know it makes random noises, I'm absolutely buying one to prank my coworkers. Yeah, hide it, bury it, so you just hear muffled flower noises at random hours of the day. Just bear with me. Yeah, bear with me. Azul, thanks for 50 bits. It's funny I made this a series with this guy named A Day the Man, and everyone else has comparable names, but everyone in the universe is like, Eggert Benedict, that's a stupid name. I didn't even, like... That didn't even connect with me, but you're 100% right. This game is literally the embodiment of nominative determinism and silly names and pun names. And the one man with an eggy pun name, they're all like, that's a fake name. Ain't no way that's a real name. Everyone looks at that, they're like, no. That is actually insane for this franchise to do that. Yeah. I guess it's because he's not a chef with the ridiculous, like his head is shaped like an egg and he's holding a frying pan. He's like, the name is Eggs Benedict. And everyone's like, yeah, that's his name. It's because he's going against the nominative determinism, you know, assigned profession at birth, fucking universe. So, yeah. Can't ever be a real name. Delicia Scone. Yeah, obviously that's a real name. Peace, love, and understanding, also a real name. Undercuts, thanks for the bits. Is it just me or does Magnus McGilded just Red White's great-grandfather? They're both murderers, must run the family. There's kind of a similar vibe, I guess. I mean, there's a good number of that archetype in Ace Attorney, but yeah, I see what you mean. My favorite is in the next game. Can't wait. We'll get to that at some point. Biff Stroganoff is fine. Edgar Bennett because of physical harm to read. It's true. I had another thought that it's gone now. It's probably fine. We're just gonna get back into it. Yeah, we're gonna do. We're gonna do. Eggs is eggs, baby. Eggs is eggs. Ah! Bum, 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 bum. God, music's good. In Plasma Gill had a wife before he died. He might have. You don't know. Eggs is not eggs. I hope Eggerts is Eggerts. There you go. Maybe, hold on. Maybe there was something someone has said in chat that made me think of a thing. Nope. It's fine. I don't remember. Anyway, let's get back into it. Yeah, welcome back. Do I remember what's happening? No. Let's go. Yippee! Welcome back from the recess again, 17th April, 12:41 p.m. I guess we didn't have a recess before. The game just did like a to be continued, right? So, I'm at a card shop about to learn magic. Enjoy. Gina's back. How you holding up? I'm way behind heading out. Have a good one. Go watch the December highlights. They're good. I'm starting to feel quite warmly towards her frequent cold shoulders now. But you know, stay down. Ginny! Are you alright? Why aren't you saying anything? He needs some time on the jungle gym. He did. I call monkey bars. What's the point, eh? Why go to all this trouble and fight so hard for the likes of me? What? Well, you saw it, that picture. What picture? Ah, you mean this. The photograph taken by Hurley's red-handed recorder. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you want to help explain what happened there? I didn't think it would have captured a scene like this, that's for sure. Just finished the highlights, let's go. It's hopeless. Anyone who sees that's gonna think I did it, ain't they? Well, I won't pretend it wasn't a bit of a shock when the prosecution first presented it to the court. Surely you gotta have your doubts about me now. You can't still think I'm innocent. Of course I can. I can have all kinds of lack of thoughts in my brain. Jenny, why don't you talk to us? Tell us what really happened that night. Bruno's cleverly managed to piece together a lot of new information, but still, we'd really like to hear it from you. Yeah, that would help a lot. All right, then. Let's go. She trusts us. It was after we'd had that dinner together at your place, right, Iris? Yeah. Then we all had a chat up in your office, didn't we? Yeah, I remember. To find out she got knocked out? No, but maybe we're about to find out. After that, I just couldn't get to sleep. Thanks for the soup. I almost had an Ace Attorney name. My dad wanted me to name me Jack Daniel, decided not to, didn't want me to be a drunk. That's amazing. So I slipped out and went down to the street to the 2-to-1, the Windy Banks place. I had to know if Iris' story was there or not, if the Hound of the Baskervilles was in storage. I don't know what it's about or nothing, but if you ask me, there's something in it that Sholmes don't like, something what he don't want people reading. So that's why he lied to Iris about sticking it in log with Windy Bank for safekeeping. At least that's what I thought at the time. Yeah. Actual Sherlock tile? Yeah, I think haven't they all been? So you broke into Windy Banks. I just had to know if it was there or not. I mean, I had no idea, but all of that was gonna kick off, did I? I struck the lock and snuck inside. It was dark as you like in there. So I gave the oil lamp on the counter a bit of wick. And that's when... What do you think you're doing? Egg! Only 2 and 5. I was gonna say, I think Speckled Band is a real case, right? I nearly died, I did. Real story. And next thing I knew... Soup. I grabbed the gun off the counter and was waving it in the air like I don't know what. You're the girl who was in here this afternoon. I didn't think pickpockets went in for armed robbery. Hello, I made something incredibly stupid if you'll permit me. I will. The mantle script, have you got it here? Did Sholmes leave a load of papers with you? A story? I beg your pardon? He wouldn't know it was in a locked chest. The gun that shoots soup, my latest invention. The Hound of the something or other, if it's here, I want to see it. I'm sorry, young lady, but I'd sooner die than relinquish an article belonging to one of my customers. He means it, actually. The Unbreakable Speckled Band. Slightly different. Okay. My dad's a musician. He named me after 2 different other musicians, with my 2 initials being DJ, and my surname is that of a different famous musician. I didn't grow up to be a musician. Damn. Oh my god. Mm-hmm. This is beautiful. Lord Strongbad. Hello, Mr. Dorvers. Bastard. Susadto. And special shoutouts. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm high on cocaine. Beautiful, thank you, Tita. I'd sooner die. Yeah, I don't want it. What would I do with it anyway? I just want to see it, that's all. Yep. Oh, you want to see it, do you? I want to know if Sholmes really pawned it here or not. Please, just let me see it, and I'll go. Is it nominative determinism if you transition and make your name an intentional pun? That's a good question. I want to say no. I want to say no. It's like getting a dog with a spot around its eye and calling it Spot. It's like nominative determinism is like the name came first, and then a spot appeared or something. You know, it's determinative nominatism. That's a phrase, right? That's just every trans Ace Attorney fan, though. Is that a thing? Every trans Ace Attorney fan makes their name a pun. Just It's calling me remember, it's true. And I said, bear with me. Very well then. Nominate floats. But for pity's sake, stop waving my gun around, would you? Hey, what does nominate floats have to do with this? You don't know how many uses there are? Are there a lot? Because of investigations? So then the old cove unlocked the storeroom door. The old cove? Someone explained that Cockney rhyming slang to me. And we both went inside. Like, obviously she's referring to him, but I'm like, what is the connection? And it was there, all right. The mantle script. Sholmes weren't lying after all. It's not? Oh, is that just slang? You did all that just to check for me, Ginny. Cove with gov? Maybe. Anyway, then there was a bit of a kick up out in the main bit of the shop. It's just a word like bloke. Oh, all right. I didn't know. Underground kind of guy. So Pirates Cove could be like a cool guy who lives with the pirates. The Skulkin brothers arriving on the scene. That's just the guy. Okay. What was that noise? Someone's breaking in. Dear me, is there some burglars convention tonight that I don't know about? Yeah, I'm Pirates Cove. I think I forgot to shut the door behind me, sorry. I better go take care of it. Could I possibly have my gun back? No. It's not for self-defense, my guy. Oh, well, I'll come with you and... Now don't be foolish, young girl. You must stay right here. Don't leave this room under any circumstances. I do love Windy Bank, oh my god. Oh, and with that, he took the gun out of me hands and walked back down the shop. Okay. BurgleCon. Yo, you're here for BurgleCon too? Can I see your pass? Rad. Book it. I hung back in the storeroom like he said, straining me ears in the dark to hear what was going on. He has the gun, you're locked in the room. Yep. Sounded like they got into a bit of a scrap. I started to think I should help, see? So I was just about to go out the storeroom myself when... Two shots. I heard a couple of shots go off. Two, I think. Almost at the same time. Two of them. And then there he was, right at my feet, lying face down on the floor. I was right next to the storeroom door, so I slammed it shut and locked it quick as you like. Because you thought whoever shot Windy Bank might come for you? Yeah. So I went to grab the old cove's gun. I figured I'd put up a fight at least. But when I got a better look at him, I knew. Windy Bank was a goner. Rip. Two? I felt funny in me head all of a sudden, kinda dizzy. And after that, I don't remember nothing. That must be when you passed out. If I hadn't done what I done, the old cove might still be alive. Did you tell the police everything you just told us? Of course I did, but they didn't believe a word of it, did they? All I said was if I kept telling lies, it'd make things even worse for me. With all those holes, his bank was kinda wind. It'll be alright, Jenny, don't worry, it'll be alright. Just stay strong a little longer. Runa's about to put the real culprit through the mill. Windy. His bank was kinda windy. I still think it's a stretch. I appreciate the effort. That cove what was there in the afternoon? That Edgar's Benedict. Yeah. Not sure what a different genre in there. That's always the tragic. Well, there's the two. There's either the, oh, if only this one thing didn't happen, everything would have been fine. And it's also like, it would have gone to shit either way, but now you're involved in this. I still remember how he looked at me like I was nothing. Ugh. The door wouldn't be open. True. And the light probably wouldn't be on. So I don't know if the Skulkins would have gone in there anyway. He was there that night. A nothing muffin. Would you like a nothing muffin? And it's just a piece of paper. We don't know his real name yet, but I'm convinced he's involved somehow. I hope his real name is also a food pun. Just slightly different food pun. Anyway, thank you for telling us what happened, Gina. I appreciate your honesty. You what? His real name is fucking, Amulet, I don't know. I can't think of it. You can leave it all in Runo's capable hands now, Jenny. His real name is Eggert X McGilded. Their ship name is Egg McMuffin. Okay, good. Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad. Omelette du fromage. Mr. Naruto. Close enough. How come you trust me? I don't get it. Asparagus gratin. I mean, have you forgotten what happened here before? Come on, it was only 2 months ago. Me and McGilded, we told you a whole pack of lies. And you got the bog trotter off with him, even though he was a killer. No, I could never forget that. Apple just ice. Oh no, my ship is dead. You have to resurrect it. I did what I thought was best at the time, but the pain of that error of judgment doesn't get any easier to bear. Still, don't forget that I also made you a promise. I told you I'd be on your side to the bitter end, no matter what. But what if I'm lying? You could be working to get another killer off the hook for all you know. I was once in your position, Gina. I was the accused in a trial. You were? Before I left Japan, I was accused of murder. And strange as it might sound, the circumstances of the crime were pretty damning. I was sure that no one would believe it wasn't me who'd done it. Oh, Runo. I'll tell you about the case later. But there was one person who stood up for me, who believed in me and was prepared to defend me. My boy-ass friend. Ryunosuke, no one believes in you more than I do. Leave this to me. All you need to do is put your faith in me, and I'll do the rest. I was so happy, I cried. But even then, somewhere inside me, I couldn't help thinking. My boyest friend, surely he doesn't really believe in me, not completely. But I was wrong. This theme, as soon as my trial began, it was obvious that he had an absolute, unwavering belief in me. Iris, you would have loved shooting him with smoke grenades. And in turn, I developed an absolute, unwavering belief in him. No. That was a nice little camera move there. Since then, I came to realize, if you want someone to believe in you, you have to believe in the other person first. What are you saying? I promise you, Gina, that no matter what happens, I'll keep believing in you. So you don't need to worry. I won't let you down. Even though I'm a diver and a no-good lawyer, I have no qualms with divers or snorkelers, even standard swimmers. I don't know why you keep saying this. Hey, Eric. 7 years! Monkey see. Hope you enjoy. Thank you. Welcome back. You're not like McGilded. I know that. Yeah. That's right. You're our friend, Ginny. Iris. We know you better than you think. And we've come to the conclusion that you're someone we can trust. That's really all we need to know. Exactly. Mr. Naruto, I... Sniffle, sniffle. No. Defendant Gina Lestrade and a legal representative. Court proceedings are about to resume. Head into the courtroom immediately. Yes, of course. Thank you. Thanks, Maestro. Welcome back. Can we get Nash and Ringo? No. No, I'm lowering them into a pit of lava. They're in a barrel tied to a rope, and I'm turning the crank and I'm lowering them into lava. They're dead. I have been both a defendant and a defending lawyer in my time. I wish the guards were also crying. That would be great. I knew only too well just how hard it was to put all your faith in another. And I also knew. Did we just start? We just started today, but we were very far into this case. Just how hard it was to bear the burden of another putting all their faith in you. Love at first perceived. This is it at last, my final chapter, the final battle. There's no sequel to this game. Wish me luck, Susato-san, and I hope you're watching over me too, partner. Susato! I keep waiting for her to be like, actually, I didn't get on the boat. I'm here. I keep waiting for her to kick in the door and be like, here's an obscure legal reference you need. The Old Bailey courtroom. I'm stuck in a snowbank 50 years from my driveway. That's so far. Light years? That's really far away. Oh, yards. That's not as far. That's still annoyingly close and far. I hope you get home soon. Or away soon, wherever you're trying to go. I hereby call this court to order as we resume the trial of Miss Gina Lestrade. Lord Van Zeeks, have you successfully subpoenaed the witness? The subpoena was delivered to the communication station, where the man works immediately, my lord. However, the heavy rain has delayed the arrival of his carriage, it would seem. I see. Then let us turn our attention to Inspector Gregson's précis of the case heard by the court this morning. Judge Santa Claus. It's still jarring to spend this much time with a judge that seems competent. I'm not used to it. The glaring omission of the third bullet in your report is a serious blunder, Inspector. Yes, I could only apologize, my lord. And although the defense's chemical analysis of the blood at the scene makes for a compelling argument, I cannot permit such untried methods to be used as evidence in my courtroom. It's a big mistake to cross Hurley and me. A very big mistake. She's 10, your majesty. Don't let her threaten the court. It's fine.
My lord, the subpoenaed witness has just arrived in the building. Thank you, officer. Show him to the stand without delay.
Mr. Egbert Benedict. I didn't expect to be crossing paths with him again so soon. And not like this. Why are they still at the stand? Why are the Skulkin brothers still at the stand? I'm nervous. They're gonna make a fucking mess out of everything.
Thank you for complying with the court's peen at such short notice, sir.
But of course, my lord, as an upstanding member of London society, it is my pleasure to oblige.
Now, kindly state your name and occupation for the record.
Ashley Graydon, communications officer. That's not a very silly name. Mr. Graydon and I both work at London's Central Communication Station. Now, perhaps somebody would kindly explain what all this is about? Ash Gray. Grayish Anatomy. His name to me is his fake name. Yeah. That explains the initial link. Does.
You were apprised of the situation by the court officer on your way here, I presume?
Is that a Sherlock reference? Not to my knowledge, but it might be.
Yes, I was.
Something to do with a murder that took place at a pawnbroker's on Baker Street? And some nonsense about me having been there on the night in question. That was average notice. Average.
That is the accusation indeed.
Well, that was... You're subpoenaed, you need to be in court in 10 minutes. That is pretty quick. This really is beyond a joke, you know? His name is not 5 Weenies. Ashley Gravy. Keep cooking eggs, you probably get ashes eventually.
Without further delay, the court will hear your testimony now, Mr. Graydon. You will respond to the accusation made against you under oath.
I forgot about his moves.
Gladly, my lord, gladly.
This fucking guy. I think this is gonna go really well, and he's immediately gonna say something incriminating. I'll be like, gotcha, and then he's gonna be in handcuffs. Lowered into the pit of lava alongside the Skulkin brothers. It's gonna be great.
Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time. But are you seriously suggesting I colluded with these thugs to break into the place on the night of the murder?
Don't boil it, brothers. They deserve it. I have no intention of admitting to such an outrageous accusation, even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. Some scaramouche detectives' homebrewed tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence. Bowser's Castle.
You deny the accusation completely, do you?
Upset on I must say I am dismayed. For the highest court in the land to be swayed by this self-professed detective's toy. It was the will of the jury, and our great British justice system demands the jury's will be upheld. Then it would seem we have the misfortune of a most inept assembly of jurors today. Bold move to insult the jury as you walk into the courthouse.
By golly!
How long am I expected to be detained here?
If, following the defense's cross-examination, your involvement in this matter has not been established, you will be free to leave immediately.
Scaramouche? Oh. Scaramouche, Scaramouche. Will you do the fandango?
Good! Then I shall be away in time for afternoon tea. Some small consolation, at least. Let us not hold up Mr. Graydon any longer than necessary, counsel. Proceed with the cross-examination.
We meet again, Mr. Eggert Benedict. Or is it Mr. Graydon? My apologies, you are? Ryunosuke Naruhodo, defense lawyer. We have met. If you say so, Ashley Graydon, enchanté. Sir. I trust we can conclude this quickly.
But I'm not holding your flashy hat while we do.
Steal it. Give it to Iris. Just put it on her head. The accusation. Naturally, I have occasion to make use of pawnbroking services from time to time.
Hold it!
Mm-hmm. These throws tea in the hat? Like leaves of tea or actual liquid tea? We even met in the very pawnbrokery where the crime took place on the afternoon of the day in question. Use the hat as a step stool. Though, of course, you introduced yourself by a different name at that time. It was Mr. Eggert Benedict, I believe. Tell me, what made you... The witness is here to testify about events that took place that night. He is under no obligation to answer such unrelated questions. You can't be serious. Thank you, because I certainly do not feel inclined to answer such an inappropriate question. So he's gonna be evasive, is he, in an effort to not give anything away? This could be tricky. A smaller version of him. Are you suggesting I colluded with these thugs? Speaking of those thugs, look at him looking up at him. Just cut off on the side of this fucking frame. Good. Have you seen these two men before? This pair? No, I don't associate with criminals. They're very smooth, these two. Said by a man who introduced himself as Eggert Benedict. Puppy coded. I'd like to know who I have to thank for this. Who made this outlandish accusation against me? The young lawyer there in the black. This is a farce. Whose idea was it to permit an outsider to work in a British court anyway? Well, needless to say, an outsider. I have no intention of admitting of such outrageous accusation. Where were you at around 1 in the morning on the night in question, sir? That is past the hour at which I would normally retire. Thanks for that, hydrate. Certainly. I was not in the company of these rapscallions. You're able to prove that?
Objection!
What could you possibly... Listen carefully, my learned Nipponese friend. Yeah? For you appear to be under a gross misapprehension on this point. What do you mean? The witness maintains he was not at the scene of the crime. He has no obligation to prove his absence. If your accusation is that the witness was present at the scene, the obligation lies with you to prove your assertion. But if he had proof he was home, that would clear things up, wouldn't it? Well, you will fulfill that obligation before putting any more unreasonable questions to the witness. A silent victory wiggle. Thanks. Love a good victory wiggle. Even if certain parties here present claim that my blood was found at the scene. What's occurred, Talia? It's off the chart. It broke. Blood was found at the scene of the crime. There's no question of that. Mr. Sholmes' chemical analysis has positively identified the substance as such. But I'm not the only human to have blood running through my veins, am I? How can you be sure the blood is mine? It could equally be the blood of one of these two miscreants. Every individual's blood has a slightly different composition, it seems. Mr. Sholmes' chemical is able to differentiate different, different blood samples by... Spare me the science lesson. Who is this Sholmes character, anyway? Oh, I assumed all Londoners would know the name. He's a renowned detective. So even you are unable to bring yourself to say great detective. He's a great ace detective. A great detective, you say?
Oh, my.
Now we're in the realm of fairy tales, are we? Oh. What does he know? Chippy? The counsel for the defense thinks a British courtroom is an appropriate place for fairy tales, does he? They're blushing. They are. This is unfair. That chemical test is based on solid science. We know what we're doing. Why is he blushing? Wouldn't you? The trouble is, unless the technique can be independently verified, we'll never get beyond this man's flashy stick waving. Granted, it is a very colorful alchemy. Perhaps it would make a good souvenir for your uneducated friends back home in the East. Bruh, something riled him there. Just for a moment, he let his feathers get ruffled. But a souvenir is all it's good for. Some Scaramouche detective's homebrew tincture can hardly be taken as serious evidence.
Hold it!
Scaramouche. Don't forget, sir, that Sherlock Holmes is the most famous detective in the world. That doesn't matter at all. And the most famous detective in the world tells the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth, Oh no, I can't think of how to answer that. I once saw the world's most famous swindler thrown into jail. He allegedly told the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but what turned out to be a pack of lies. Quiet. No. As you are no doubt aware, the Central Communication Station is the heart of this country's information network. My work there is of paramount importance, and you have kept me from it for long enough already. That's all he's gonna say on the matter, is it? What do you think, Runo? I think he has no intention of telling us anything. He's well aware of that the less he says, the less chance he has of giving himself away. The complete opposite of Hurley, then. He seems to think that the more he says, the better. I need to find a way of getting more information out of this man somehow. Compared to the bungling burglars, he seems as innocent as a child. Or perhaps the Skulkin brothers might be the key here. Oh, could they be somehow? If you don't prove this witness has some connection to the incident, he'll be free to leave. I know, I can't let that happen. Let's listen to those statements again, see if there's any way we can make one tell us more. First of all,
Hold it!
What?
Objection!
I wanted to poke one of the brothers. I think I missed my chance. There we go. You!
Excuse me!
You have any thoughts rattling around in your little brain there? Mr. Ringo, do you have something to add? Well, something that was said just now appears to have got you thinking. Oh, well, yeah. I was just thinking about me bruv, Sulky. Oh, the one you lost touch with. Yeah, blimey, he could be a saint sometimes, that one. Seems to be the same dialogue.
Get out of it, those chips are mine.
Good. Alright.
Hold it!
Here Law was really good. It was really good. I quite enjoyed that. Sholmes is really real. I assure you.
Oh, my. Excuse me!
Do you have something to say about that, Mr. Skulkin?
Wait, what? Me?
No, the Mr. Skulkin next to you.
Right, I've had it up to here with this. How many times have I got to tell you?
Yes, I know. You're not a big bruv sulky. Mr. Nash Skulkin.
Yeah, blimey, Governor. You what?
Is it not the case that when Mr. Graydon just spoke, a thought went through your mind? Would you care to share that thought with the court?
Oh, me thoughts? I don't have none of them. It must have been him. You what?
They don't have any thoughts. Mr. Nash Skulkin, answer the question, please. What went through your mind when Mr. Graydon just spoke?
Nothing, honest, Gov, nothing. I was just thinking, if he waves his arms around like that much more, it'll open up the wound again, that's all.
Mm-hmm. 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 What wound?
Well, he took the bullet, of course. It was only 2 days ago. Ain't gonna be healed up yet.
I can't look over it. Eggs. Okay, great.
So I was, well, you know, I was worrying for him, and... Oh, Ells bells.
Mr. Graydon, did you hear that? What? Your comrade's worried about you, it seems. Hey, it's a version of the Wet Bandits? What are the Wet Bandits? What is it? And you wonder why they're still here? No, I mean, I hope for the best. Oh, Home Alone. I forgot that's what they're called. I haven't seen it in a million years. Wet Bandits, what? Gotcha. On account of your injured arm. Yeah, every Von Karma's been born with a bullet in their arm. Because of this man. My lord?
Yes, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two wretches are talking about. Certainly, I shouldn't be expected to answer anything in relation to their mindless insinuations. We know that someone other than the victim was hit by a bullet at the scene of the crime 2 nights ago. And from the height of the bullet hole on the wall, that person was likely hit in the upper arm or thereabouts. Ravage a portion of chips. I haven't had fish and chips in a very long time. And, it's looking good. Perhaps you'd allow a court official to examine your arm, sir? The left arm that you're currently clasping with your right hand, as if in pain. Going, oof, ouch, my bullet wound, ow. No, I refuse. You have shown no evidence whatsoever that links me to these common thieves. Accordingly, I'm not obliged to permit any such invasion of my privacy. As I've already said, I'm completely uninvolved in all this. I've never had anything to do with the pawnbrokery where this fellow was killed whatsoever. I take offense at the insinuation that I was in any way involved.
You claim to have had nothing whatsoever to do with Mr. Wendy Brink's pawnbrokery?
My lord, the defense would like that last statement to be added to Graydon's formal testimony.
Very well, counsel. Continue with your testimony, Mr. Graydon.
The bottom line, isn't there anything to do with the pawnbroking establishment?
Hold it!
Do I have anything to prove that? Do any of the slips have his name on it? Can't. I mean, nothing would have his name on it. Because first of all, that's not how he did things. And also, we didn't know his real name till now. Blood, Masons, notes on the gilded case. Yeah. Okay. This was blood. Well, I do, but I don't think. God, I have so much evidence. I do, but they've made it pretty clear, like, that's not. We need that independently verified, and that's not happening anytime soon. So it might come up in something, but that's not like a silver bullet. That's a silver bullet. So I kind of don't have actual hard evidence. We'll see. We'll see. Ticket for the coat. Well, I don't think it's connected to him. Is the thing. That's for the coat. I can't prove that he has the coat, I don't think. Can't. It's fine. We'll figure it out. Never anything to do with it. You will forget that I was there, Mr. Graydon, on the very afternoon of the incident. Obviously, I'm not a complete stranger to the pawnbrokers. I am currently on the lookout for an armchair to finish my study.
Objection!
No, you were there to redeem an article. I have no idea what you're talking about. Sorry. You must be confusing me with somebody else. I wasn't there for any such purpose. But the redemption ticket, that won't get you anywhere, Runo. Yeah. What do you mean? Mr. Windybank never wrote the names of his customers on his tickets, so you can't prove the ticket was his. Of course, she's right. I'm afraid you're gonna need to produce some irrefutable evidence here. Otherwise, he'll never admit to being there. Bird lawyer? I'm getting into bird law. Hey, irrefutable evidence, you say? That's all I was gonna say. What do you think? I don't think. Good, me neither. They had to put 3 worst witnesses in the stand with him? Yeah. He's the kind of witness that in a typical ace attorney I'd be panicking. Because I'm like, what do you mean?
Hold it!
What am I supposed to do? He gave me nothing and I'm standing here with a pile of evidence and the game's like, figure it out.
Objection!
Harvey Birdman. Habeas
Is that
corpus. Harvey Birdman.
Excuse me!
Do you have something to add, Inspector?
Well, come again, sunshine?
You were there too, in fact, weren't you, Inspector? That afternoon.
Well, yes, I do remember meeting yourself in the pawnbrokers that afternoon. You, your young Japanese assistant, and the accused were all present, as I recall.
And at that time, this witness, Mr. Graydon, was trying to acquire a particular article.
Well, now. I'm afraid I don't remember too clearly.
What? But you must.
I'm not gonna lie and pretend I remember something I don't.
What's going on here? Gregsy showed us a picture before, didn't he? You know, from the cameras that Hurley installed in Windy Banks? Yes, of course.
Indeed, and the gentleman pictured bears a striking resemblance to the witness, I must say.
This is the cat photos. Did I scroll past that, or do I not have that? I don't have that as evidence. That's why. Good. God. Okay, great. Excellent. 11 a.m., which proves Graydon was in the shop on the afternoon in question. It was based on regular, right. That is right. It's coming back to me. At no point have I denied that fact. I merely entered the shop to peruse the articles on sale and have a word with the broker. Nothing more. This makes no sense. I understand why Mr. Graydon might be trying to cover up his tracks. But why would Gregson be trying to avoid giving testimony about what happened? That's all I was gonna say on the matter. That didn't really give me much. So... what do I have that's related to Gregson? Or is this related to the bigger case that Gregson and Strongheart have been talking about? I don't know anything to do with the operating establishment. Is that so? Then prove this. Prove this. Prove this. Prove this. This is time for you to... Yeah. Okay. She might have known... Did she? Was it different? He's not such a... Upset early. At least managed to prise a little more information from these witnesses' lips, thanks to Skulkin Brothers. They were the key after all. He says he has nothing to do with Windy Banks. We know that's not true. First, we need a good time to have a proper look through the court record. You never know what tiny scrap of information could become a valuable weapon. Okay. Gotcha. May we have the photo of evidence? May we? Hey, Jay, thanks for 8. Correct. I say we just start biting both of them. Biting who? The brothers? So something in the evidence that I need to pay close attention to. He first still used the very neatly hand. The promise before said, yeah. Okay. Bite the chips. I'm gonna bite them. Yeah. I have a slow cell phone. I understand frustration with it. Yeah, I just like to speed it up, but it's fine. I appreciate what people like that was different. I don't think this is gonna give us anything. So we can't really use, like, logically I can use it, but I can't present as evidence any of this. I don't think. It's just like, well, he cut his finger on the thing. What was Mr. Mason's? Gentleman's overcoat. Yeah. Okay. This is good. It's a refresher for me to remember everything that's going on in this stupid case. I don't think that's related. Yeah. This guy. Surprise fourth witness. Yeah. Yeah. Morning's paper. I don't think. What does this say? First person off of Virginia. Personally, yeah. Is that it? There's no real details in here. And the back was about Ministry mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Secret connections between Great Britain and its allies being intercepted by hostile nations. I don't know if that would have anything to do with what Gregson's not wanting to talk about right now, though. Windy Bank. Single bullet wound. Nervous since trauma. Death. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, he does work in communications, which is why I'm sure it's going to become relevant, but I don't think it's relevant yet. Bullet hole in the man's back. Yep. Multiple positions. Yep. Signs of a single discharge. Signs a single round was fired. Nice. Yep. That's fine. I don't want to ask for a hint this early in the day, and I'm not going to yet, but I might need to because I am, as yet, pretty stumped. Agreement analyzed. I mean, I can present this and be like, "This cut you," and he can be like, "How do you know that was me?" And I can't prove it. That's the only thing I can think of, though. So maybe I just try it. It seems like that's not correct, though, because the only way I know it's his blood is because I saw him, which is conjecture. I don't know. Look deep inside. I don't know.
Objection.
What's the angle here? Have you ever seen this disc before, Mr. Graydon? Why? Is it supposed to mean something? This disc was, until the day of the murder, in pawn in Mr. Windybank's shop. It was redeemed by the defendant. The disc was at Windybank's. I know, but how can we prove any of it? Is the question. We can't prove that the blood was his even though we saw him cut his finger on it. So he can just deny. It seems to be the right answer. I'm just like, that's why I didn't think this was going to be the answer, but we got there. It was redeemed by the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, that afternoon. However, somebody mysteriously appeared to try to take it from her. And that somebody was you, of course, wasn't it, Mr. Graydon? As I've reiterated numerous times now, you are mistaken. That was not me. I've never seen that disc before in my life. It may have escaped your notice, but there is a small smear of blood on the disc. His defense, nuh-uh, right. So I'm like, how is this gonna help us? Resulting from an abrasion of the thumb, perhaps? That's right, so the surface of the disc is covered in hundreds of tiny metal bumps. In the skirmish to acquire the disc, the thumb of the person who tried to take it suffered minor lacerations. So, while the disc bears the remnants of that skirmish in the form of this smear of blood, the thumb of the person in question must bear the remnants also in the form of a scratch. He's right, but he can be like, oh, I pricked my thumb on a bed of roses that I was planting because I'm a gentleman. It just... We'll see. Good gracious, indeed it must. Mr. Graydon? Give me a thumbs up. Or thumbs down. No, thumbs up. Thumbs down's gonna be harder to see it. You refuse to allow the court officer to examine your arm before. Are you now going to refuse to allow us to examine your thumb? He's wearing gloves, isn't he? I have no doubt it bears a small scratch consistent with the smear of blood on this disc. Yeah, he's wearing gloves. Well, well. It would seem I underestimated you. Normal, innocent person thing to say. What is the meaning of this? You admit it now? You admit you have a scratch on your thumb from when you attempted to take the disc from the defendant? Order. Well, Mr. Graydon? It would appear there's been something of a misunderstanding here. I have a twin brother. I did not attempt to take the disc, as you put it. No, quite the reverse. What are you trying to say? It's really quite simple, you see. The disc was mine from the outset. Is there some crime in taking an item that you own out of pawn? Right? It would seem, Mr. Graydon, that in this piece of evidence, my learned friend has established a link between yourself and the incident. Accordingly, you will tell the court everything you know about this disc now. As you wish. So he admits he lied. Well, more of a lie of omission. Though I'm quite sure it has nothing whatsoever to do with the pawnbroker's murder. It would jog Gregson's memory? Yeah, that would make more sense. I thought we would present him and be like, that's not me, and that would be the end of it, and the game would be like, that's stupid. You know that wouldn't work. But I tried it anyway, so okay. It was the only evidence that clearly tied to him. So, it kind of had to be that, but... He just said he never saw a disc before in his life. That is true, he did say that. Okay, he did lie. I was focused on him talking about how he wasn't there at the night, but you're right. During the day, we were like, yeah. There's a note on the disc saying for McGilded, but the item belongs to me. Go on. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused, that filthy gutterling, on the day in question. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation and redeem my article. In the end, of course, the disc was taken back by the police. Taken by the police. In other words, I had absolutely no reason to break into the shop later that same night. Except that there were two things and you only got one of them back. Did I hear you correctly, sir? McGilded, you say? The famous London philanthropist? Who perished in this very courtroom 2 months ago after being acquitted of a distinctly messy murder? R.I.P. Bozo? Yes, my lord, the one and the same. Good lord, Mr. Graydon. Are you saying McGilded and yourself were acquainted? Yes, that's correct. Okay. Order! Well, I certainly didn't expect to hear that name uttered in here in my courtroom again. According to what Gina told us, this disc was placed in the pawn on that faithful night 2 months ago. McGilded himself gave instructions to deposit it at Windybanks. It's funny that Mr. Graydon here is claiming the disc belongs to him then, isn't it? In all likelihood, he's lying. So he appeared that afternoon at Windybanks in order to get his hands on McGilded's disc for some reason. Counsel, you will commence your cross-examination, please. There's a note on the disc saying from Gilbert, but it's for mine.
Hold it!
Actually, it's a typo. Would you care to explain how this belongs to you? As you will observe, a communications officer such as myself commands a fine salary. You are certainly exquisitely dressed, sir. So you see, I have little need to make use of the services provided by the pawnbrokery trade. However, I did once find myself in difficulties, having misplaced my purse whilst on an errand, which is why I pawned my fine black overcoat to the broker in question. You claim that was your overcoat? Obviously, and in my haste, I clean forgot that the music box disc was in its pocket. And yet there is a note on it that reads for McGilded. I am a collector of rare and unusual music box music. I first met McGilded at a gentleman's club in the city, and I was interested to discover that he shared my penchant in that area. My maiden name is McGilded. Ash McGilded. So the disc in question, it's a pre-production sample. I promised to let Mr. McGilded hear it. But then you forgot that it was in the pocket of the overcoat you were forced to pawn. Yes, exactly. Gina didn't mention any of that in her testimony 2 months ago, did she? Nope, because McGilded had threatened her to keep her mouth shut. Which means that if we dig too deeply here, it's gonna expose Gina's perjury. Which is actually a crime. Oh dear, this is complicated, isn't it? Let's leave it alone for the time being. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused.
Hold it!
A gentleman's club? You're saying that Miss Lestrade lifted the ticket from your pocket or bag? That's right. Despite being mindful of danger when walking in the insalubrious areas of kind frequent.
Objection!
Miss Lestrade did no such thing.
Well, of course you would take that stance, but the girl is a regular offender. You came to the pawnbrokery that day prepared with all the information you needed to identify the defendant. You were looking for her, that's what brought you to Windybanks.
To get your hands on McGilded's disc.
Objection!
My learned friend is a veritable font of nonsense.
Nonsense?
I concur with the prosecution. Counsel, you will refrain from conjecturing in this way, is that clear?
Yes, my lord. Then I will continue with my testimony for what possible use it can be. If everyone's guilty of perjury, nobody is. I think that's actually, you know, legal precedent would agree. If everyone's lying, then nothing to do about it. I proceeded at once to the shop in order to explain my situation.
Hold it!
And redeem my article. Had you ever been to Windybanks before? Only once, for the purposes of pawning something, but like many, I enjoy browsing in such establishments. So when you noticed the pickpocket had taken your ticket, you chased after her, is that correct? The same mistake he did in the first case, he saw it happen, he just prove it. Mm-hmm. It's also, it's good for his character, but it's also good for the player. Because the player's like, I saw you, you did this, and then the court's like, you have to prove it. And not just because you saw it. So it's like, it's good. That's right, I didn't notice it at first, of course, such as the art of the pick purse. But when I did, I headed to the pawnbrokery at once, in order to reclaim my coat before the thief could. I was merely trying to recover what was rightfully mine in the first place. He can say what he likes because he knows we have no evidence to contradict him on this. Beat them a dance-off? I think you can claim dance-off. In the end, the disc was taken by the police. Except if his story was the case, why would Gina be going to the pawnbrokers and paying the fare or the fee or whatever to get it out of the pawnbrokers? We don't have evidence for any of that, so it doesn't really matter. But he's saying he chased her and was like, that's mine, and then there was an altercation, but that's mine as she's paying to take it out of the pawnbrokers. Seems a little bit odd. It was taken by Inspector Gregson, wasn't it? That's right, this was the very man. No one's invented logic yet. That's true.
Is that right?
Apparently, the police are collecting evidence. Anything that has a connection to Mr. McGilded is evidence. He has thoughts about that. Do you have any thoughts about that? Nope. Not a single goddamn thought in either of their brains. That's what the inspector said, at least, as he seized my disc. And thanks to the skirmish with that wastrel, I snagged the end of my thumb at the same time. And the disc in question is this disc here. Is that right? Logic? Was that? It is. Scotland Yard have indeed been gathering items believed to have been the property of McGilded, presumably to aid their investigations in some way. Not something I would be aware of. I really didn't know the man well, anyway. After all, I'm merely a communications officer with a penchant for music boxes. And flamboyant poses. Doesn't line with how Gina reclaimed the overcoat. We should just get Windybank to... Right. Yeah, if we could have Windybank... Which is also a fun part of Ace Attorney. You're like, oh, if we just have them provide witness testimony. They can't. I have no reason to break into the shop.
Hold it!
Yeah. Okay. But perhaps you'd seen something of value among the forfeited items. No, not at all. Oh. If only ghosts were real and we could communicate with them. A valuer was brought in by the police to assess everything in the shop. Without exception, every article on the shelves was common or garden bric-a-brac. In that case, it's clear that you broke into the shop later that day in order to recover McGilded's disc. Have you not been listening, man? Even if I had wanted to recover the disc, you may recall it had been seized by the police that afternoon. It was no more in the shop that night than I. As I keep saying, I simply had no reason to break in. Weren't there two things? There's no proof of that. But wasn't he like, there's supposed to be two things and there's just the one disc? I seem to recall that being the case. Coat. Coat. Yeah. Bric-a-brac is a very good word. There was nothing of McGilda's left in the shop that night, nothing this man might have been after. I wonder if that's really true. Bruno, if you have some evidence, let him have it. I'm dying to see that irritatingly assured expression of his crumble. This is a 10-year-old child. Good. Zeno, 4 years, enjoy your card key. Thank you so much. Welcome. Sorry, key card. Hope you're doing well. McGill had slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windy Banks. Then, when he realized he was going to be arrested on suspicion of the omnibus murder, he threatened Gina, forced her to take the redemption ticket. There's no doubt about it. That witness is lying through his pearly white teeth. The police were obviously after anything left behind by McGilded as well. That's why Gregson ended up taking the disc into custody that day. But Greggs is being very strange about all this. There must be a reason for that, I'm sure. I just don't know what it is. For now, I need to focus on exposing the fact that Graydon is lying in his testimony. It's just what it's like. Yeah, she's also an author. An author who doesn't remember half the shit she writes about. I think it was this line?
Hold it!
I think it was this line. The very man.
Excuse me.
Onegaishimasu. Is something wrong, Inspector?
What do you mean?
The last remark Graydon made in his testimony seemed to trouble you in some way.
No, it didn't. It's nothing. Leave it alone.
Let me ask you this, Inspector. I remember 5 minutes ago. Real. That's the trouble with this video game. You have to remember things. Why is Scotland Yard gathering McGilded's possessions?
I can't tell you something like that, Sunshine.
What is it, Inspector? Investigative secrets? Even Van Zeeks wants to know.
Exactly, you should know all about that.
Magnus McGilded, who died so unexpectedly after his trial 2 months ago. A man renowned throughout the capital for his great contributions to public life, yet he had a dark side too.
Where are you going with this, Van Zeeks?
I suppose the police are dealing with the aftermath of his nefarious activities, are they?
That's enough. Coppers like me have duties to carry out that we're not at liberty to talk about. That's all you need to know.
Duties conferred by Lord Strongheart, I presume. The Lord Chief Justice appears to have great faith in you, Inspector.
The bottom line is, if you want to get more out of me, you're gonna need Lord Strongheart's paw print first.
What's all this about? It's like there's something going on between Gregson and Lord Van Zeeks there, if you know what I mean.
Well, it would appear that the inspector has revealed all he is at liberty to reveal. Mr. Graydon, let's return to your testimony.
It's romance, my lord. Gladly, my lord. It's always annoying. No, maybe not annoying. It's always troubling. When I'm like, oh, there's something else to poke on. Oh, there's a thing in there. And it doesn't give me anything. I'm like, oh, I still have to just use my brain. Shit. McGill belongs to me. The stick was stolen from me and the accused of the question. Proceeded wants to shop in order to resume my article. The disc was taken by the police. No reason to bring the shop later that same night. What do I have? God. Maybe there's new dialogue here, but...
My lord.
My lord.
I would like to present this bottle of Malort, my lord.
McGill slipped the disc into his coat pocket and had it deposited at Windy Banks. He was gonna be arrested. He threatened Gina, forced to take the ticket. There's no doubt about it, he's lying. They're obviously after anything left by McGilded as well. That's why you guys threw the disc. Yeah. There's something very strange. Must be a reason. We need to focus on exposing the fact that he's lying. So, I know he's lying, but what do I have? That belongs to me. The redemption ticket was stolen from me by the accused. I filthy got because I don't have any names on the tickets. So I don't know if I can use either of these. Small box. That's the Holmes one, right? The box from the 13th of February. And then this is the coat on the 15th with Mr. Mason's blood on it. It's been identified as Mason's, but I can't use that as evidence, right? God, this fucking case. Regina. That box isn't the Sholmes box? Was it a different box? What's in the box? Whose box was that? Conviction was assured with the 3 eyes. Was it McGilded's box? Whose box was that? Sure with 3 eyes. Yeah. Okay. Paper. Instant death. Sure. Yeah. Bullets. Great. Good. God damn it. It's gotta be something related to McGilded, right? It belongs to me. I'm gonna try it. I'm gonna safety save, because fuck it. I'm gonna be like, then why is Mason's blood on here?
Objection!
Rad. Let's consider the implications. Have you considered the implications?
What implications, Counsel? Nothing strikes me about it.
Exactly. There's nothing striking about it. Music did not stop, that's how you know.
What does strike me is your propensity for the inane, however.
I need to clear my head and come at this again from a different angle. I am the considerer. It belongs to me. Okay. Much thing was stolen from me by accused, they respond. Okay, yeah, sure. Maybe it's on this line?
Objection!
What do you mean? What do you mean? Why would there be blood on there then? Even if I'm not saying it was Mason's blood. Doesn't that seem suspicious, Your Honor? But consider the implication, Your Honor. I'm reading my article that this was taken by the police. And no reason to break into the shop later that same night. What about the box?
Objection!
Okay. I'm gonna load my save just so I don't have to worry about my health exploding. The understand the implications.
Objection!
That's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. Hold on. I got it. Everything's fine. Hold on. Free explosions. Nope. Not that. Not there. There. Not there.
Objection!
There we go. Got it. The disc was deposited at Windybanks' on Magnus McGilded's instructions. You knew that, and you went there with the intention of obtaining it for yourself.
Objection!
Conjecture again, and in any case, the disc was taken into custody by the police that afternoon. The witness had no reason to visit the pawnbrokery again that night.
Objection!
Sorry, my learned friend, but that's not true. Are you humming, Counsel?
What?
Mr. McGilded had another article in pawn at Windybanks, as this second pawnbroker's ticket proves. There were 2 articles belonging to McGilded in Windybanks' pawnbrokery, and the reason you broke into the shop that night was to recover the second one. Together with your accomplices, the Skulkin brothers. Egg.
This is the second ticket, is it?
What had the man deposited? The article description reads, 1 small box.
A rather vague description, it seems to me.
Are you suggesting I broke into the pawnbrokery with these clowns in order to steal some trinket box? The 2 of them just rotating to look away. Good every time. I believe there are adequate grounds to suspect that you did. You need two Bargliaccis. This is absurd. Why on earth would I do such a thing? Once the article has been forfeited, I could simply walk into the shop and purchase it. There would be absolutely no need for me to resort to theft. Well, if someone bought it first. That's a good point. There they are. And then if you could use channel points to squish one of them down. That would then at last it would be complete.
The witness makes a solid argument.
So that means that for some reason This Graydon fellow needed the small box that very night, does it?
Objection!
There you go. That's actually them. One of them is taller, one of them squished down. It's time to put an end to this nonsense, my lord. Wasn't that why you said it? Great.
Could you be a little less cryptic, Lord Van Zeeks?
I do hate to ruin my learned friend's argument, but the truth is quite incontrovertible. Immersion aversion! Thanks for the raid, welcome! Howdy howdy, hope you had a good stream.
On the night in question, no small box was taken from Windibank's pawnbrokery.
And rest assured, the prosecution can prove it. Welcome, things are dramatic and silly in here.
What? Good gracious.
Inspector, show the photographic prints to the court, if you please.
Yes, sir.
What prints?
These prints were taken from one of the detective's security cameras.
Why are they only being brought to our attention now? Why wasn't the defense just given all of them? Hurley's red-handed recorders again. As previously explained, using this plan of the shop layout. For the drama, the victim's establishment was furnished with automatic cameras in 2 locations. It is funnier this way. Discouraged the cable channel. One was set to capture the counter, and the other was set to capture the shelves.
According to the information on this ticket, McGillicuddy's small box had been forfeited already. 2 days before the incident, at 9 p.m. on 13th April to be precise. Which means it would have been on the shelves of forfeited items in the shop front. Now what I have here is a print taken by one of the cameras about 2 hours before the incident. That's 11 p.m. on 15th April. The victim certainly had a very full shop, it would appear. And then here we have another print.
Great.
This one was taken about 2 hours after the incident.
I see. So we have 2 pictures to compare. If only we had a method of comparing both of them at the same time.
Placing them side by side leaves me cold.
So I still have... Hiya. Wom. Look at that. Wom. It's slide around. You can take your 3D goggles off now.
Dear me, that's starting to make my head ache. Obviously, at Scotland Yard, we considered theft as one possible motive in this case. We explored the possibility that something had been taken in addition to the victim's life. So your men have already compared the 2 prints thoroughly, Inspector?
Very subtle.
Yes, sir.
I was finding the stereoscope thing. Sorry. Give it another go. Cross your eyes. Good luck.
We counted every single item in each of these 2 photographic prints.
Oh, sorry, it's gone.
And the Yard's conclusion is that exactly the same number are present in both.
In other words, nothing was taken from the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And my learned friend's assertion is nothing more than a hopeful fantasy. I don't believe it. If I could just have shown that he'd stolen McGillicuddy's pawn box, I might have been able to break him down at last. You know what, Runo? I've been thinking. I wonder if these 2 photographs really are exactly the same. What?
So, counsel, in the light of the evidence put forward by the prosecution, what is your position? It seems that, in fact, on the night in question, nothing was stolen from the victim's establishment. Do you accept the prosecution's assertion?
I don't know. Could there be some hidden discrepancy in these 2 photographic prints somehow?
Hiya!
I can't really get it. I wasn't sure at first, but there is a clear discrepancy between these prints. Well, I'm about to get focused. I got to go to the next scene. Take a screenshot. Take a screenshot and try it at home. I gotta get a move on. There's a lot of case left, probably.
Oh, what?
I got it. Good.
You must identify the location in question for the court, counsel. Indicate the precise location of the discrepancy of which you speak.
They really don't spell it out for you this time if you don't have the 3D working. You just, I don't know how long it would have taken me to actually spot. I would have eventually, but I thought something was gonna be missing. Which is what they get you with.
Take that!
Hiya! Up close to my phone, crossed my eyes. Nice. Granted, these two prints are almost identical. Almost identical means it wasn't identical. If you use the third option, I probably use the stereoscope, and it has it easier. Oh, for evidence? Okay. That's cute. However, there's one minor discrepancy between them. That makes sense. You can be like, let me present stereoscopy.
What?
When you view the two pictures stereoscopically, whoa. Is that what happens if you use the stereoscope? R.I.P. Juror 3. He would have loved this. A single area stands out as being different. The location of this small box. You put a tube in your eye? Yeah, let me.
Oh, wait! Unbelievable!
He's doing it. He's starting to believe. There he is. He still has it.
By Jove, you're right. How extraordinary.
What this tells us is very simple. Mr. McGilded's small box was indeed not stolen from Wendy Banks on the night in question. However, there can be no doubt that somebody picked up this particular box and then returned it to its place on the shelves.
Are you suggesting the small box originally deposited by Mr. McGilded is in fact?
Yes, the very same small box I just identified in those photographic prints.
Objection!
Mindless guesswork. What if it was? Huh. He can't cross eyes, he says go, but he can't. I would believe the latter. So a box was moved on the shelf. Nothing was stolen. Which means, quite simply, that nothing has changed. That may be true, but... Alright, McGilded's box wasn't stolen. But doesn't the fact that it was moved like that change things? Yeah, it changes everything. But I put it back, because he just took whatever was inside the box. I believe this changes everything about the case. How can that possibly be? The crucial point is the fact that what was moved was a small box. In other words, we have to consider what might have been inside that box. What are you suggesting? What do you do with boxes? Stack them up? I'm suggesting we need to examine that box as soon as possible. A vital piece of evidence is sitting on the shelves at Wendy Banks as we speak.
Objection!
That won't be necessary. Some little box belonging to a man who died 2 months ago can't possibly be relevant to this trial.
The court does not uphold your objection, Lord Van Zeeks.
Holy shit. That's never happened before.
Bailiff, arrange for an officer to go to Baker Street at once. Obtain the small box in question and bring it back here for further examination.
I didn't know the judge could disagree with the prosecution even once. Thanks, Santa. Now kiss. Not you. The Pawnbroker. Well, London has only 20 citizens and it's about 1 square block.
We should have a report within half an hour. I think perhaps we should recess for a short while until the evidence is brought forth. To be hoodwinked by such a farce. Disappointing.
You can kiss the skull
Bros, I beg your pardon, Lord Van Zeeks. This is nothing but a smokescreen. A Nipponese speciality, it would seem.
Brother. What are you trying to say?
My learned friend has persisted with the same line of reasoning from the very beginning.
That this witness's intent was to steal an article belonging to Mr. McGilded from the pawnbrokery.
Yet common sense tells us that none of the articles have value enough to be worth stealing in the first place.
Exactly. It would be beyond absurd to break into a place for the purpose of stealing such commonplace property. There's any number of things that could be in a pawnbroker's that have no actual value, but have value to an individual. Even in a concrete fashion. Or someone just doesn't understand the significance of a piece of something, so. Granted, I don't know what the fuck was in that box. Probably nothing. If your lordship recalls, Mr. McGilded perished 2 months ago, immediately after the conclusion of his trial. A trial in which he was found not guilty. A trial in which it was established he was the upstanding member of society his reputation implied, in fact. So I propose a toast to my learned friend and his most insightful defense. The articles that this upstanding member of society pawned were entirely ordinary. A black overcoat that just happened to have a music box disc in one of its pockets, and a small box. I assure you, I wouldn't accept even if the man tried to make a gift of such things to me. Then why are you trying so hard to get it back?
You know, that does make rather a lot of sense.
It's not as if it was gold and jewels, is it? Though goodness knows McGilded was rich enough. But you can't deposit cash at pawnbrokery, I'm quite certain of that.
The prosecution's argument is undeniably compelling.
It is incumbent of the defense to bolster its argument.
To explain what possible significance these commonplace articles pawned by this fine citizen could have.
You're asking for conjecture now? Is that how this works?
Well, counsel, is your argument in fact demonstrable? Demonstrable? Are you able to show proof the disc or the box are in any tangible way related to this case?
What's the matter, Runo? Head hurt. We know that they're related, don't we? They're both vital pieces of evidence. Yes, of course, you and I both know that. We know McGilded's true character, and we know the disc is significant, even if we don't know why. But if we explain all that to the court at this point, we'll have to acknowledge that McGilded's acquittal 2 months ago was a mistake. That the defense's argument was flawed, based on false information. Oh no. And that would mean admitting that Gina committed perjury. But Ginny, could it be that Van Zieks knows? Is that why he's doing this? He of course knows. He basically said as much 2 months ago. Is that why he's doing this? He anticipated everything.
A permit? Yeah.
But maybe, just maybe, this could be a great opportunity for us. Yeah, you go. Sorry about that. Sorry? What do you mean, Iris? Well, what is it that you always say, Runo? I go, oh, my head. Sooner or later, the truth comes out, every time. All right, the exact significance of the things that McGilded deposited with Mr. Windybank is something that only Gina can explain to the court. But if I put her on the stand to testify about that, it could critically damage our chances of winning this case. The real Eggert Benedict? Shit. Why is the game going on its own? I think I nudged the trigger a tiny amount. This is to a T exact. The broken egg mustache. And then the egg yolk. That is brilliant design work. Yes. If this man showed up and said, "My name is Eggert Benedict," everyone goes, "Yes, of course. That's his name." A guy who doesn't look like this shows up dressed like that, and they're just like, "That's a fake name." That's how logic works in this world. Excellent. Think insect mandibles? He might. Maybe he does. Also, one of the glasses being a broken egg. This is phenomenal. This is literally art. Thank you. Boiled egg ears. He does. It's all eggs. Eggs is eggs, I always say. Your Honor, I think this man should have the key to the city. Thank you, Flutter Ninja. For 77. It's beautiful. What's the right thing to do here? Have her testify. My lord, the defense would like to make a proposal.
What proposal, counsel?
Because she lied, but she was under duress, so probably that counts for something? While the court awaits the arrival of Mr. McGilded's small box, I would like to call the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade, to the witness stand.
The defendant? To what end?
It's to do with the various articles deposited at Windybanks by Mr. McGilded, my lord. Miss Lestrade has information relating to them. I believe it would be beneficial for the court to hear what she has to say. I'm not a legal expert, but I'm assuming that that's a thing. That if someone gives false evidence, but it's due to them being under duress, being threatened and stuff, that maybe that doesn't forgive the perjury of it all, but that's taken into consideration, right? Something. It will prove the significance of the articles in question once and for all. Well, things are becoming interesting. I presume you've considered the implications of the testimony you're proposing. In particular, the impact it will have on the accused standing, and indeed your own. He'll still go to trial being under duress, might get it thrown out. That's like a 90% confession made. That's true. He's still counts the crime. Well, it's like probably still a crime, but maybe it's just up to the judge. At that point, I don't know. Expose perjury when she's at risk of capital punishment is the most shoots thing ever. That's, oh no. But yeah, but I think it's less about that, this or that. It's more this and that on top. That proving she committed perjury 2 months ago would bias the jury and the judge further against her. It doesn't help us. It's not like, oh, the perjury is worse than capital punishment. It's just like, it'd be bad time. It's not an ideal world, and I assume the threat, duress usually come in. Right. But also, like, how do you prove they were under duress? That seems also tricky. But it's you. That's also true. They'll be like, what the fuck are you doing?
Would you care to explain that last remark?
Google says if it's under true duress, it isn't a crime. Okay. But what do the articles under the AI summary say? The prosecution accepts the defense's proposal. Ugh. Google says a lot of wrong things, yeah. I move to interrupt the cross-examination of the current witness and hear from the accused herself. Damn bars. I mean, prove me wrong. Very well, if you have no objection. Not saying that that's actually false information. I don't trust that little summary thing anymore.
So the court will now hear the testimony of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. You witnesses currently in the stand may step down until further notice.
No, the Skulkins are leaving. Into a pit of fire. Then I shall bid you good day.
Wait.
You, sir, shall remain in the stand while Miss Lestrade testifies. As you wish.
All right then, Gina, it's time.
I know this will be hard, but please, put your faith in me here. Good luck, Bruno. Bring back the Skulkage. Must want to wear the fence. Yeah, I like how it's reminiscent of some of the cases in the original trilogy where Edgeworth works with Phoenix to get to the truth on something, where you have this shift in the case, where all of a sudden defense and prosecution are both like, no, this person has to do some shit. Like, those are always very fun moments. And instead, this has a different flavor of it. Because that's like tied to Edgeworth's growth and what you learn about him and stuff. Whereas this feels like, it's more like it just speaks to what Von Zieks' true motivations might be. We still don't know much about him as a character, and that's fine. But the fact that, like, he's still extremely racist and puts down Ryunosuke constantly and thinks little of him, and then he'll be like, oh, I'm surprised, that's a good point. Like, he will concede when he's wrong. He's just very full of himself and an asshole. But he's not like some prosecutors that are just like, absolutely nothing matters other than a guilty verdict. He seems to have a little more nuance to him, but it's more born of his actions than actually like learning more about him, which is neat. It's a different, again, we haven't really had a prosecutor like him, exactly. He is willing to give ground, and he's willing to work together, and sometimes Ryunosuke is like, here's some random bullshit that makes my chances worse, and he's like, okay, sure. Like, it's a fun time, so. Based on the threat, how credible it is. Considering she's a small child and a grown man who had her stuck in a carriage, if he threatened violence, pretty fucking boring. Okay, that makes sense. Counterpoint, British. The articles that Mr. McGilded had deposited in Windybank's pawnbrokery are intimately related with the omnibus case, the trial of which was heard in this courtroom 2 months ago. Using the racial motivation to obstruct the truth, he just doesn't like you. Yeah. Yeah. I suppose. That's fair. It's like, yeah, I don't want to concede ground when it's like, he's racist, but it's like, that's a very, that is a hell of a fulcrum in that sentence. However, I can't disagree with you. So, you know, it's fine. His bias is prevented from doing his job 100% properly. That's part of it. It could, I don't know if they've really gone into that angle of it. That his biases are preventing him from being able to go to this job. I think that's just part of his character and characterization, which is also, you know, time era appropriate, sadly. Yeah, I don't know. It would be interesting if they were like, oh, if he stopped being so racist for 2 goddamn seconds, he would do his job better. But I don't think that's what they're doing. But that would be interesting.
I remember this young lady brought before me in that trial as well.
That's right, my lord. Her testimony helped to establish the innocence of the defendant, Mr. McGilded. It's not he's racist, but it's more like he's racist and. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I may be racist. Doesn't finish the sentence. God. You will diddles? Yes, thank you for not saying more. The omnibus case was intriguing, to say the least. And now here we all are again. The same players in that trial, facing each other once more. Yeah, if there's more stuff in the sequel, then for sure we'll get there eventually. A twist of fate, perhaps, my Nipponese friend. He keeps saying we're friends. How could he be racist? Ignore the words he's using. Allow me to recap the events of 2 months ago. An old brickmaker was stabbed to death in an omnibus running along London's winter streets. Ooh, my tongue is full of jam. Apart from the victim, there was only one other person in the carriage, Mr. McGilded. Naturally, he was the prime suspect for the murder. But as the trial progressed, another possibility emerged. That the murder in fact took place above the defendant's head on the roof deck, with the body then being dropped through the skylight into the carriage below. Some of my best friends are, god damn it. Christ. Tummy Hort. It was Miss Lestrade whose testimony brought that possibility to light. At the time of the incident, Miss Lestrade was concealed under a seat in the carriage, hoping to pick the pockets of unsuspecting passengers. Then immediately after the trial, having been acquitted for the murder, Mr. McGilded died in this very courtroom in the most extraordinary of circumstances. A mystery that remains unsolved even now, 2 months on, as indeed does the omnibus murder itself.
Be that as it may, I recall neither the disc nor this small box being mentioned in the course of those proceedings.
Miss Lestrade, would you tell the court now, please, what really happened in the omnibus 2 months ago, I mean? I don't know what you mean. I already said all what I know. And what about everything you told us yesterday from inside your prison cell? Please, Miss Lestrade, this is extremely important. But remember, little girl, if it transpires you willfully withheld information in the trial 2 months ago, the Home Office will seek to prosecute you for perjury. Thanks. Now you're making it less likely she'll tell the truth. And naturally, you will lose all credibility as a witness. Thanks so much. Although, let's face facts. You have little credibility to lose. Damn, dude. Jenny, don't listen to him. Please, you have to trust Bruno. Iris, we're on your side. All right, then. I'll talk. It's the right choice, Gina. Well, it would seem that my learned friend is hell-bent on bringing the entire courtroom down about his ears, so be it.
I must confess I'm struggling to understand what on earth is happening here.
However, it would appear that Mr. McGilded's pawned articles and that extraordinary case of the omnibus harbor secrets of which we have been hitherto unaware.
So, Miss Lestrade, you will now give your testimony before the court about the events of 2 months ago. You will reveal the truth, a commodity sorely lacking in your original statements.
This is it, then. Everything's gonna come out. Like Van Ziek said, This could bring the whole courtroom down about my ears, but as a lawyer, I'm prepared to take that risk. Hitherto is also good. A lot of good words in this localization. Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin of the omnibus the whole time. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor. All of a sudden, I heard a scream from over my head, and that pair on the roof deck went off to call the slops. The slops? That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop roundabout. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I seen or heard.
Good grief, this is outrageous! What you've just told the court bears almost no resemblance to your testimony 2 months ago. As you say, my lord. Then there's every chance I may have adjudicated an error in McGilded's trial. Sounds very much to me as if the man deliberately deceived this court in an effort to cover up the most wicked of schemes. Without a doubt, your lordship is correct. A great injustice was done in this courtroom 2 months ago. The actions of the accused in that trial, of this witness, and of my learned friend are entirely inexcusable.
I don't believe it. The whole trial was a farce. It was all lies. That McGilded fellow was rotten to the core. Don't forget that lawyer from the east. They were in on it together. You're wrong, the lot of you. Mr. Naruto, the lawyer there, he didn't know nothing about it.
Humbug.
I don't think so. Are we really expected to believe that?
He really stitched everyone up, didn't he? What an operation to get the man off scot-free.
Unforgivable. The lies have to stop. Stop. Yes, the defense made a terrible error of judgment. I intend to take full responsibility and suffer whatever consequences are deemed appropriate. However, it's imperative the court allows the witness to elaborate on her testimony, because the true significance of McGilded's Pond articles must be brought to light.
Very well, my learned student friend.
Given the depths of calamity you've just plunged yourself into, this may well be worth hearing.
Words fail me. This situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo?
Yes, my lord?
I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial.
Of course, my lord. If I'm to be lowered in a barrel with the Skulkin brothers into a pit of lava, then so be it. Blimey, Mr. Naruto.
Now, counsel, proceed with the cross-examination.
Things are looking good. Is student's friend an upgrade? I don't know. Lopet's getting a lot of visitors. Truth is, that Brickmaker Cove was in the cabin the whole time.
Hold it!
What'd he do wrong? He got a guilty man an innocent verdict, which is not a crime. Are you? And you were hiding in the cabin at the time as well, weren't you, Miss Lestrade? Through lies, which he didn't know about, but, you know.
You should be thrown into a bath of acid immediately.
If I remember rightly, in the storage compartment underneath one of the seats. Professional misconduct. Could be. If they could prove that he knew. Well, it doesn't matter. Court of public opinion is not court. That's right, it's pitch black under there, so you can't see nothing at all. Defense culpability origins.
Now, in your testimony 2 months ago, I feel certain you claimed he was the sole passenger, did you not?
He'll be taped to Big Ben, to one of the hands of the clock. False testimony, my lord. That's what he told me I had to say. But it's important you tell us the truth now. Were Mr. McGilded and the victim acquaintances? Well, I don't know. But I did hear him talking a lot. What were they talking about? Well, I couldn't hear too well, but if I had to say, I think it was about money or something. They kept talking about buying and not buying.
Perhaps business dealings of some kind.
Oh, anyway, they got louder and louder. It started to sound like a proper fight. I was pretty scared by then. Hardly dared to breathe. And then, all of a sudden, I heard a noise like someone keeling over on the floor. It was blooming loud and all.
I believe you let out an involuntary scream.
Yeah, that's what gave me away. When the Irishman dragged me out from under the seat, I saw that disc on the floor.
Hold it!
Was the disc you saw this disc? Yeah, I reckon it probably was. It was right next to the cove line on the floor.
Could this disc have belonged to the victim, perhaps?
I don't know, but McGill did picked it up pretty smartish. And then he set the cove with the knife in his belly up on the seat. What did he say to you at that time? He told me not to say a word about what I'd seen or heard to no one. About the disc and all. I was dead scared. The way he was looking at me, I thought, if I didn't go alone with it, I'd get stuck with that knife too. Then he started asking me a load of questions. Like what my name was and where I lived in it. He asked me about being a diver too. And after a while, what had happened in the carriage was noticed. Yeah, that's right. First there was a kind of rapping noise. Yeah, I believe the banker was beatboxing at that time. All of a sudden, a scream from me head, and that pair on the roof deck went to call the slaughter.
Hold it!
There were two gentlemen occupying the seats on the roof deck, I believe. That's right.
Those two.
They must have looked down through the skylight and noticed the cove with the knife in his guts. When they screamed, the driver pulled up the horses and McGilded got me out of sight. Is he JoJo posing? Usually is.
Out of sight where?
Back onto the seat where I started off. Once the carriage came to a halt, the two cubs from the roof ran off to fetch the slops.
If they immediately left to fetch the police, it would appear they were entirely unrelated to the incident.
So that left McGilded, the driver, and you still at the scene. Yeah, only the driver didn't know I was there because I was under the seat. I heard the cabin door open and a voice from outside.
The driver, yes, he also testified in the trial, I believe.
Beppo!
A fellow went by the name of Beppo, if memory serves.
Beppo! Poor Beppo, get him a coat. What did McGilded and the driver say to each other? I don't know what happened, stuff like that mainly. That's when McGilded slipped the driver some tin to do a run to the pawn shop.
Hold it!
That pawn shop obviously being Windybanks on Baker Street.
Just a moment, counsel. Do you mean to tell me the driver gave false testimony in that trial as well?
Not Beppo.
Perhaps the excursion to the pawnbrokery slipped his mind when he was in the stand. Indeed, Lord Van Zeeks.
McGilded took off his coat and gave it to the driver. He folded it up all careful-like before handing it over. Beppo, no. When I saw him do that, I remember thinking, that coat and wash stick gotta be worth a few bob. I did accidentally nudge the stick to look over at them. This seems really, really, really bad. This seems really, really, really bad. Greg's just gonna turn around and be like, he's innocent, let him go. Okay. Yes, Gina was sure the disc must be worth more than Mr. Windybank was suggesting, wasn't she? Don't worry about it, you know. I remember her quibbling with him over the price that afternoon at the pawnbrokery. Talking about the weather. Bit wet out, ain't it? Yep. The driver looked pretty happy when McGilded flashed some brass in his face. He went running off at a lick. Then the bog trotter called to me and told me to come out from the drag's cabin. Just sham fish and chips. The best spots around town. He threatened me not to snitch, not to say nothing to no one about what I'd seen or heard.
Hold it!
Threatened you how exactly? Told me I'd only be able to scarp if I did exactly what he said.
Which included giving false testimony in court 2 months ago.
Yeah, that's it. And there was one other thing he said.
Which was?
He told me I'd have to hang on to the ticket from the pawn shop and make sure not to lose it.
The ticket? Well, I never.
Said that if he didn't show up to get the ticket off me before 2 months passed, I had to go to the pawn shop and pay the money to keep it in look, to stop it being forfeited. He left me with some brass to pay for it.
But really? Why on earth would McGilded have done such a thing? Depositing his overcoat with a pawnbroker before the arrival of the police makes no sense at all.
Doesn't it? There would seem to be only one logical explanation, my lord. What McGilded had the driver deposit at Windybanks was something he didn't want the police to see. Something very important that he needed to hide at all costs. Anyway, after that, he let me go, so I legged it before the coppers showed up. Well done, Gina. It can't have been easy to tell the truth like that. Ginny's really put her faith in you, Runo. Yep, and to thank her, she'll have to face a charge of perjury once this trial's over. So I need to use the time we have now to get as much information out of her as possible. Time to really go for it. Press her on every statement. I suppose I should. And another thing. What's that? Take a look at those two. Isn't it strange they've been whispering to each other the entire time? That is strange. Looks like they're having a secret discussion about something. Not sure I'm completely comfortable with that. Wonder if there's anything I can do about it.
Hold it!
It's fun that I'm being encouraged to press on someone who isn't going, huh?
Excuse me.
Hello? Is there something you'd like to share with the court, Inspector Gregson and Mr. Graydon?
Inspector, Mr. Graydon? Oh, blimey, trying to give me a heart attack.
You have been whispering to each other for quite some time now. Tell us, what is the discussion about?
Discussion? With this fellow? Pull the other one, sunshine. You think I got anything to say about it with a shady gent like this?
And I have nothing to say to this uncouth detective after he deprived me of that disc that was rightfully mine. Yeah, I get your toxic yaoi shtick. Just get on with it. But they've clearly been talking the entire time I've been cross-examining Gina. It's as if they've been negotiating.
Thank you, Miss Lestrade. Thank you, counsel. I have heard enough. Have a good one, Mercanius. I believe we now have a reasonable understanding of what actually transpired on the omnibus. It would appear on the night 2 months ago, a negotiation was taking place on the omnibus. A negotiation concerning this disc. However, matters did not run smoothly. When the parties involved began to quarrel over price, McGilded took what he wanted by force, at the expense of the other man's life. Which proves my point. The disc is clearly extremely valuable in some way. Although I don't understand why as yet. And 2 days ago, precisely 2 months after the omnibus incident, McGilded's coat and its contents were due to be forfeited. I didn't know what I should do with the ticket. I mean, the cove died right after his trial. I knew that. So you decided you would try to claim the articles as your own. Well, why not, eh? They were only going to be forfeited. Why shouldn't I have gone? Anyway, you can't blame me for thinking about it. Thinking ain't no crime. Miss Lestrade, it would appear Mr. McGilded was prepared to kill in order to take possession of this disc. Do you know why that would be?
What? Oh, I got a clue. But I reckon it must be worth a fair bit of brass. He was probably gonna sell it. It's like 10 bob. And you can't blame me for thinking that. Thinking ain't no crime.
My lord.
The evidence your lordship requested has been located and is ready for the court's inspection, sir. Good. Right, the disc. McGilded's disc. The disc made specifically for McGilded. That disc? The disc that Sholmes made a print out of caramel? The mysterious box deposited by McGilded 2 months ago. There's no doubt in my mind that it's a key piece in this far-reaching puzzle. I mean, it's obviously going to be empty. The question is, oh my god, is there like a depression in it? Does it hold something specific? Maybe it's got like a round divot where an egg is stored, because eggs is eggs, and that's the key to this whole puzzle. I already saved. Maybe an egg swap. Maybe.
So, this is the article in question, is it? The small box deposited with the pawnbroker by Mr. McGilded 2 months ago.
And on the night of Mr. Windybank's murder, the only item on the shelves that was touched by whoever broke into the shop. Quick, let's open it and see what's inside. Oh. Okay. So it's a music player?
This is no ordinary box, it seems.
Huh? So did they use that to listen to the disc? In truth, I had an inkling that might be the case. I did not. It would appear the box houses a miniature music box movement.
Then, is it too much to expect?
I think it would be reasonable to assume that it is a device for the playback of this disc, my lord. It's an MP3 player. Hey, Ishmekshi dear. This is 40. My learned John Castlevania friend. Pray forgive the discourtesy of returning a +1 of my own. For you before they start kissing, probably. Thank you.
So here we have the means to play back McGilded's disc deposited at Winnie Banks at much the same time.
Not strictly correct, my lord. It was not McGilded's disc. It was the disc of his victim in the omnibus.
But why, for heaven's sake? Are we to understand the brickmaker was trying to sell this music box disc to Mr. McGilded?
I believe the answer will become clear if we listen to the music on the disc, my lord. It's probably Party Rock Anthem. I have no idea. My only real theory that I had about the disc was that it's not music. That it's like either a code for something or implausibly it's like a Metal Gear Solid 3 Philosopher's Legacy situation. Like something like that. I don't know if it's just gonna be music. But we'll see.
Let the court now listen to this curious disc at last.
Hold it!
It's the brown note.
Wait, my lord. Good grief, what is the meaning of this, Inspector? The music box and the disc are, well, they're unrelated to the case. No need to spoil the somber atmosphere in the courtroom with some silly bit of music.
Objection!
This disc may very well have motivated the culprit in this case to commit murder. Clearly, there's every chance that it's fundamentally important to understanding what happened. The prosecution has no objection.
But no, that piece of evidence is police property now. You can't...
Clearly, Scotland Yard has some vested interest here, but it is policy of this prosecutor to leave no avenues unexplored. And you, Inspector, have no jurisdiction here to prevent that from happening.
Gag! No further delays, please. Play the disc.
It's gonna be the pleasure gunshot noise. It's Morse code. It's a jam, though. Shit. Come on. Rad.
What on earth? Is this that hip-hop I hear the kids listening to these days? That's certainly not what I would call music.
Get with the times, old man. No. It's this new minimalism front we're going for, where all music is just one note. We don't need the complexity of the whole scale. That's just the man's way of keeping you down. You just only need one note, actually. Fuck it up. It's just the same note playing over and over again in an irregular sequence. Now I'm curious if this actually translates to anything in Morse code or if it's just random dots and dashes.
Mr. Graydon.
This really is priceless. Oh, he's jamming out to it. After all that, the music box is broken. Broken? It can't be, can it? Well, obviously. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if the officer sent to fetch it didn't drop it on the way back to the courtroom.
Well, with much regret, I feel the court must accept that this music box offers little in the way of clues. Are you ready to move on, counsel?
Come on. Yes, alright. It does sound as though it's completely broken, but is it? Could this music emanating from the music box possibly be a new clue? Could be. Maybe. I believe that it could be relevant, my lord.
Good lord, but how can it be? It's an abomination, Council, mere noise. I fail to see how it can have any meaning whatsoever.
It does sound strange, I agree. But there's one thing bothering me. While Graydon stands there chortling victoriously, the inspector beside him has a rather telling expression on his face. It's as if Gregson recognizes the sound and as if he's familiar with it somehow. And that's making him appear extremely on edge.
If that's the stance of the defense, my Nipponese friend, answer me this.
Oh. Oh shit, from the top? It's such a nice intro then into like the main chorus. Oh fuck. I don't know, it's gonna hit. It's gonna be a big hit. Just wait till the early 1800s gets a load of this. I mean, early 1900s.
Just what relevance do you propose this woeful chiming has on this case?
It's the defense's belief the sound emanating from this music box is... Just because this is a music box, it doesn't necessarily mean the sounds we're hearing are music. Yeah, where's the gun? It's just like, dun 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 dun, bang, dun 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 dun. It's subtle, but it's there. Look at that! The smile vanished from Graydon's lips as soon as I said it. Stream crashed? Did it? I didn't drop any frames. Twitch? We good? Chat, we good? Fine for me. Weird. No issues here. Okay. Seems fine. I didn't drop any frames, so... Might have just been a hiccup on your end. Okay, thank you. I'm on the right lines here. I must be. Appreciate it, chat. Making deductions based on how people react to what you say. You're acting just like Hurley, Runo.
Objection!
The sounds we're hearing aren't necessarily music, now that you've told us what they are not. On any specific music box, say you try on a music box, really would recognize Morse code. It could just be as simple as the little teeth that then like hit the little bits and pluck and play the notes just don't align properly with different music boxes. And in theory, the whole point of something like this is like, well, you would have it moving at a constant rate and that would let you deduce the Morse code pattern. But you could probably also just analyze it by hand looking at it. I'm gonna just not worry about it. What was that?
Do enlighten us.
Yeah, sure. You can split, but only in Morse code. Surely you don't do that. You have an idea in mind, because if not, it will be the death of your ill-formed argument. How dare you? Exactly. Someone better post YYZ, or I'm out of here. The music box is clearly broken, and refusing to accept that fact is pure foolishness. There you go. There you go. There you go. No. They've got me. I don't know what the answer is yet. Runo, there's the face. There's the face I love. There's my boy. I've just examined the music box very thoroughly. Thank you, chat. And I'm fairly certain it's not broken at all. Really. The way it's been made, it can only produce a single note anyway. It looked like there was like a full comb of little thing, well, whatever. Thank you, although that might just be the same note for different like layers as it spins around. I don't know. It's fine. They don't use that face often, but when they do. All right, well, if the music box isn't broken, it must mean the sounds it's producing have some significance that isn't musical. He also just made Morse code when he went da-da-da-da-da-da. Whoa. Ah. Could it be? Is that what these sounds are? Something just struck me, Runo. Same length of thickness. That's true. Yeah. I feel like recently, in the past few hours even, I've heard another sound very much like this one in the music box makes. There's a telegraph operator in the jury, and, I mean, what's his face? Grayson also is a... Not Gregson? Not Gregson. Where the fuck? Graydon! Grey Dawn, like a Digimon. He's also a telecommunications guy, but he wouldn't come clean about this, so it's fine. It's a familiar sound. I'm expecting we'll have juror number 4 or 5 or whatever actually tell us what it means. Actually, Iris, I was just thinking exactly the same thing. Grey Dawn is a regional variant. I was thinking the same. I'm gonna have to press the defense for an answer. If your assertion is that the sound produced by the music box is not in fact music, then what the devil is it, counsel? All the evidence we've seen so far, all the testimony we've heard, it's all pointing to a single answer now. I don't think testimony or evidence matter. It sounds like Morse code. The prosecution demands that my learned Nipponese friend presents proof now. Tangible proof of this latest wild speculation. All right, then. Is bup S? Because SOS is bup. So he's going SSS. He's hissing, therefore he's a snake. Every time he's not sure of his answer. He goes bup. I rest my case, Your Honor. Is British Morse different? That's a good question. I think it was standardized pretty quickly. I think there were a couple competing standards. And then Morse code 1. So, he's a snake. This could be the best chance I'm going to get to fight back in this trial. And if I'm right, it's going to join all the dots together. Oh, see what he did there? The evidence that explains the true nature of the sounds of this music box disc is... What do I have related to Morse code? I don't remember. Which ones? What was identified? Baskervilles, notes. Yeah. Testimony. Yeah. There's that. Huh? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. What points to Morse code? Or am I completely wrong? Am I actually wrong? And the entire time I was like, that's Morse code, obviously. Is it not? What else could it be? My badge. Either it's the Morse code and I'm just stupid and I'm not seeing the connection, or it's not Morse code and I'm completely off the mark. But give me a second to think about this. The box. What does it say about it? Nothing, right? Yeah, just says 10 shillings. Nothing of actual significance. It's music, I just have old man ears. That's true. That's the thing. That's the thing. Yeah. Master Rose. Yeah. I don't think this has anything to do with anything. Diddles and Morse code. Excellent. The true nature of the sounds of music about. Yeah. Is there anything about? Mystery Mall. It's nothing about. Ministry Mall classified series may lead to overseas Ministry of Justice. It's about secret communications. That's really vague. But that maybe that's all I have. And maybe the discs were how they were communicating. So it's not Morse code specifically, it's more about hidden messages. Fuck it.
Take that!
Today's paper, counsel. I did it. Took me a minute, but we got there. I just was very focused on, I need to prove that it's Morse code. It's Morse code. I need to find something related to a telegram, but I don't have any of that. But it's just like, no, think more vague, I guess. A little bit indirect, but we got there. The headline is Pawnbroker perishes in pick purse plunder. Hardly supportive of your cause. No, my lord. I was hoping you'd look a little further down the page. Prime speed to be in this picture. I mean, they spent like 10 minutes being like, what on earth is this? I'm like, it's Morse code, it's Morse code, it's Morse code. And they go, prove it. And I'm like, huh? Further down, Ministry Mole classified secrets may have been leaked overseas from Ministry of Justice. Yes, this is a very serious matter being investigated at the highest level, I understand. I have heard that international transmissions along supposedly secure lines are somehow being intercepted. This is something I made first. Right. Except it's not even the first step, it's just like a step in a different direction than I was really thinking at the time. Leaked to various other countries. And presumably, those transmissions are in the form of wired telegrams. Of course. Juror number 5, your input, please. Stop. Oh, me, sir? Whatever's the matter. You told the court before that you worked at the same communication station as Mr. Graydon, did you not? Yes, that's correct. And the particular station where you work deals with government communications and newspaper reports? Oh, yes, we're not your run-of-the-mill communication station at all. Our work is extremely important. Then tell me, is this not a very familiar sound? You don't mean to say, is it? That's right, madam. It bears more than a passing resemblance to the sound made by your telegraph machine as you tap it. Tappa tappa. I believe it's called Morse code. I don't believe it. Now, correct me if I'm wrong, but when it comes to leaking telegrams from government departments, there could be nobody more perfectly placed than a highly skilled communications officer. Are you suggesting the music box disc contains stolen government secrets and Morse code? It contains the secret British recipe for beans on toast. Beep, 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 beep. Must have bread sliced, cooked until toast, and then beans atop the toast. Stop. No! Order! Please, everyone, order, but this is high treason, Council, deserving of capital punishment. The secret is beans. Too much new vocabulary. What is this treason? And what is capital punishment? The rat knows. Just ask the rat. The sorts of words that half expect you to know. Today on Love Island. Made toast on beans? Death. Treason. For our sovereign government's confidential information, hostile nations would surely pay almost any price. Yes, and on that night 2 months ago, that was the very negotiation that was taking place inside the omnibus. But in the end, McGilded perished, and the all-important disc lay unclaimed in the pawnbrokery. My word! In which case, whoever stole that information in the first place must surely have been beside himself with worry. Because if the disc were to be discovered before it found its way out of the country, it would reveal an act of high treason, punishable by death. So the culprit had no choice but to retrieve it. Why did Meeson have it? Presumably as a middleman? I would assume that you have someone like Grey Dawn being the one to intercept the message and record them. Maybe Mason is the one that prints it to a disc? Maybe he gets the Morse code and then Mason turns it into a disc, something like that. And then someone like McGilded then pays for it to then transport it. Something like that. There's a number of different reasons why I would exchange multiple hands. And in order to do that, he would have to gain entry to the pawnbrokery illegally in the middle of the night. God forbid a man have hobbies. Treason! His hobby is espionage. Because the article left behind by McGilded would incriminate him too much if it got into the wrong hands. He was a mason? He wasn't really a metal worker, but still plausible. Isn't that right, Mr. Graydon? You think I've been stealing government secrets? Preposterous, absolutely preposterous. Also, if he's really not paid that well, it might explain his lavish lifestyle. He's like, he did claim that he gets paid well for his job. But imagine if he doesn't. That would also explain it. So in response to the defense's accusation, you claim complete innocence, do you? Yeah, right, he was a brickmaker. But either he dabbles in metalworking on the side or knows someone or that's nothing to do with anything. Excuse me. Well, of course I do. I've had to stand here in silence while that pretentious foreign lawyer has been prattling away.
Objection!
That man's a spy. Then by all means, counter the charges, sir. The prosecution demands the witness testifies. in response to the accusations brought by the defense. He was thrice fired. Delighted, I'm sure. The witness is reminded the crime under scrutiny in this trial is the murder of the pawnbroker, Mr. Windybank. That being a most flagitious offense, for which the law of this land sanctions a capital punishment. Flagitious. Flagitious?
Flagitious.
My favorite thing is looking at a word I don't know and clicking the say this for me button and not knowing if it's going to be like well recorded, like flagitious, or is it just going to sound like it fell out of the 1800s actually?
Flagitious.
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 Okay, sure. Extremely brutal or cruel crimes, vicious, infamous, scandalous, disgracefully or shamefully criminal, grossly wicked, scandalous, shameful.
Flagitious.
Okay, anyway. That being a most flagitious offense. But the heinous act of high treason is no less serious a crime. Murder charge and espionage charge. He's getting all of them. I mean, he's the presumably the big bad of this game? Question mark. We don't know how deep it goes. It's fine. I urge you to bear that in mind as you testify, Mr. Graydon. Sounds like Earthbound character select.
Hold it!
Okay, desu flagitious. Flagrant. That makes sense. The word flag was throwing me off, but flagrant, that, yeah.
You gotta let us have a rabbit and pork, Governor. We got things to say.
Why are they back? I'm so happy they're back, but oh god, why are they back?
I beg your pardon, who do you think you are? Name's Nash Skulkin, occupation is professional baddie. Name's Ringo Skulkin, but we ain't baddies enough to sell out our motherland.
Okay.
That's right, we're what they call the Three Skulkin Brothers. Bad timing, fellas. Very bad timing.
Okay. Are they here explicitly just for some Deus Ex Machina bullshit? They gotta be. I'm glad for it. They're just gonna be like, what, huh? When he says something. Okay. Well, a mere communications officer couldn't possibly steal confidential government information. They're skulking around. The bit about the Joker hating Nazis because he's a proud American criminal, always pays his taxes to the IRS. I did not know either of those facts about the Joker. Besides, the sounds produced by that music box aren't even Morse code. It was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded anyway, was it not? I have no relation to the man.
Look, all we done is break another gap the other night like what he told us to do. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
I like they both bend over, but then when Ringo does it, it's already so very small.
Mr. Skulkin, one Mr. will do, Governor. What's up? Do I take it that you now admit to the crime? That on the night in question, you did indeed gain entry to the premises illegally? And moreover, you did so as a party of 3 in collaboration with Mr. Graydon here? We did, Gov, we did. Quieten down, please. What say you to that, Mr. Graydon?
I have no idea what these two ruffians are referring to.
You little rotter, getting us mixed up with all this monkey business? You never said nothing about no government secrets. It was supposed to be a straight-up job. And what about the geezer whose shop it was, eh? Poor bloke didn't have to die, did he?
Nice to know who your friends are. Honor among treasonous thieves. Whatever these men say, I deny the accusations. Why are we posting the ape escape monkey cleaning out his boing loins? Indeed.
Well, I certainly wasn't expecting this little music box to become so significant in the proceedings.
Monkey business. Oh, that's monkey business. That's true. Someone has to do it. Why not?
However, as it has, I would admit it into the court record as evidence.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, I can't look around.
Hold it!
Okay. So is this newspaper headline accurate? Government communications are being intercepted. How could I possibly know? What do you mean by that? Any important government communications are handled by high-level officers, by specialists. Good. Everything's lining up. General members of staff in the station where I work would never be entrusted with sensitive information. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Let me guess. Juror number 5. We regular communication station officers aren't as lowly as you're being led to believe. A team of us are responsible for setting up and testing the telegraphs used by the ministry. And Mr. Graydon is the team leader. Of all the people who could be summoned to this court, I'm glad you're on the jury. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. She's blushing. So, you had access to the equipment used for these confidential communications, Mr. Graydon. Well, what's of it? The transmissions are always made behind closed doors so they can't be heard. And in any case, all messages are sent enciphered. Normal employees couldn't possibly understand them. Oh no, stop. Must say something, stop. Mr. Graydon regularly attends meetings with ministry technicians and the ministry communications team. He assists them in ensuring that there are no errors in important international communications. And he's received the top prize at the Cipher Cracking Convention 5 years in a row now. Thank you, juror number 5. That'll be all. That's fascinating. Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop. Yep. CypherCon 5. Well, your idol would appreciate it if you'd keep your mouth shut. She should really pick her idols more carefully. I tell you, this lawyer's accusations are completely unfounded. She's really taken with her work. The sounds produced by that box aren't even Morse code.
Hold it!
Little star in her eyes. They're not. Telegraph, old bag, you're doing juror number 5 dirty with that. To anyone with a brain, that would be blatantly apparent on listening to that music box for even a few seconds. Of course, of course. Surely it can't be that my learned friend is unfamiliar with Morse code. Ouch. He looks genuinely shocked at my ignorance. I would be more than happy to demonstrate the basics for you, sir. Lesson here in court? Morse code is a continuous series of 2 distinct tones. Tones, you say? Yes, a short dot and a long dash. By combining those in different ways, you construct letters. I see. For example, this is A. And this is B. But when you listen to the sound produced by this music box, you only hear one tone, don't you? But maybe the gap between... I don't... It's like a bup and a gup. She's right, but I wonder if you can't just turn that into Morse code somehow. This bup and this bup. But it sounds so similar. The rhythm of it's the same in everything. But there's no discernible meaning to this apparently random sequence of sounds. You can do it with light, that's true. But you need to be able to distinguish between the time. So if it's all dots and there's never a dash, that doesn't. Your assertion is fundamentally flawed. This is not Morse code. You can't physically hold notes. No, you could kind of trill them. But, yeah. Really, you shouldn't be so surprised. What did I tell you? That music box is nothing but a worthless piece of scrap. Perhaps you might consider studying your subject matter before casting aspersions in future. Stop. Nothing to say, but stop. Oh, it's so frustrating, isn't it? I mean, if the government secrets were somehow being leaked using the music box, so many other things would slot into place so nicely. Could there still be something I haven't considered? Would it really be impossible to use this music box somehow to play back Morse code? Give it a try. There's still every possibility this box was instrumental in the leaking of government secrets. That's the belief of the defense, at least.
Objection!
Does it please you in some way, my Nipponiese friend, to repeat the same line of argument ad infinitum? It's already been established that to be Morse code, 2 tones are required. Dots and dashes. I haven't inspected the box yet. Maybe there's like a button or a switch or some magical extra thing on it. Oh, what is it, Runo? I've just noticed something about this box. It looks like the bottom of it opens up as well. You're right. Well, come on then, what are you waiting for? Let's open it. All right, here goes. Oh wow, look at that. There's another movement on the underside. So does that mean you can set another disc to play back on this side? That's why he was like there were 2. And he only has 1. Got it, okay. Yeah. Okay, that's a clever solution. I think so, and it looks like the 2 movements are linked together. They're linked? So if you had 2 discs, they would both play back at the same time. Updated boombox report. It has a cassette player and a CD player? My god. Who would have thought there would be a second movement on the other side of the box? And this movement's like the other one. The comb teeth are the same length. So this movement also only produces a single tone like the other one. But it must do, except that the length of the teeth on the 2 combs isn't the same. So the single tone produced by this movement will be different to the single tone we've already heard. What? Basically, each movement can only produce a single note, but the notes they produce are different. A music box that can only play 2 tones. Wait to poop. I also sometimes have to make a second movement. One of those several times the cone could play a different tone. True. But I guess it's more... It is more secure to separate the message in 2 halves. You're welcome. And then you have... So if it was all on 1 disc and someone got that 1 disc, they could then decipher the message. But if you only have the dots, it's significantly harder than recover the original message. You're welcome. Don't know how disc switching works on PC and PS games. You're talking about like when a game's like insert disc 2? On old PC games, that was usually for installation. You would have multiple discs to store the full amount of the game. So you would have to put in all the discs for it to then load it all into memory and install it. For a console game, they would have some amount stored in the console's working RAM. So typically the way like a cartridge or a CD-ROM based console works is it's grabbing stuff off the cartridge or disc and storing them in volatile memory. And then working with that to make the game work. So it grabs just what it needs to be like, here's what's going on, swap out the disc so I have more data to pull from. So it's got like a stable state that the game's designed around, which is why if you swap the discs on the fly, it probably breaks. But if the game's designed around it, there'll be a part of the game where they're like, okay, put in disc 2, we're now looking for a specific thing on disc 2, and then they can go from there. It's a great name, it is. It reads on the RAM, yeah. Well, consoles and PCs in general are constantly loading stuff into RAM because it's fast. So they grab things from the slow storage to work within the fast storage. But PC games rarely had multiple discs for playing the game. It was usually like 1 million floppies to install it or something like that. Loading dock, yeah. They would have some sort of processing thing loaded into RAM to be like, okay, once there's more data, we'll be able to go from there. Yeah, we had a couple games growing up that were just a box full of floppies, and you just have to put them all in one by one. Because you would like start an installation thing in DOS or whatever, and then it would be like walking you through, like, okay, now put in the next disk. So. Anywho, I'm sure I'm leaving out details, and I'm not an expert myself, but that's as I understand it. See for how the 4 McGilded disc sits in the music box the man deposited at Windybanks? It couldn't be a more perfect fit. Can I switch back? Maybe. I never played Myst on PC back in the day, but I'm not saying it didn't happen. My completely subjective first-hand experience was that when their games were on multiple discs, it was typically for installation, and they just had 1 disc you would need to actually play the game. You think they'd take the note off, right? There's no question then the disc was designed to be played in this music box. Despite that, the sounds it produces are neither musical nor do they appear to have meaning. It just doesn't make sense. I wonder if perhaps there's more to this box than meets the eye. Nope. That's all. Bum 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 bum. I'm assuming that that's everything, because that's quite a... So it didn't update the description, but it's probably fine. Anyway, dots and dashes. A 4.5-inch music box disc, which that looks like, and all about 28 seconds of music. High-speed telegraphy goes between 50 and 80 words per minute, so it contains about 30 words. You would need a lot of discs. I'm well aware of that. Then what?
Well, it would appear the defense has a hypothesis to put forward. Anyway. You had better present your idea at once, counsel. How do you propose that this music box, which appears to produce only a single tone, could have been used to cipher secret messages into Morse code?
There's just no way to know, my lord. If nobody got me, I know juror number 5 got me again, amen. Hell yeah. Amen. Thank you, C Deity. If nobody got me, the Skulkin brothers also don't got me, but they're gonna incriminate themselves and each other and their accomplices. Can I get him in? A woman. There you go. Hiya. Okay. Let's open it. Look at that.
Got it!
Got it, Governor. Good gracious, what am I looking at here? Another movement on the underside of the music box. What?
It appears, my lord, that the two movements are linked together. Susanna would have loved this shit. She would have. In other words, you can put 2 discs in this music box, and the sounds of both will play back at the same time. Can I get a Good heavens! As the court has heard, Morse code comprises of 2 tones, a short dot and a long dash. With a second disc in place, this music box could be used to generate Morse code and convey a message. Howdy! Thank you for the raid, Mike. Hope you had a good stream. We are playing Case 5 of the Great Ace Attorney. We are very deep into the case, and we're arguing about how Morse code works.
Welcome. This is beyond a joke.
I'm sorry. This poor excuse for a lawyer has absolutely no evidence to support his claims. Though, of course, if my learned friend were able to present the court with the second disc, that would be another matter. Well... What? Why would I? I can't at the moment. That doesn't matter, does it? That's for the police to do. And may I remind the court that, as the witness has pointed out, he was not the one in the omnibus with McGilded 2 months ago, striking a deal over the disc or discs. Here's the website to translate amen.
Indeed, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
Exactly. I had nothing whatsoever to do with it.
Though it has holes, I must admit the argument presented by the defense has much promise. I believe the cross-examination should continue.
Link between Graydon and the victim of the omnibus case must be there somewhere. I haven't found it yet. It looks like you'll need to give your argument more strength, Bruno.
You will reiterate your testimony if you please, Mr. Graydon.
If I must, though I maintain exactly what I did at the start of this pointless cross-examination. Are we just back? Okay. That was a long walk to be told, okay, but we need more. Shit, it was some low-class brickmaker negotiating with McGilded. I have no relation to them.
Hold it!
So 2 months ago in that omnibus, McGilded killed the brickmaker and stole the disc. Mr. Mason was a single man with almost nothing to his name. It seems he lived in an artisan quarter some years ago, but people there remember little about him. That doesn't make so much sense though, does it? How would a humble brickmaker come to acquire secret government information? How indeed. There must have been somebody else involved behind the scenes in all this. Somebody who acquired the disc and gave it to Mr. Mason in order to take it to the meeting with McGilded and negotiate a deal. Dear me. You may have it in for me, sir, but I assure you, I have far more class than that. An old brickmaker from an artisan quarter and this well-to-do communications officer. If only I could find some evidence to link the two of them together.
If you have nothing more to add on to that note, let us return to the witness testimony.
Maybe it was brickmaking techniques.
Look, all we done is break into the gaff the other night like we told us to.
Hold it!
Like Mr. Graydon told you to do, you mean?
That's it, yeah. Who else, eh? Silly me thought he was just popping over for a natter after all them years. But the water had a dodgy job for us. Yes?
Let me stop you there, Mr. Skulkin. After all them years, you say? Do you mean to tell me that Mr. Graydon is an acquaintance of yours?
We're the sociable kind of baddies, you know? Sure, let's say Graydon's an old China.
Oh, wow. Quite an animation there. We'll get back to Ringo in a sec.
Enough!
Why don't you baddies desist with the fiction?
What?
Obviously, I don't know these men from Adam. Now, for the last time, stop trying to implicate me in your sordid thievery. China means mate.
Well, that's bloomin' nice, isn't it, you little turncoat? Fine, if that's how you want it. Two can play that game. We ain't never heard of this geezer before either. Don't know him from Adam. Never spoken to him before in my life. Never seen him.
Never, Nash, never.
Good grief, such a blatant lie will not stand in my courtroom. Well, all I'll say is this. If we'd known there was dodgy government secrets involved, we wouldn't have touched it.
Hold it!
So did you know nothing about this music box?
We didn't know nothing. We still don't know nothing. We ain't planning on knowing nothing about it either.
But 2 nights ago, you did indeed break into Windybank's pawnbrokery, didn't you? In your original testimony, you said that the door of the shop was ajar, and that it was like some kind of a sign begging you to go in. But the truth is, you were planning to break into Windybank's all along, weren't you?
We were, Gov, we were. You're right there.
So that means Gina had nothing to do with it. Would have happened regardless. Well, maybe not exact, but they would have broken in regardless. It's not like they only broke in because she had already broken in. So, it's fine. Behold, ajar, a door. How can a door be ajar, Your Honor?
Cause that's what he told us to do. It was his plan.
And why was it Mr. Graydon's plan to break into Windybank's that night? Did you not ask the reason?
Well, he said the place was full of stuff worth nicking. That's what he told us beforehand anyway. Turned out it was a load of cobblers, didn't it? I wasn't best pleased, I could tell you.
In any case, if they know the real reason, it doesn't sound like they're going to give it away. She made it easier for them, yes, but they were still going to go in. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret government messages is still just conjecture at this stage. It would explain a number of things, though, wouldn't it? The negotiation Ginny overheard on the omnibus 2 months ago, the break-in at Windybanks. But the trouble is, it wasn't Graydon in the omnibus with Mr. McGilded. Nope, that was Mr. Mason, the brickmaker, who was so horribly murdered. Oh, me tummy hoy. If only there was some link between the two men somehow. I know. But Graydon's testimony seems to be as watertight as ever. I wonder if the key to us making headway with the cross-examination here could be those two brothers. These two fuckers. I hate them so much. Alright.
Hold it!
Alright. Let's talk to little man Ringo with his wobbly jowls. Maybe I don't care, it's just Lucy. Probably. Better Worse by Love 'Em. Same. They're definitely one of my favorite witnesses in this godforsaken franchise.
Excuse me!
You love to hate them. Is something wrong, Mr. Skulkin? I hate them in the, like, I want to grab them and shake them by the collar. Like, that kind of, like, you You! No, the other Mr. Skulkin. What? Oh, me? When your brother was testifying just now, he said something that seemed to cause you to react. Yep, exactly. Skulky shaky. I was just remembering the old days, that's all. We used to have a right old laugh together way back when. Together? With Mr. Graydon, you mean?
Yeah, with Ash. I mean, you look at him now in his fancy whistle and flute and you wouldn't Adam and Eve it. But when he was younger, he was from the poor part of town, just like us.
Is that so?
But he was always a leery one. He had the brains, he had the savvy. Always coming up with smart ideas like what would never have gone through our heads. Oh, blimey, ain't that the truth? Remember Milverton and Skulkin's milk run? That was a corker, eh?
Save it until after the trial. Your reminiscing has no place in this courtroom. And neither does your fruit.
Oi, the geezer asked us a question, didn't he? And we was answering. Yeah, we ain't done nothing wrong.
Down the stairs, apples and pears.
Nevertheless, the court is not prepared to accompany you on your trip down memory lane. Counsel, can we turn our attention back to the testimony, please?
I don't know. Could that sentimental story be relevant somehow? Edit! He's 24. Yeah, well, you know, geezer rhymes with Weezer, which rhymes with
My lord! Yes, counsel?
The brother's last sentimental statement could hold vital information relating to this case.
Very well, counsel. I will permit the brothers to supplement their testimony with that detail. Briefly, I hasten to add. Say no more, Skulkin's never skulkin'.
Brianosuke looks just like Buddy Holly. And Susato looks like Mary Tyler Moore.
God, them were the days.
Hold it!
Tell me more. I'm sure I'm going to regret asking, but what exactly was that? Some kind of business?
Just a little scheme we had going on back when we was youngsters. A bit of fun, really. Delivering fresh milk to the locals, that's what it was all about.
That sounds alarmingly legitimate. There must be a catch. I suppose since we're here, I should ask them to elaborate, but on what? The name. This business was just a bit of fun, you say? And it was just yourselves and Mr. Graydon involved?
Yeah, that's it.
Milverton and Skulkin's Milk Run, was it? Is that his real name?
Yeah, that's it.
And where did the Milverton parts come from?
Oh, right. Oh, I thought a clever clogs like you would have worked that one out. That's his.
Enough of this. How much longer are we expected to listen to this drivel?
Objection.
Apples and pears? Mario's going down the stairs. You don't accept anything these two witnesses are saying? Can I no longer pick the business model option? I don't think I have a save I can load. The autosave is from 6:15. That's like 6 minutes ago. I thought I'd be able to choose both, and they'd be like, is this important? Tell me, why is it that it was only at the mention of the name Milverton you decided to interject?
Because well... It weren't the happiest of homes that one came from.
Just skip through the text. 6 minutes is a lot of text. Yes, full transcripts. Gotcha. I can always look it up later, or if someone wants to find it.
She took the name Graydon then, see? She? But Ash will always be Milverton to us.
Milverton? So that used to be your surname, did it? The apple and pear, they have infinite supplies. Of course not. This is all bunkum. I've been a Graydon since I was born. Do you really think you can rely on the testimony of these two thieves, Eekum bunkum. You're a communications officer attached to the civil service. As such, your personal details will have been thoroughly checked at the time of your appointment. It would be a very simple matter indeed to subpoena these records, Mr. Graydon.
Well, it would appear that Mr. Skulkin's testimony has been reliable, for once. You were born Ashley Milverton, then? Is that correct?
Very well. Yes. So Ashley Graydon was once Ashley Milverton. That information could change things, and could turn out to be extremely important. Was once Milverton. Have I seen that name anywhere? I don't remember. Oh my god. I have. All of a sudden, we seem to be up to our necks in a serious matter of national security. Although all this talk about interception of secret governments is a conjecture. Yeah. No, it's Mr. Mason. Some link between them. Wait. 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 No. Wait. Case files. Wait. There it is. There it is. Mason Milverton, clear as blood. Let's see. Whoop, whoop. Okay. A link between them. There's just no way to know. Could be them brothers. I want to see if I can just go back and press again. Milk run.
Hold it!
I might be able to just ask them about the business. Oh. That was all actually different. How did your business work exactly? Okay.
Well, every morning down our way, the milkman would come with his cart to deliver milk, see? If you stuck your empties outside your front door, he would leave them full again, right? So we swooped in on the action, got people to sign up with us. We promised to deliver milk for half the price of the other geezers doing it. People couldn't wait to sign on the dotted line. We were raking it in, we were.
So, did you live on a dairy farm or something?
Gordon Bennett, are you off your rocket? We had nothing. We were too poor to have a farm.
Right.
Nah, what we had going on was simple. Once you had the idea, we just switch them over, see? Milk swap. Our customers' empties with the full ones from when it wasn't on our books. A dawdle, right?
I think you meant to say a diddle. And that's a crime. Diddles is a crime?
It was just a harmless bit of fun, that's all. Milking the general public in such a fashion is most certainly not harmless, as you put it. Well, it was him what came up with the idea. Ash is the evil genius.
You mean Mr. Graydon? He did just say SSS again. So he was once Ashley Milverton. Milking the what? Milk swap. The information could change things. Alright, now we got it. Emo jail now? Put him in jail. Who up milking the general public? God! Alright. I have no relation to the man. If only that were the case.
Objection!
Sir, you committed a milk swap? In the public court of indecency, that is the highest possible offense. Mr. Ashley Milverton, tell me, why did you try to hide your former name from the court? Because I haven't gone by that name for years. It means nothing to me. No, I don't think that's the real explanation at all. The truth is, you had a reason to hide that name.
Explain yourself, please, counsel.
I have here the notes from the omnibus case, my lord. And as we all know, the victim, the man who we now understand to have been negotiating with McGilded.
Yes, Mr. Mason, the brickmaker.
That's right. Only Mason wasn't his surname at all. It was his given name. His full name was Mason Milverton.
Milverton? Do you mean to say saints alive?
Mr. Ashley Milverton, is it not the case the brickmaker Mr. Mason Milverton was your father?
I don't...
As I believe I mentioned earlier, your family history will have been thoroughly checked when you joined the civil service. And it really would take no time at all for the court to subpoena those records. The truth is, you have been illegally acquiring highly confidential government information and selling it on to McGilded in collaboration with your father. You're not pointing at him, you're pointing at Van Zieks. The new facts and evidence unveiled by the cross-examination of this witness all come together to reveal the truth. The truth, you say? That you collaborated with your father, Mr. Mason Milverton, in illegal dealings with Magnus McGilded.
By dint of this music box, you mean, Counsel?
Yes, stealing information, being sent in secret government communications, and selling it on to McGilded. Mr. Graydon concocted this elaborate scheme of using 2 music discs to encode the information, as presumably a safety measure against the information falling into the wrong hands.
And a very effective one. I shouldn't have given the scheme any credence whatsoever.
But the deal with McGilded went sour, and the brickmaker met his end. Yeah, before he was arrested, McGilded managed to temporarily dispose of the stolen disc at the pawnbroker. Then, having learned of the situation, you appeared at Windybanks 2 days ago, in an attempt to recover the 2 articles McGilded had placed in pawn there. But that attempt failed. One of the discs was seized by the police and the other you never found. So that same night, you enlisted the help of the Skulkin brothers and broke into the pawnbrokery. This time, determined to recover the second disc.
Are you suggesting the second disc was inside the music box?
Eh? We would never knew nothing about that. On the night that Mr. Windybank was killed. Ha! The intruder to the pawnbrokery touched one item, and one item alone, the music box.
That's rather ingeniously demonstrated using the 2 prints from the security camera, indeed.
So, the question that naturally begs answering is this. Why was only that one article disturbed? The answer is obvious, because it contained the second disc, which the intruder was desperate to retrieve. Since, if it were to fall into the hands of the police, it would be proof of high treason. This is the first time Shutakumi references the adventures of Charles Augustus Milverton. Red, White, First Gun is basically an XP of this dimension. Oh. Well, Mr. Graydon, do you deny that all this actually began on that fateful night 2 months ago?
I
refuse to accept any of this nonsense. Sir, there appears to be blood seeping through the sleeve of your jacket.
What?
Too much posing. 2 nights ago, we know that 3 shots were fired at the scene of the crime in Windybank's pawnbrokery. 1 took the life of the pawnbroker himself. 1 struck the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist and blew up one of his potions. And the final bullet struck the calendar on the wall of the shop, having first pierced the arm of one of the intruders. Mr. Graydon, that wound on your arm that you seem to be trying to hide, it's a bullet wound, isn't it? Stop hissing.
He's got you now, Mule China.
Time to call it quits and croak, I reckon. Tusk. Don't acknowledge my presence there under any circumstances whatsoever. Those were my terms, remember? And I paid you handsomely to comply. Clearly, I was a fool to think I could trust some common back slum thieves. Black slum thieves? Fine, I admit it. I was there in Windybanks that night. I paid this pair 10 guineas to accompany me. And as you've noticed, I sustained an injury in the course of my adventures. Objection, I bribed them. Objection, I bribed them and they didn't agree to the terms of the bribe. But that is all. I admit to nothing more. Stealing government secrets, negotiating with Mr. McGilded. You are actively bleeding, my guy. As God is my witness, I am sure I recall nothing of the sort. He's not gonna go down without a fight. Not until I can show hard evidence, I suppose. Nevertheless, the defense has now established a crucial fact. Which is? Well, we know that one bullet was fired from each of the 2 firearms we have in evidence. The bullet from the Skulkin brothers' gun hit the pouch around Mr. Sholmes' waist. And the bullet from Mr. Winniebank's gun clearly must have been the one that caught Mr. Graydon on the arm.
Indeed it must. We can rule out the possibility that the man shot himself.
And that leads us to only one conclusion. Mr. Winniebank was shot by a 3rd gun, which can only have been fired by the 3rd intruder.
Goodness.
That's right, Mr. Graydon.
Yeah.
The only person who could possibly have shot Mr. Winniebank that night is you.
Hold it!
Can we rule that out? We could. Genius assistant then. She did break in and steal a gun. She's not fully innocent, but she didn't really, it's fine. You little upstart. You made a grave mistake when you summoned me here. You're trapped in here with me. What's that supposed to mean? Yes, as you rightly say, I was there at the pawnbrokers. I did my best to hide the fact, naturally. I had no intention of ruining the distinguished career I'd built for myself at the communications station. But did the thought never cross your mind? Did you never consider the possibility? What do you mean? What thought? What possibility? The possibility that if I was there at the scene, I may have witnessed the crucial moment. You see, this makes me a key witness in this case, and I have my hands firmly around the neck of your client. Right?
Are you suggesting?
I saw it all. I saw the very moment the pickpocket girl pointed the gun at that poor defenseless pawnbroker and shot him. But then who did you shoot? Because either you shot Sholmes or you shot yourself in the arm. So you still shot somebody. Order! Why'd you not use this earlier? Well, because if he wasn't proven to be at the scene of the crime, he just didn't have to say anything. Now that we've proven he was there and he's admitted to it, he's like, here's some bullshit. To get off scot-free, maybe.
It would seem we're finally entering the last act of this theatrical trial. Mr. Graydon?
Yes? I trust you are fully aware of the implications here. If it is shown that your claim is false, you will have incriminated yourself as the killer. Oh, I understand fully. Last act. Final, version 5, case 5 final. Version 7.
I must ask you to give your formal testimony once more. You will explain to the court precisely what you saw at the moment the defendant allegedly shot the victim.
Nothing would give me greater pleasure. Doesn't get it. Naruho don't. The moment of the shooting. Well, those ruffians were jostling with the broker. I was still near the entrance to the shop. Blech! I can't speak. When Winniebank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm. I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though. You peeping? The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety. In a coat? I saw the blood spatter all over that wretched girl. Then she tossed the gun out of the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape. What? Huh? What? Huh?
Good gracious, this is quite extraordinary testimony.
Did she have bloodstains on her? I don't think she did.
You claim, sir, under oath, to have clearly seen the defendant pulling the trigger.
She had blood on her hands from the case 2 months ago, but I don't think she was bloody from this one.
Order.
It wasn't my intention to testify in this way. She had McGilded's coat. That was earlier in the day. I don't think she was wearing it at the time that night. I don't remember. But neither is it my intention to be... Because he left with the coat. She did for Mason. The coat of blood, not Gina. Right. No, you're right. You are correct. And then we had the spray on it. Right. I forgot about that detail. That's quite important. Thank you. Neither is it my intention to be found guilty of a murder I didn't commit. But it wasn't visible. No. So you see, my hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. Do I have that as a thing in here? No. No, I do not. Cool. You have the evidence. You can check. I don't. But I don't. I don't have the evidence. There are people. There was like a little door that could open in the door. A door in the door. This makes no damn sense, Eggert. Eggs isn't eggs, you say? My hand has been forced. I tell the truth now as an act of self-preservation. It's not... No, to see if she was wearing the coat. What? Huh? Here. Oh. Yep. She was. I forgot. The truth. Until now, the prosecution was completely unaware of these details.
Yeah, well, sorry about that.
Having shot me in the arm, the pawnbroker was then shot in the back by the accused. And as I said, she was showered in his blood. You say the blood spattered over the accused's coat? Are you sure on that point? Oh yes, quite sure. All over the black overcoat that pickpocket girl was wearing at the time.
Really? If her coat could somehow be shown to harbor vestiges of blood, that would be conclusive evidence here.
I mean, no. If she was close enough to him, such an investigation's entirely possible, my lord.
What?
Only very recently, a German scientist has developed a technique to identify human blood. Why didn't this come up earlier when we were talking about our potions? So here's to true science, not some amateurish detective's dubious foray into the world of chemistry. There's nothing dubious about Hurley's work. His ideas are all sound. You mean Sholmes is a bit? I don't think so. Ideas are no use to us here. In science as in law, theories must be proven before they stand. In Germany, the technique has already been employed in the courtroom as the basis of evidence. The existence of blood, not identification. Is that what he said? He says, okay, identify human blood. I interpret that as identify who it belongs to. Identify that it is human blood. Yes. Scotland Yard has a small quantity of the chemical reagent used. With your lordship's permission. Why? We could shatter all vestiges of doubt within minutes. Yeah, I also interpret it that way, but it makes sense to just be identifying that it is blood. This doesn't look good, Runo. Why not? Well, we know, don't we, that there's blood all over the front of Ginny's coat. If they test it with their chemicals... Oh, help. You're right. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Cause wasn't it purple blood? Which would mean it was, whatchamacallit? Yeah, it's Mason's blood from when he was killed. But he's gonna be like, that's proof that she shot him. And it's Windy Banks' blood, yeah. That's pretty sneaky. Fan art people want to sit in the splash zone of antiques. Jesus. I'm gonna interpret that in the most PG way possible. I was forgetting what happened yesterday. Don't move, Jenny. I miss Suzato. I'm gonna shoot. Wom 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 wom. Wom wom wom. Ba ba ba. The gallery wearing clear ponchos. Like goddamn SeaWorld. That's not Windy Bank's blood. That stains from 2 months ago. But that's Mr. Mason's blood from when he was stabbed by McGilded, who was wearing the coat at the time. Paul Uhlenhuth. I definitely pronounced that right. Blood, even though it was months old. Damn. My lord, the defense objects to the test proposed by the prosecution.
Overruled. Lord Van Seeks, make it so at once. With pleasure, my lord. And while we await the results, the defense may proceed with the cross-examination.
Yeah, nuts. Once they find that blood on the overcoat, Gina will be...
Counsel? Yes, my lord. Your cross-examination? Of course, my lord.
If this cross-examination doesn't go well, if I don't manage to uncover some decisive evidence or really compelling clue now, I have a very bad feeling about the outcome of this trial. The clock is ticking. I'm glad, because this case is going to be going on for 1,000 hours. So you should have something to raise the stakes. While these ruffians were jostling with the broker, I was near the entrance to the shop.
Hold it!
Mr. Windybank emerged from the storeroom, I believe. Ringo and Nash were scouring the counter when he suddenly appeared and flew at them. He already had the revolver in his hand. Fortunately, I wasn't too close.
I've never been so scared in all my life.
Yeah, we're just your regular, mild-mannered burglars, that's all. We don't like violence. Says the pair who carry a gun. What do you mean when you say you were near the entrance to the shop? I was in the doorway, running my eyes over the shelves of forfeited items. Looking for the music box, of course. The broker went for Nash in the first place. Then Ringo joined in, making it 2 against 1. So I assumed they could handle the situation. But I was wrong.
I was trying to help me little bruv, but the old geezer chucked me over the bloomin' counter. So I pulled me gun on the old fella, and that soon made him scarper. The pair of you sitting upon the poor defenseless pawnbroker together, shame on you. Shame. Sorry, Gov.
No, they're not. When Windybank threw Nash over the counter, I felt a sharp pain in my arm.
Hold it!
You mean that's the moment you were shot? Yes, though I didn't immediately realize what had happened, of course. Things crashed to the floor from the counter as the 3 men were brawling. It was at exactly that moment that it happened, so I didn't hear the gunshot. And the bullet went on to strike the calendar in the wall behind you. So it would appear. When I looked at my arm, I saw it was bleeding badly, so I wrapped my handkerchief around it. Seeing as I couldn't explain what had happened to a doctor, I had no choice but to wait for it to heal. I didn't imagine it would still be bleeding 2 days later. You should go to hospital. Did Mr. Windybank intend to shoot you, do you think? Well, now, I don't imagine he even noticed I was there, to be honest. Perhaps the gun went off accidentally. Anyway, it didn't quite strike home.
When I pulled me gun on him, he tried to shove me out of the way.
And then he scampered through that door up back.
At which point, what did you do?
I pursued the man, but he shut himself in the storeroom. I could see him through the peephole in the door, though.
Hold it!
You mean you chased after him? I don't recall the reason why, but I ran after him to the back of the shop. And what about this peephole in the door you mentioned?
Well, unsurprisingly, the storeroom door is a solid job, made of stout wood. Well, there's a small opening in it about head height that lets you see what's what in there from the outside.
Actually, I should know that, shouldn't I? I looked through it myself that night. Oh my god. He perceives. What, is she wearing the same coat there? That's what I was confused about. Not that one. This one. Oh, thanks, Hazel. That's a bunch of bits. Appreciate you for the odds and immediately dipping out to not spoil the previous 3 hours. Enjoy the VOD. Thanks so much. Appreciate it. Just the one coat. It looks like a greener coat, like what she's normally wearing. If I pull up her bio, I guess she's not wearing a full coat there, so maybe it is the full coat. Yeah, it's just the lighting. Right. Okay. You can reach the lock from the inside through the hatch. Not very secure. Maybe it's tie up and then you can't fully. I don't know. It's fine. What were you about, you burgling brothers? Did you see what went on through this peephole? Not likely, Gov. Didn't she nothing of the sort, Gov? I doubt these 2 buffoons were even aware of the peephole's existence. So the Skulkin brothers were there, but they didn't see the killing of Windybank take place. Inside the storeroom, I could see the broker and that young girl standing there.
The defendant?
Yes, though neither of them noticed that I was looking. What? He just went, burglars, ran in, closed the door. They wouldn't notice someone opening the flap to look in? The girl raised her gun and pointed it straight at the man.
And then, what did you see next?
She has like a vest. Right, okay. The accused in a black coat shot the man in the back as he was trying to flee to safety.
Hold it!
Too busy committing murder. Right. And Wendy Bank was facing away, I guess. Yes, when the crime was discovered, the defendant was found with a gun in her hand. But that was Mr. Windybank's gun, from which only a single bullet had been fired. And as we've already established, Mr. Graydon, that bullet was fired at you. But no, it wasn't the broker's gun the pickpocket girl had when I saw her. Yes, the bullet from Windybank's gun grazed my arm, and yes, the Skulkin's gun grounded the detective. But this was another gun entirely, a third gun. The broker's gun was not the murder weapon, so clearly there had to be a third firearm involved. In other words, the accused must have had her own gun with her at the time.
Objection!
But no other gun was found at the scene. Ha 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 ha. Calm yourself, counsel. Sorry. You must consider the events in order. At first, I saw the broker and the girl glaring at each other, but then, all of a sudden, the broker turned to run. What? Like, obviously we know he's lying, but just trying to go with his story. He goes, ack burglars, runs in there, runs in her and goes, ack, I'm running away. Further back into the storeroom, which is a dead end, and he would know that? Okay. And it was at that moment the little gutter rat shot him in the back. A gun for everyone. Three of them.
A chilling image, I must say.
He's stupid, and so is everyone in the court. I saw the blood spattered all over that wretched girl.
Hold it!
All over her. Yes, through the people, I saw it clearly. Of course, the stains are invisible now, what with the coat being such a dark color. Is that how that works? But I assure you, that garment is sullied with the victim's blood. Well, it is sullied with blood, that's for sure. Surely you can tell 2-day-old dried blood from 2-month-old dry blood. Maybe. But it's not Mr. Windybank's blood, is it? No, that's right. It's Mr. Mason Milverton's blood from when when McGilded stabbed him 2 months ago. You'd be more stiff. Does he know? How does he know? It's so annoying. If they'd only accept Hurley's chemical analysis, we could prove that. But they won't. So unfortunately, we can't use it as evidence to support our case.
Blood is blood, eggs is eggs.
Bother. Then she tossed the gun out the peephole, so I picked it up and made my escape.
Hold it!
Yeah, why? Huh? Did I hear you correctly? She threw the gun out of the room. That's right. After the broker fell to the floor, she started walking over.
Over where exactly?
In the direction of the storeroom door, to where I was watching. Of course, I quickly retreated, and then the girl dropped the gun through the peephole onto the floor on my side of the door.
But why on earth would she do such a thing?
I couldn't tell you. Perhaps she was hoping to distance herself from the murder weapon. Then why did she pick up a different gun and pass out next to it? Without thinking, I went and picked it up, naturally. I suppose I was worried about just leaving it there in case any more tragedies took place. And then left before the police could arrive. And obfuscated that you were there. Well, holding a murder weapon. So it was you, in fact, who took the third gun from the scene of the crime? Yes, it was yours truly. I left the clear up to my lackeys and left. Clear up?
We made a bit of a mess around the counter, so Mr. Whistle and Flute here told us to tidy up.
He thinks he's our bloomin' mum sometimes. Well, I was paying you enough, by God. 10 bob. Each. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was it by any chance with the second disc in your jacket pocket? You're like a bull. You're like a bull at a gate, aren't you? Oh. He's doing what I wanted to do to him. No fair, Gregson. That's what I wanted to do. Grab him by the scruff and shake him. Shake, shake. Mischief makers. Shake, shake. Well, we'll get to that, I guess. But I admit to nothing of the sort. I like that no one in the court is paying attention to that. They're kissing. This is what's known as foreplay. After all, you can't even show the court such a disc exists, can you? As expected, he won't admit to anything unless I can thrust the evidence in his face. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. It's not as easy as you thought, is it? To pin a crime on this lapel? Haha, it won't stick. Not murder, not treason. Maybe not right now, but you won't be that word like that forever. I know that's a fine word, but I just don't wanna. What's your feeling, Runo? As much as I hate to admit it, I don't see any obvious holes in his testimony at the moment. But you have to find a way to break this man. And quickly, too, because once they discover the blood on the overcoat Gina was wearing, it's a risky one. Gregson's face is a certain way here. What certain way? It's a bit strange that he's so sure of himself about seeing the blood spatter over Ginny's coat. It doesn't strike me as the sort of thing you'd claim if you hadn't genuinely seen it happen. But we know Gina didn't shoot Windybank, so what's going on? All I know is it's very unfair. Why should some German scientist test be acceptable as evidence when mine and Hurley's wasn't? Independent verification? Science? Yeah, snickering. Did she have visible blood in the picture when she was unconscious? I don't have a picture of her unconscious. It's just when they show me that flashback. I have this very zoomed in photo of him. I don't have a photo of her that I can reference. Just have this. So. And testing. Iris said. Detectives can use test tubes too. Never mind that. I have to find a really stark inconsistency in this testimony somewhere. And I have to find it before the prosecution discovers the bloodstain. Yeah, it was hair lock. Which line? Was it this line?
Hold it!
Hang on. No one who speaks German could be an evil man. That's a good bit. Pretty sure it was in here. So what was the thing about Gregson? Where he looks a certain way during this bit? We made a mess. Yeah, you made a mess. A proper mess. All right, proper mess.
You little toe rag!
It's just interesting. That's fair. I kind of want to see what happens. Because it shows up for Nash. What if I push on him?
Excuse me!
Does it count as both of them? Okay. Gentlemen, you can't fight. This is a war room. Something wrong, sunshine? That should be my line. You do realize you were just violently shaking Mr. Skulkin, which I can't blame you for, but I must ask you about.
Blimey, he's a bit of a hooligan, ain't he?
What was that going on just now? You saw him. He's blushing. Something fierce.
He grabbed me whistle. Why the blazes, he said. Didn't you mention the third gun when we got you down the station?
And why didn't you? Skulk shaky. Right now. He's blushing because gay.
'Cause we didn't know nothing about it. Well, that flaming people on the door. Sorry about that. I can be prone to losing my rag sometimes. Not hurt, are you? God blimey, see the way he's looking at me? I'm telling you, this D gives me the willies.
Is that all he gives you? That was strange. Inspector doesn't normally get quite as worked up as that. He wouldn't normally grab someone. No, it wasn't like Gregsy at all. He's normally all sweetness and light, no matter what I say to him. Yeah, well, I think you might be a special case, Iris. Well, anyway, that was definitely out of character.
My lord,
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
requesting your lordship's permission to interrupt the cross-examination.
Uh-oh.
Explain yourself, officer. I have the results of the test that was ordered earlier, my lord. Ah, the blood on the accused's overcoat. Thank you, officer. Very well, the cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended.
Oh, no.
I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord.
Fuck, 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 shit, fuck, 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 fuck.
Well, there you have it. The report, please, Inspector. Yes, sir. Traces of human blood were found on the overcoat of the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. From the extent of the stains, it would appear that they were the result of spattering following a gunshot wound.
What? Huh? Gunshot? Huh?
End of report.
Huh? Not a stab wound?
Goodness me.
Huh. Don't spin. Don't spin it. See, what did I tell you?
Objection!
Updated coat report. The blood on that coat is not Mr. Windibanks.
What on earth makes you say that, counsel?
The coat originally belonged to Magnus McGilded. Just before his coat was deposited at Windibanks, McGilded had fatally stabbed Mr. Mason Milverton. So the blood on that overcoat is the blood of the brickmaker from the omnibus case.
Objection!
Sholmes' chemicals converted blood into paint. There's no evidence of blood. Yeah. It's all fresh. Well, the dead cannot speak. Isn't that right, my Nipponese friend? Sorry? 2 months ago, in this very courtroom, did you not argue fervently for McGilded's innocence? And yet, now that the man is dead, you brand him as a murderer. Your conduct shatters any shred of respect you may have earned for yourself in this country. Egg! But that was...
I call it a bally disgrace. Treachery is what it is.
How to determine whether the blood on that coat is 2 months old or not? Even a stereoscope couldn't help the answers to that problem pop out.
It can't be done.
If it can't be done on a stereoscope, it's not real. But, we used Mr. Sholmes' specially formulated chemicals.
Mr. Sholmes is a detective, not a chemist.
Would you put such faith in a chemical formula devised by me, for example, when I'm a communications officer?
They held out piroshki to starving boy, and he ran away crying.
Herlock Sholmes is barely more than a figment of the public's imagination. His name carries no weight in this courtroom.
No weight at all.
How could you say that? He's real to me. Victory is sweet indeed. This proves my testimony is the whole truth from start to finish. How do you arrive at such a conclusion, sir? As the witness said, the accused's coat was spattered with the blood of the victim. The only way Mr. Graydon could possibly have known that is if he saw it happen. Really? In other words, his testimony is solid and the conclusion is singular. It was the accused who shot the victim in this case. That is the whole truth. Couldn't he have just shot the victim?
My lord! Been a long battle, this one, but this old warhorse has something to say now, if you please. Mr. Foreman? As of this moment, sir, the squadron has reached its final decision. Ready, men? All for one now. Sir.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty.
Guilty.
Well, it would appear the ladies and gentlemen of the jury have reached a unanimous verdict.
The end. The defense has consistently failed to unpick this witness's testimony. Here's to any attempt you may make at unpicking the jurors' decisions being equally successful.
Wag!
I don't believe it. After I've come so far. How is it all unraveling on me so fast? I'm sure it'll be fine. We just need a Deus Ex Machina. How very distressing to be held in such low esteem. Deus Ex Machina-san? Oh. Wouldn't you agree, Mr. Naruhodo? Huh? Officer? You've delivered the report now. That will be all, thank you. It occurs to me with some regularity, Mr. Naruhodo, that scientific truths are determined not by science, but by none other than the human mind. I know that voice. Huh? Am I going mad? What do you mean? Why would he do this? Why would he? What possible reason did he have to do this? Mr. Sholmes?
What is the meaning of this?
Look at that pose. No, but why would he?
Order!
What business do you have here, detective? The last I heard, you were recuperating in hospital. By God, it's Sholmes. It's for the drama. As well I would be had I not been set upon an errand.
What errand?
Hurley, it's really you! You're awake at last! Yes, good day, Iris. We did previously see Susato and Sholmes conspiring in some fashion. And we didn't know what about. Good day, Iris. I appear to be rather late to rise. My apologies. Now, my lord, if you will humor me.
In what manner, sir?
I have something of great importance I wish to give to the young lawyer over there. I need no more than 5 minutes. Would you be so kind as to spare us the time?
What say you to this, Lord Van Zeeks?
No. This trial has taken many hours of the court's time, having spent so long already.
Exactly. Having spent so long already, we don't want to go wasting any more precious time.
As I was saying, having spent so long already, it would seem churlish to deny the defense a mere 5 minutes. Add churlish to the good words counter.
Very good then, counsel. You have 5 minutes.
Zeeks gives no fucks. It's pretty good. My dear fellow, I apologize for my tardy arrival. Mr. Sholmes, are you alright now? Alright, I'm all wrong. Sorry. I've only just managed to summon the strength to stand, man. I asked the judge for 5 minutes. But I fear even that may prove too much for me. Pray forgive me should I pass out. Let's make this discussion as short as possible. Hurley, this place is full of idiots. Welcome to court. None of them can see how wonderful your chemical blood analysis is. Ah, well, that concoction of mine was really just a bit of sport to assist me in my investigations. I never took the trouble to refine it for appraisal by the scientific community, an oversight on my part. Right. Modesty? Surely not. Deus Ex Maya. I'm in so much pain. But enough of that. I'm here to give you this, my dear fellow. What's that? A lavender furoshiki wrapping? A leaving present from Miss Susato. From Miss Susato. My Deus Ex Machina is inside of a Deus Ex Machina. If possible, matters were to be settled without me giving you this. Those were her instructions when she asked me to do her this favor. I don't understand. Miss Susato foresaw today's events, I believe. She knew that the culprits would attempt to escape justice by means both devious and underhand. And that you, Mr. Naruhodo, fighting fairly as you want to do, would find yourself in considerable peril. At that very moment of crisis, you were to be given this small parcel. It has a smoke bomb. Run. Those were the dear lady's instructions. A leaving present from Susato-san, whatever could it be? Oh, what, huh? The ability to create a cat door wherever I want. How would that help me? I forgot about that. And I was mad at the time, because I was like, this is probably important later. To escape. Cat door power. Okay. What is this? Oh! It's the machine I made. Cook. Let me cook. I can use this to bring Wagahai into the courtroom. And Wagahai has crucial testimony to give to the court. Okay, let's go. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention. What is that? I call it the cat flap-o-mat. It can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. I would like to call the cat to the stand. What's Susie up to? Miss Susato muttered the following words before she left. I'm a failure. I don't deserve to be a judicial assistant. What? Did she say something like that? You really are the best judicial assistant in the world. Well, that's extremely flattering. But I'm sorry to say that I've been a complete failure. No! No! Whatever did she mean by that, Mr. Sholmes? That night, when you left Windybanks in pursuit of the thieves, Miss Susato made use of this contraption for a certain purpose. That is your answer, my dear fellow. Not at all cryptic, then. Susato-san used this cat flap-o-mat that night, but why? Okay. Allow cats to come and go freely. Oh, I miss Shu Takumi's brain so much. Oh, okay. Yep. Your 5 minutes is over. It's important for court, you see. We're out of time already? Feels like coming home. Mm-hmm. I'm grateful to you for affording us that brief recess, Mr. Reaper. I need no thanks, Detective. After all, the die is cast. Is it really? The jurors are unanimous in their leanings. No doubt my learned friend will consider a summation examination. But at any attempt to alter the verdict now would be utterly futile. I wonder... Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? The rest is down to you, dear fellow. You mean the rest is up to me? Don't you? What is your plan? Random bullshit go? The rest is down to me? I need to be careful here. If I make a wrong move, the trial will end. Badly. My lord, the defense requests... time to think. I have to. I have to. I absolutely need time to think. That's an amazing option. It's no good. I need time to think. What do you think you're doing, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry? What of Miss Susato's gracious gesture? Would you let this final piece of evidence she left you go to waste? Final piece of... This is not a time for inaction. It's a time to hear from a witness. But it's not possible for me to bring a new witness to the stand at this point. I don't think that's what Hurley means, Runo. Have you forgotten where we are in the trial? Aha. The defense is nothing more to add. We should proceed to adjudication. Wait, my lord. Defense requests. Time to think. Further cross-examination. The jurors have spoken. Protocol dictates that you may not cross-examine a new witness now.
Objection.
The defense is not asking for the cross-examination of a new witness, rather to continue with one of an existing witness. It was put on hold. What? It would appear that a rather important detail has escaped your attention, Mr. Reaper. My lord! Requesting your lordship permission to interrupt the cross-examination. He was very specific in his phrasing here. Thank you, officer. Very well. The cross-examination is hereby temporarily suspended. I presume you have no objection, counsel? No, my lord. So nobody can say anything then. If Runo asks to resume his cross-examination of Mr. Graydon, the court is obliged to allow it. This is absurd. It's an Ace Attorney game.
I would remind those present that this is my courtroom. It's mine. My gavel. My ridiculous brazier contraption for the jurors. Don't touch it. I concur the defense is entirely within its rights to request the continuation of the cross-examination. However, I will not permit an unremitting protraction of these proceedings. Therefore, I have decided to afford the defense one final opportunity in concluding the cross-examination. Counsel, you must choose but one statement from the witness's testimony and but one piece of evidence to present in support of your argument against it.
A single chance to present evidence.
If, following that, the situation remains unchanged, I shall move to adjudication. Is that clear, counsels? You will not press the witness any further. My lord.
Yes, my lord. A single statement and a single piece of evidence. Most generous. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's high time I fell in a dead faint. I leave this in your capable hands. This game's good. This game's very good. They didn't want to make a separate animation for him calmly collapsing, so they just used this startle animation. That's just smart. That's just good game design right there. Oh boy. Okay. To stand so insouciantly before the court in a state of such high fever. Either the man has extraordinary strength of mind or an extraordinary lack of feeling. No, Your Honor, he's extraordinarily dumb of ass. I imagine he's feeling very little now. The detective is sleeping soundly in one of the antechambers. Insouced. The lot of them. Insouciance. It's the cocaine. Strike a man when he's down, why don't you?
Well then, counsel, are you fully prepared?
Yes. One statement, one piece of evidence. One piece. I won't let Mr. Sholmes down, or Iris. And I won't waste this final chance that Suzato-san has given me. This is going to decide the entire outcome of the trial. Live action. Yeah, if it's YouTube or Twitch, you can just go ahead and post it.
Very well then, under the terms I've outlined, you may resume the cross-examination.
If you still need a permit, let me know. I'm not gonna show it on stream though, because the live action version might get me bopped. Going to the shooting again. Shit! That's really good. I'm gonna save. I like how it's not just intense high BPM stress you the fuck out. It's just like an elevation. What was there before? God, it's good. It was only SS Buria. Yeah, it's been a long time. It's a screen grab. Okay, gotcha. Appreciate it. Boom. Let me look at the cat flap-o-matic thing. It's looking at me and going, Oh, dear God. It's amazing. How many chalices do they destroy in the live action stage production? Just throw them against the wall. Beautiful. We're back. Tarkas female. Hell yeah. Oh God. Phew. Those vicious teeth look like they could rip through almost anything. They're good, aren't they? They're made of a special alloy I developed just for this job. The cutter rotates 10 times per second so it can get through any kind of door in no time at all. You've created an extremely efficient murder device. And what are the two parts at the top there? Oh, those are for attaching hinges to the section of door that gets cut out. Right, of course. Nothing can match this machine for power. It can make mincemeat of even the toughest of doors. It sounds so charming and friendly when you say what it's for, but it feels like the reality of the cat flapomat is that it's a grim weapon of door destruction. Wagahai's so adorable, there's nothing I wouldn't do for him, even developing deadly weapons. Any cat owner would likely agree. Okay. Sure. Real. That's it? That's all we got. Okay. Also defend off your cats. Right. Chose new VR goggles. Ugh. Okay. Well, adjustment of the burger, the shop. Okay. So, am I allowed to still press on anything, or is it just present in evidence on one time? There's the shop. I'm going through national account. I feel sharply on my arm. Just made sure I'm still in the store. I'm through the people in the door. Yeah, I shot the man in the face. Is trying to flee to safety. I saw blast fire over the wretched girl. She tossed the gun at the people, so I picked up and made my escape. His lordship's only going to allow me to present one piece of evidence here. I can always just do a safety save. Well, I already did, but it's fine. But it's clear what the piece of evidence should be. How in the world did Susie manage to sneak off with this without me noticing? And she used it in the pawnbrokery. Yes, at least that's what Mr. Shom said. I was only gone from the place for about 5 minutes when I went after the Skulkin brothers. What possible reason could Susato have had to use Iris's contraption in that time? Could it be that what she did with the cat flapomat completely changes one of the key premises this testimony is based on? I mean, there's two lines that reference the peephole. There's him seeing the scene through the peephole, and then there's the depositing of the gun through the peephole. So I would assume that it's one of those. I could see him through the peephole in the door. Trying to flee safety, blood splatter the girl. She tossed the gun out of the peephole, I picked it up and made my escape. If there was a cat flap, how would that change the situation? I don't know. I'm simply so confused. So I'm gonna try it. But I just don't know what this means for the case.
What on earth is that eccentric contraption, Counsel?
Oh, it's my cat flapomat, my lord. It makes a way for cats to get in and out of a room. 8% flapomat on both statements. Oh, that's nice. You just have to connect it to the flap in the door. It can cut through any door you can think of and make a new little door in the middle of it. That's right, my lord. It's a device for creating so-called cat flaps. Small doors for cats to come and go as they please without their owners having to open the main door. I'm sure we can all work that out for ourselves. But that cat lover's contrivance has no possible relevance to this case. Oh, really? Of course it doesn't. To start with, there was no cat flap in the pawnbroker's door.
Not being a keeper of cats myself, I'm afraid I fail to see what this has to do with the matter at hand.
Perhaps it would help if I described its function another way, then. This contraption is able to create a peephole in any door you can imagine in practically no time at all.
I beg your pardon? A peephole, you say?
For cats to peep. 2 nights ago, we arrived at the scene only minutes after the murder of Mr. Winniebank had taken place.
That's right. According to the paperwork at the yard, it was you, your Japanese assistant, and Sholmes.
Yes, the 3 of us were together, and it's recently come to my attention that my assistant made use of this device at the time.
Your assistant did what?
Cat peeps. You can just say assistant. You sure can. There was a peephole in the storeroom door. I can attest to that. Because I looked through the peephole myself in order to see inside the locked storeroom.
This is ludicrous. What are you trying to say? Of course there was a peephole in the door. I said as much in my testimony. How else could I have witnessed the crime, for pity's sake?
Yes. How could you? What? Was there no peephole until Susato made one? Wouldn't I've noticed that? Was the door bare when I first went into the pawnbrokers? And I didn't notice that there was a door, the cat flap later? I have photos. I have photos. It's arguably partially obscured. Wait. Wait. I gotta go lay down. Oh, fucking hell. I never noticed. Oh, man. Oh, man. I thought it was there the whole time. God damn it. Fucking God. Say what you mean. I don't know, man. Time to strike the final blow. What is this, my lord? My assistant made the peephole in the storeroom door, and until such a time as she did, the door had no hole in it to look through. I said the word cat flap. I'm sure I did.
Objection!
I need to go back and see how they first present the flap in the door. Because it felt entirely normal to me, the way they did that. I wasn't like, wait, was there always a cat flap? Or a peephole flap? They're like, yeah, I looked through the flap in the door. Okay, sure. It has a paw print on the knob. Does it? Does it? Does it have a fucking... How unobservant am I? God. I don't have a photo of the door, do I? Like the actual flap. Oh my god. Okay, I'm mad. Okay. I remember thinking flapping the door serum was a stupid idea. Well, and someone was like, oh, but you could use that to get into the door. And I was like, well, it depends on where it is. It's not a paw print, it's Iris's flower symbol. Okay. The flower makes sense, and maybe that's enough to put it together if you're smart. A paw print would be pretty conspicuous. A flower is just like, it's a little ornamentation. The two scenes of the crime? What do you mean? Do we have anything in here? No. I got goddamn Takumi. I just, oh. Thank you for not pointing that out. Because if you noticed that way earlier, you're like, wait a second. Wow. Wow. Great. It's good. Well, it's not just the small detail. It's like, I don't know. Even if you're being thorough and like checking for differences between them, they very deliberately don't give you a side-by-side of those, I don't think. I don't know, maybe they do. I don't know if you ever get a side-by-side where there's one where it's missing, one where it's not. It's fine. Great. This is a farce. Are you really suggesting the peephole in the door was... About the photos at all. It's fine. I mean, this is when they're spelling it out, so I got it now. They even stereoscope it? They do? Oh my god. For the book's moving, right, because that's when those two photos are. So that's also an opportunity where they wouldn't stand out visually, but you might see, It scares someone, The Great Herlock Sholmes, I mean, I knew that at some point, because you don't introduce, hey, this is a handheld device that creates cat flaps in even the sturdiest of doors, and then you smack a door and say, this door is so sturdy. Like, obviously, what the hell, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Like, you don't do that unless it's like the most obvious Chekhov's gun in the world, but even still, I managed to not put it together. Specifically because I thought that that flap was always there. I thought that was just part of the door. I made that assumption. Which is again why I'm like, I really want to go back and see how they first presented it. Thank you. I appreciate it. Can't outshoot the Takumi, especially when it, yeah, Chekhov's cat flaps. Thank you. I hope the people that got gifted subs enjoy the emotes. We have a bunch of new ones recently, actually. We got Naruhodo, we got Bail 'em Out, we got Bar Lost by Outlaw Eric, and all the rest. Anyway, it was created after the incident had taken place by my judicial assistant using this device. Your assistant tampered with the crime scene whilst being fully aware of the gravity of her actions. That is the most serious act of vandalism. Well, she's on a boat in the middle of the Atlantic, so good luck with that. Although, if she returns in the second game, I hope that there's like some fallout for that, from which I humbly apologize, my lord. Or maybe the second game doesn't take place in England? I don't know. It was in the few minutes that I left the scene in order to pursue the Skulkin brothers and alert the police. Nevertheless, in the light of this new information, it becomes apparent that Mr. Graydon's testimony is riddled with holes. Cat-sized holes.
Riddled with... Explain yourself, counsel.
Does it ever end? It's a long... I feel like we're approaching the end, but yeah, it's a long case. The majority of Mr. Graydon's testimony that appears to incriminate the defendant is based upon what he witnessed through the people in the storeroom door. That filthy girl shooting the man in the back. However, if at the time of the incident, that people did not yet exist in the door, there's no possible way that you could have seen what you claim to have seen. In short, your entire testimony is a pack of lies. I love how he's never pointing at the witness when it cuts that wide shot. Order! And they're 3D models. It would be trivial to rotate them. Like in a sprite-based game, you have to make custom sprites for every angle, but you can just spin them. It's funny every time.
Is there any credence to this revelation?
Objection!
She'll be on the channel right now. In the channel? They had the channel, right, in 1900? That was already built? As my learned friend must surely realize. Exactly, this is just some cheap trick designed to discredit me. Yeah, totally. I'm afraid not. Latent rotate. I'm afraid not, sir. Of course it is. Do you seriously expect people to believe that plaything can cut through a solid wooden door? Oh yes, I designed it to be very powerful. It can cut through even the toughest of doors. That's absurd. I don't believe it for a second. I had a feeling you'd say that. What? Waggy, cooey, time for dinner. She made a cat flap in the courtroom door. That's probably a crime. Well,
Young lady, this is the Old Bailey. One does not make cat flaps in the oak paneling at the Old Bailey.
this is why I love Shu Takumi's brain. This is the final case. We've been here for 1,000 hours. Anyone who's playing this game is exhausted by this point, and we're going, the little girl made a cat flap in the door of the courtroom to prove part of the case true. But it's silly, my lord. Eto bleh, etc. It's good. And that thing is silent. Apparently, I don't know when she did that. He's gonna be fired out of a cannon. He is going to be lowered into the pit of lava in the barrel with Graydon and with the Skulkin brothers, probably Herlock, maybe Iris. Not Waggy though, Waggy's innocent. I'm not done yet, don't worry. This doesn't mean that the peephole in the storeroom door at Windybanks was made by your machine. And there's no way you can prove that it was. The extremely elaborate cat coming through the flap animation was the start. Yeah, it was foreshadowing. No, but it's easy. What? The cat flaps my cat flap mat creates are all of a fixed size. And the dimensions of the people at Windybanks are an exact match. Hee hee, old Silky's lost for words. Excellent work, Iris, thank you. And now it's my learned student's friend's turn to be lost for words, I feel. I believe your judicial assistant has already left the country for your Eastern Island home. Well, yes, that's true. Then you may have some difficulty in establishing all of the facts. For the sake of argument, let us assume the people has dimensions that are a perfect fit for this contraption. In that case, when was the peephole cut?
The prosecution demands proof of your answer. What is the purpose of your line of inquiry, Lord Van Zieks? It's very simple, my lord. The defense argues that the Peephole was created after the incident using this device. But now that the perpetrator has returned to her native land, she cannot testify to the fact. There is no proof. And for as long as the defense remains unable to prove when the peephole was made, I almost said poop hole, my learned friend's claim amounts to nothing more than baseless accusation. It's a very different contraption. I also have a different contraption that creates a poop hole anywhere you want. Indeed, that is so, Lord Van Zieks, well counseled. Would Van Zieks unironically say poop hole? I think he would, given the right circumstance. Don't put it, no. Don't give up now, Runo. This is the time to create your own opening and force your way through. I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Very well. The counsel for the defense will present evidence to support the claim made. Proof that the people in the door of Windybank's storeroom was created after the event and not before. I don't really need a safety save at this point. I still have all 5 HP from saves coming. I'm assuming either of these photos would count.
Take that!
I'll pick the one where it's present. The defense believes this is all the proof the court should need. Okay, cool. Then the defense is extremely hopeful. That proves nothing. I guess I need... Never mind. The photo where it's not present makes sense. Because you're proving it up until this point, there was no flap. So that's... What time is listed on that photo? 1 a.m. Yeah, literally at the time of the incident. Yeah, that tracks. 100%. Yeah, that makes sense. Prove it didn't exist for it. That's true. They want me to show that people was created after Windybanks was killed, but I have no idea how to do that. Don't be disheartened. You can rely on Susie. Rely on Miss Susato? What do you mean? Well, she wouldn't have left you in the lurch, would she? You can be sure she thought of a way to prove what you're being asked to prove now. There must be some evidence in the court record somewhere that'll do the trick. All right, then at the point to prove the people was made after the accident, it would suffice to show the people wasn't there before the incident took place. With your lordship's permission, I'd like to present a different piece instead. Very well. Proof. Give me proof, man.
Take that!
This one, actually. What are you? A print from that detective's infernal cameras again? My judicial assistant, Miss Susato Mikotoba, is an extremely intelligent and capable woman, which is why I never had any cause to doubt that she would have considered this scenario and made sure I had the necessary proof.
And the necessary proof is this photographic print, counsel?
This print shows a scene in the shop moments after the defendants entered the premises.
Agreed.
It also shows the accused mercilessly wielded a gun in the direction of the defenseless broker. But more to the point, it pictures the storeroom door in the background.
Let me see that print again. I don't believe it. This really is quite remarkable. The door to the storeroom is completely devoid of a peephole of any description.
Look past the peephole and see there's no peephole.
Mr. Graydon?
You couldn't possibly have witnessed the crime as you claim to have done, because at the time it happened, there was no peephole in the door. In other words, your testimony
is a catalog of lies. We got him.
maybe.
Order! Order! I am satisfied the defense has substantiated its claim beyond all reasonable doubt.
He's dead.
The witness's testimony was entirely fallacious.
It was entirely a phallus?
That's not the only thing that is a phallus that we now know beyond all reasonable doubt.
My learned friend's assistant's guilt can no longer be denied. The woman tampered with a crime scene. But more importantly,
Good lord, there's more, Lord Van Zeeks. The defense may have established a reprehensible instance of perjury, but that is no proof that this man is the victim's killer.
God damn it. Yes, that's right.
What?
I was there at the scene. It's true. And I was shot in the arm. It's true. But that's all. Yes, in fact, if you look at the circumstances, I am the victim here. Oh, please. No. He just regenerated a new HP bar. I don't believe this. They're right as it stands now. I don't have any definitive proof that he is the culprit. Still, he can't worm his way out of it now. You know what they say. There's no point locking the cat's door after the cat has bolted. Goodbye. Have a nice day at work. Isn't that right, Runo? As Hurley always says, one lie begets another. No, wait, that might have been for a line I wrote from in one of my stories. Well, no matter who said it first, that you're right. I think it's about horses, that works too. That's fine. You can lead a cat to water, but it takes two in the hand. Not only did you give false testimony to the court, but the lies you told make no sense. Bolt the cat before door, cat bolt door. Makes no sense. What do you mean by such a remark? What you said in your testimony reveals that you know something you shouldn't have known. In other words, there's a fundamental inconsistency in your statements. But
Objection!
this is provocative talk, counsel. Won't you enlighten the court? Explain this alleged inconsistency. Iris was right. One lie begets another. The inconsistency is revealed by the lies in the witnesses' statements. They show Mr. Graydon had knowledge of something he shouldn't have known anything about. Namely, the bloodstains on the coat. The bloodstains that were present on Miss Lestrade's coat. That's right, the victim's blood spattered all over her when she shot him. How could you possibly have known that? Obviously, because I saw her do it through the peephole in the... The point is not that you lied in your testimony, Mr. Graydon. It's the nature of the lie you concocted that is so revealing. You're not making any sense. Then let me ask you a simple question. How is it, Mr. Graydon, that you knew of the existence of the peephole in the storeroom door? What? Well, obviously, Has the cat got your tongue, witness? The peephole in the door was made after the incident occurred. And once I returned to the shop, having failed to catch the two burglars, Scotland Yard's investigators arrived immediately. Since that time, the police have been at Windibanks constantly, carrying out their investigation. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson?
Well, yes, of course. The place is chock full of pawned articles and my lads have to thoroughly examine them all. So I gave the order to have officers working around the clock in shifts so we get through it all.
And consequently, there's no way that you, Mr. Graydon, could have gained access to the shop. Therefore, you should have known nothing about the peephole in the storeroom door. So the fact that its existence forms the basis of your testimony is inexplicable.
Objection!
And yet the fact remains that Mr. Graydon did maintain he witnessed the crime take place through the peephole in the door.
How on earth is that possible?
Could I have a word, please, Lord Van Zeeks? Speak, Inspector.
It's just that I really ought to be getting back to the station now to put in my report. There's really nothing more I can add to this testimony, so if it's all the same to you.
Permission denied.
Oh,
It's not all the same to me, Inspector. Not at all. You will remain exactly where you are until this trial concludes.
of course, sir.
Mr. Graydon? You shouldn't have known about the existence of that peephole. I've never said peephole so many times in my life, which can only mean that you must have been informed about it by somebody else.
Objection!
Stop there, my learned friend. You realize I trust that the words you just uttered have extremely serious implications.
Yep. But the defense believes that the details about the case that Mr. Graydon claims to have seen must have been revealed to him by a certain person before his testimony. And, in fact, considering a particular clue we have, there's really only one person that could be.
Who is the person in question, counsel? Who gave this witness details of the crime scene to facilitate his false testimony?
Obviously, we can all agree it was Iris. She did it, Your Honor. What?
Take that!
It can only have been you, Inspector Gregson. Me?
Objection!
Maybe. You had better have some proof to substantiate such a rash claim, my learned friend.
It was Waggy.
Consider the fact that we have only been aware of Mr. Ashley Graydon's identity for the last few hours. We learnt of it only during the course of the trial today.
Indeed, preparations for his testimony were made with great urgency during our hour-long recess. While the police executed the subpoena and brought the man here from the communications station.
And until that time, Mr. Graydon would have had no idea. No inkling that he would suddenly be required to appear in court, will me? Will me, my lord?
Are you suggesting that until such a time as he was summoned?
Yes, my lord. Until then, it's reasonable to assume he knew nothing of the peephole. It was only once Mr. Graydon was in the stand that he realized his position, that he would have to defend himself against the accusation that he was the third intruder. You're suggesting to the court that it was while this trial was in progress that he received the information, so that he could commit perjury in order to save his skin. Exactly. And the only person with knowledge of the investigation that he had any contact with is you, Inspector Gregson.
This is a bloomin' outrage. Why would I be giving away details of our investigations to this fella, eh? I was summoned to his lordship's chambers during the recess in any case. Had you forgotten that? Quite true. I had a number of questions regarding the events that transpired at the pawnbrokery.
Which means... The first time these two laid eyes on one another was after proceedings resumed following the recess. Since then, they've been in full view in the stand, where such illicit discussions couldn't possibly have occurred. I mean, but they were talking. Oh, I just remembered something, Runo. What was it, Iris? There was one time before, wasn't there? I think it was when Ginny was testifying. Yeah, now you mention it. When the bailiff was dispatched to retrieve McGilded's music box from the scene of the crime.
That's it. It was during that testimony.
Yeah, why is Van Zieks even trying to imply that they didn't do this in full view of everyone? I remember finding it strange at that time. A little bit strange. Graydon and the inspector seemed to be having some kind of secret discussion. In the middle of the courtroom. It would have been possible for you to give Mr. Graydon the information he needed then.
You little toe rag, you're making all this up. I'm a respectable Scotland Yard inspector, for crying out loud. Why would I do something like that? Why would I be giving away confidential details to the likes of this bloke?
Admittedly, you wouldn't have had any reason to do something like that for no gain. But perhaps it was part of a deal of some kind. Then it starts to make more sense.
What deal, counsel?
I wonder if perhaps in exchange for details about the peephole at the crime scene, Mr. Graydon agreed to give a certain something to the inspector.
I'm sure I need not remind the inspector that, if found to be true, striking a deal of any kind with a witness would be considered a gross case of malfeasance. Well,
Objection!
It's becoming clear that jumping in with accusations is this Nipponese student's speciality. I don't do that. But with the stakes so high, the prosecution is not prepared to listen to baseless charges. It is incumbent on the defense now to present evidence in support of this diabolical claim. Evidence? Just what are you proposing the inspector demanded of the witness in return? The court must see proof of this alleged deal. If Inspector Gregson really did strike a deal with Mr. Graydon, then logically, there's only one thing he could have asked for. That must be it. Bruno, do you think it could be? Yeah. It's the missing link that would join all the dots together in this puzzle.
I must press you for an answer now, counsel. What evidence explains the nature of the alleged deal that Inspector Gregson made with the witness?
I'm just gonna assume the other disc.
Take that!
Inspector Gregson, besides this murder, is it not true that you've been working on another very important case?
What are you getting at now, Sunshine?
Is it possible that this other top secret case is what it's alluded to in this newspaper article here? Next to the very funny Marmaduke, and the very funny Family Circus, and the very funny Heathcliff, the classified secrets being leaked overseas from the Ministry of Justice.
How the bleeding Nora could you?
We discovered during the course of this trial the music box deposited at Wendy Banks by Magnus McGilded. A special music box designed to play 2 discs at once. It would seem very likely now that encoded on the pair of discs that were in McGilded's possession are the leaked classified secrets. So I put it to you, Inspector, that in order to recover the second of the discs containing those secrets, you covertly made a deal with Mr. Graydon in which you exchanged the disc for details of the case.
You little... Oh, my chippy!
Order! On the day of the incident, when we met you at Wendy Banks, you said this.
I'll be taking that whatever it is in McGilded's down to the yard, thank you very much. So hand it over.
No, don't give it to him. It's mine, it is mine.
I'm sorry, miss, but anything belonging in McGilded has to be taken in as evidence now.
Scotland Yard already knew at that time, isn't that right? That Magnus McGilded was involved in the stealing of the government secrets. Thank you for the hydrate. I'm pretty much out of water, but I will hydrate soon.
Yeah.
My orders were recover the medium, Maya, to use to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Strictly hush hush. What's the QT? And that explains why, when I presented this disc as evidence to the court, you objected so heavily, I presume. The QT. Oh, it's me! Because you knew that it contained highly confidential information. The small medium is at large once again.
Blimey, not likely. I mean, I wasn't sure of it myself. I realized there was a possibility, that's all. Inspector, surely you're not saying that in order to acquire the second of these music box discs, you did indeed reveal confidential details of the crime scene to the witness?
On the DL. Yeah, does QT stand for something?
To aid and abet this man in giving false testimony?
There's no other way that Mr. Graydon could have known of the existence of the peephole. It's the only explanation. A deal was struck between these 2 men. Just short for quiet.
Objection!
But it's the same number of syllables. Granted, DL and down low are also the same number. It's fine. If, and I stress if, this sobering assertion turns out to be founded in truth, it would mean that the second disc is, as we speak, here in this very courtroom. Wait, what? In this room? How could you possibly make a claim like that? Because Inspector Gregson is a Scotland Yard detective. What?
What's that supposed to mean, eh?
As a seasoned policeman, the inspector will have approached this alleged deal with caution. Certainly he would not have accepted a gentleman's agreement in this manner. In this matter, no. He would have insisted on having the article agreed upon in the palm of his hand. Why would Graydon have brought the disc to court? Granted, he didn't know he was gonna get summoned, so maybe he just had it on his person and didn't have time to get rid of it.
Good gracious, you mean to say Inspector Gregson already has the item in question in his possession? He has the second disc on his person?
Yes!
The defense demands the inspector is searched at once. Definitely. They can only have struck a deal with each other when Ginny was testifying before, and Gregsy hasn't moved from the stand. My lord, please order an examination of his personal effects immediately.
Well, Inspector,
I interrupted him, going back for more.
this young lad wants to tone down his imagination. He has insulted me and my profession quite enough. However, if it'll put this matter to bed and dispel any doubts about my involvement, then I'll happily submit to a body search.
What? He's going to agree to it. I presume you're aware of the precipice on which you now teeter, my learned student friend. You've made a most serious allegation against Scotland Yard here. If, following the search of the inspector's personal effects, no disc is found, you will be deemed unfit for court service. This trial will end, and you will be lowered into a pit of lava in a barrel with those two over there and maybe a few other people. Also, my country's government will formally demand that you are severely reprimanded. That sounds serious. Check his people. No.
Indeed, to have a visiting student make such defamatory remarks about our country's most senior police force is not something Her Majesty's government will be able to overlook.
You're just threatening Runo because you're scared.
The accusation's beyond serious. You must be prepared for grave consequences.
Search the chippy. It's true. I can't imagine Gregson would have accepted a gentleman's agreement for something so critical. The disc must have physically changed hands, which means the inspector should have it. But somehow, something doesn't feel quite right here.
Very well, Counsel. You know the implications, so let me ask you one final time.
Yes, my lord.
Do you still persist in formally requesting a search of the inspector's personal effects?
Search someone else? The defense formally demands the search be conducted.
Well,
Don't say you weren't warned, but your typical Nipponese stubbornness may well land you in hot water this time. Perhaps the lesson will do you some good.
fair enough. I've got nothing to hide. Very well then. Bailiff, conduct a search of the inspector's personal effects, please.
The defense demands a search, but not of Inspector Gregson.
What? Now what's all this? I'm the one you're accusing, aren't I? I thought you wanted to search me.
No, Inspector, not you. Somebody else.
What's the meaning of all this, eh? Lost it at last, have you, sunshine? The court shouldn't have to put up with this nonsense. You've been completely irrational.
Most irrational indeed. Be quiet, all of you. Oh. Bruno's doing what you all told him to do and having the courage of his convictions. So you should respect that and listen to what he has to say in good faith. Because that's the British way.
Well said, young lady.
Indeed, this court is in awe of the defense counsel's conviction and eagerly awaits his next words.
You are... Now, don't be hasty, my lord.
If I'm not mistaken about the things I've seen in court today, I'm fairly sure that I know who has that disc at the moment. There's only one person it can be.
Counsel, of whom do you request this search now?
Gregson!
Take that!
Mr. Nash Skulkin. Well, I never.
Baby! Me? Him? Those two fuckers.
Very well then, bailiff. Stop the barrel that's currently lowering them into the pit of lava. We have to search him first. Restrain the witness and conduct a thorough search of his personal effects.
Hold it!
Please, my lord. Inspector? Scotland Yard, has to object to this search.
Objection!
I need plushies of them that dip into a bucket of lava.
Unfortunately for you, Inspector, your objections carry no weight here. In this courtroom, only the prosecution and the defense have the authority to object. But Lord Van Zeeks, I have no idea what forces are in play that might influence your actions. But personally, I have no intention of obstructing the course of this trial. Ugh. Bailiff, carry out the search. Now, hold on a mo. I don't know nothing. Nothing about no disc. Cut it out! Here, my lord, in the witness's pocket, I found this. Good lord, that's another music box disc. I don't know nothing about it, nothing.
Look at Ringo's face.
That is the second music box disc left behind by Magnus McGilded. Big spin, is it not, Inspector Gregson? Yo, Order! Order! Mr. Skulkin, what have you to say for yourself? Gordon Bennett, I mean just Gordon Flamin' Bennett. I swear I didn't know nothing about that disc. Honest to God.
They made such a big deal about Gregson shaking Nash. It made I didn't put anything together until like right then, but it seemed the most logical. They're like, it's so out of character for him to be so physical with someone like that. They like went out of their way to be like, that was weird of him to do.
Counsel, would you please explain what exactly is going on here?
I'm glad I remembered too, because my ass don't remember nothing.
The alleged deal that was struck between was between this witness.
Thanks, no Beetle. 83 months. That's a lot.
And this detective, no?
Disc swap. Shake swap.
Without question, my lord. Then, for pity's sake, why on earth was this man in possession of the disc that the inspector traded for information?
Inspector Gregson is a shrewd, calculating man who rarely loses his composure. But at one particular point in this trial, he exhibited some unusual behavior for a brief moment.
I don't recall.
What unusual behavior? It was, yes, during my cross-examination of Mr. Graydon. Tell me, Mr. Graydon, when you left the pawnbrokery that night, was there by any chance with the second disc in your pocket? I admit to nothing of the sort.
I
wish part of the loop had him, like, very clearly reach into his pocket. Well, Mr. Graydon answered my questions. The inspector appeared to have grabbed Nash Skulkin by his coat and was shaking him violently, which all of us were jealous of and wanted to do ourselves. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, he did it and all. I thought me noggin was gonna fall clean off, I did. I was wishing I'd been born as me brother I was.
I texted Beth a while ago to ask for a water refill, and it seems that Beth finally checked their phone, which I appreciate, and they've taken my glass and they have stopped in the door and they're just dancing with my glass. So I don't think I'm getting more water. And what exactly happened to make the detective attack you like that?
I ain't got a clue. He just suddenly turned and grabbed me whistle like that and started shaking me. Why the blazes didn't you mention the third gun when we got down to the station? That's what he said.
Water hostage.
Yelled it right down my ear hole, he did.
Ear hole people?
Me head's still throbbing now.
Oh, it's a rain dance. So the way the detective behaved then was extremely out of character. But looking back now, it must have been then that he did it. Oh, I'm thank you. You want to keep that? Okay. Can I have the water, please? Thank you so much. I accept it. Thank you. Can I have the water, please? I'm not hungry. Thank you so much. What do you mean? I'm so thirsty. Please. Please. Because I've been reading nonstop for 4 hours and 40 minutes. I don't know. It's stupid. I don't want it now. I don't want it. I don't want it. What do you mean be careful? It's not even all the way full.
Be careful.
I'm careful.
Be careful.
I'm being careful.
Rip it from the bottom.
Thanks. Ah, that's good water. Anyway, what we're doing? A big sippy. Watch out for the cat flap. In the water? In the water glass? Anyway, what were we talking about? It must have been then they did it. Yeah. Fix hydrate. That was the opportunity Inspector Gregson created for himself in order to hide the disc. Right. I remember where we are.
Bless my wig, he hid it? But I'm afraid I fail to comprehend the motive here. If the detective had acquired the disc he was after, why on earth would he then proceed to hide it in another man's pocket? This is a court of law. He could have submitted the item as evidence.
It would appear, my lord, that the inspector was not at liberty to do that. Thanks for 5 years, Levere. That's a long time.
Back from the magic.
Wagahai made a very important presentation.
Why ever not?
As the man himself revealed earlier, his current assignment has some special conditions.
My orders were: recover the medium used to convey the secrets leaked from the ministry, and do it on the QT. Hush, hush. Hush, hush. A top secret assignment, is it?
As far as we're aware, the information stolen comes from confidential government communications. It would seem that if the information were to be revealed in court as evidence, it would be problematic. Does that sum up the situation, Inspector?
I'm operating under direct orders from the ministry. I'm afraid I'm not at liberty to answer that question.
So, realizing there was a chance that you may be searched here in court, you took steps to hide the disc you had acquired from the witness.
Oh, does this mean?
He only pretended to attack Mr. Skulkin in order to get close enough to him to slip the second disc into his pocket. He also probably just wanted to shake him.
So it was all a pretense? Well now, Inspector Gregson, and you, Mr. Graydon.
I'd shake him too.
Are you prepared to admit to the accusation made against you of this alleged deal?
A lot of hissing going on from these witnesses.
Admit to it, yours truly, please.
Mr. Graydon. Clearly our Eastern visitor has an uncommonly active imagination. However, there's no proof that I passed that disc to the inspector.
Objection!
But then, how do you explain the reason why you knew about the peephole? I'm under no obligation to explain. Prosecution? Judge? Any jury? Anyone? What? Yes, I lied in my testimony. That I admit. So sentence me accordingly. But that is all I admit. Murder, leaking government secrets, striking a deal with the detective. All of it is this young Eastern man's fancy. I have no idea what any of that is about. You... what? You what? You what? You have the government secrets. You have it now. Well, what about you then, Inspector Gregson? Do you admit to making a deal with Mr. Graydon in order to acquire the disc?
Ladies and gents of the jury, as a Scotland Yard inspector, I will declare this and nothing more. I am acting in the best interests of the country. Whatever I've done has been in the name of justice. So, as members of the public of this fine country, I'd like to think that justice will be your guiding light when you're making your decisions. Quite a quandary indeed. Rarely have I encountered such extraordinary tumultuousness in the concluding of a trial. Nevertheless, in the absence of any further evidence to be presented, I believe it is time that we put the matter to the jury for their final leanings. Well now, as a fellow servant of Queen and Country, I must say I sympathize with the old inspector.
Yes, he's a dependable man, I'm quite sure. In service, one becomes a good judge of character. Even crossing your eyes doesn't help when it comes to looking at this case. It's all blurred to me.
Well, as a fellow professional, I'd like to put my faith in the detective, really.
Graydon is highly skilled operator. Stop. Currently in presence of idol. Stop.
Detective is very much trust in eyes. More than this, I cannot say.
I don't believe it. These 6 jurors are... They're gonna believe Gregson. If they declare their decision now. Is Ginny gonna be found guilty? If I don't manage to produce some definitive evidence right now, then we're going to lose. Either some proof that Graydon killed Mr. Windybank or stole those government secrets. Or some evidence to force Gregson into admitting that he struck a deal with the witness.
Well then, counsel, I think it's time I imposed on the jurors to declare their final decisions, no? That is, unless you have some compelling evidence you have thus far not presented to the court.
If I let the judge call on the jurors to announce their leanings, Gino will be found guilty. So there's no choice then, Bruno. You have to throw some more evidence at them. What if my band? My badge. What have I not thrown at them? The crime scene, yeah? Yeah. Probably the unpublished story, right? That would definitely get us that. Trauma. The guns, the things. Then that. What the fuck? We have no other choice, she says, pulling out her gun. Yep, this is it now. It comes down to this. Who do I present evidence against, Gregson or Graydon? Ugh. 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 I mean, my gut tells me that that Gregson would be the better call. I don't know what the fuck evidence I have, but it seems like if he was relinquished of his obligations, he'd be like, oh yeah, here's the answer. Whereas I feel like no matter what we throw at Graydon, he'll wiggle his way out of it. But do I have anything that would prove that he's involved? I can emote. I can emote only yes. I'm gonna save scum. But you won't be able to diddles or Maya spin. You can only use Twitch emotes. Alright. Enjoy your jail time, chat. Yeah, you've been locked up. You've been locked up, the lot of you. I did save, right? I'm just gonna double safety save. They really made it seem like if I leave it to the jury, then things are looking bad for us. They believe the inspector. So it's either between, do I have anything else to throw at Graydon? I really don't think so. Do I have anything else to throw at Gregson? I really don't think so. Can't I just prove with the music box that, like, have someone convert the Morse code? What was the... Proof that Graydon killed Winnie Bank or stole those government secrets, or evidence to force Gregson admitting he struck a deal with the witness. Proof Graydon killed Winnie Bank does not exist. As far as I can tell, I can't prove that. Proof he stole the government secrets. If I prove that the 2 discs create a Morse code message, is that tied to him? Or is that just like someone like McGill did discs or something? Like, can I pin that on him? And then conversely, if I was able to use those discs, would that force Gregson admitting he struck a deal? Because he was just like, well, I'm operating under orders and I did it for the country. Thanks, dude guy. With my new key, you can bail him out. I gotta do something. I'm gonna go for it. If I explode, I explode. Inspector Gregson, there is one final piece of evidence I would like you to see.
Well, what's that then?
If you refuse to acknowledge that you did in fact strike a deal with the witness here today, then you leave us no choice but to examine this piece of evidence thoroughly.
Well, go on.
This is my last chance. It looks like I'm gonna have to force his hand here. One final piece of evidence to get this detective to admit to the deal he clearly struck with Graydon. Ugh. Good. My brain is so fried. I don't have the second disc as evidence. And I don't know if I can just present that again. Also, this has been in my thing the entire game, and I'm like, how would I ever use that? And I have that still. Fuck it.
Take that!
Is that Mr. McGillicud's peculiar music box, Counsel?
Did I have the right assumption? Yes. With a disc already in place ready to play. Cool. What if I emote only off? Do you want to be back in jail, chat? I think perhaps now would be a good time to listen to the sound produced by the music box again. Jail us! Jail's comfy. You met Maya? How's she doing? Only this time, with the second disc we've just discovered set in place as well. I couldn't figure that out. I mean, that felt like I was operating on a level above the game. It almost felt like I was metagaming it a little bit. But not really. I was thinking about their personalities and that Gregson was the likelier choice of someone who would comply. And it seems very obvious, like we haven't listened to it, but I don't have the second disc, so then that turned into like, well, would that accept that as the proper thing to play? Anyway, got it first try, so I'm happy.
Goodness, the disc, Counsel. No, wait. I can't let you do that.
Why not?
Because it got nothing to do with this case, that's why.
Objection!
The disc also works? Okay, good to know. Not true, Inspector. The defense has already proposed that the sounds heard by the court earlier from this music box were part of a Morse code message. We know that Morse code comprises of 2 distinct tones. The defense believes the second disc contains the second tone needed to complete the message. And now we have a chance to confirm that theory.
For crying out loud, Sunshine, we're talking about state secrets here. If you go letting the whole courtroom hear confidential information like that, it's treason.
In a real court, wouldn't they just be like, all right, we'll listen to this privately in the judge's chambers or something? Like, they wouldn't just play it in the middle of the court for dramatic... Like, they would find a way to make it not public, but it's fine. Then do you admit the charge that in order to protect those state secrets, you engaged in unlawful dealings with the witness? Also, Japan, so you're fine. Well, we're in England. That's a bad look for Japan. That's fair. Only 2 months ago, Inosuke was just an English major. That's also true.
Get his ass. You're mad. If you let that secret information out into the public domain, you'll be making an enemy of the entire British government, you idiot.
Objection!
Just call me an idiot. Let's not forget, Inspector, that you, a Scotland Yard officer, leaked confidential case details to a witness. That you continue to lie to the court, and all because, by fair means or foul, you're determined to do your duty. Well, by fair means or foul, I'm prepared to do mine. Boom! Mic drop. Don't you dare! I will stop at nothing to protect my client. I don't care who I make an enemy of. That is some good drama. My lord, if you please. The court must hear the sounds made by that music box.
Come on, Van Zieks, for Pete's sake, stop him.
Objection!
Oh, shit, the foot's up.
Inspector, you should know my methods by now. I'm a prosecutor. I'm no Scotland Yard puppet. Do you see any strings on these feet? You do not. In this courtroom, my duty is to the law, so let me propose a toast. To uncovering the truth, by fair means or foul. Okay. By foul? Okay.
Very well, the defense's stance here and that of the prosecution has been made very clear, I feel. Therefore, in accordance with the defense's request, the court will now listen as this music box is set in operation once more.
Oh my god. Taking advantage of the 3D room. It's a great effect.
This time with the second disc in place and both discs playing simultaneously.
It's gonna be a jam. Oh, listen to that. It's unmistakable now. It's Morse code.
All right, I admit it, whatever you want. But for the love of God, shut that bloomin' box up.
Thanks, Draco. Another monkey. Beats to commit treason against the British government, too. Let's go. Let me ask you again, then, Inspector Gregson. Did you or did you not strike a deal with the witness next to you in the stand, Mr. Ashley Graydon?
Specifically, did you furnish the witness with confidential case details in exchange for this music box disc? Did you reveal the existence of the peephole in the pawnbroker's storeroom door, Inspector? I did. My bad, Law. Stop! What are you doing, man? It's all exactly like the young Eastern lawyer said.
I mean, it's already out, and Gregson already got what he wanted, which is the disc. So fuck it. Let him burn. Into the pit of lava with the brothers.
When the trial resumed after the recess and we were stood here in the stand together, Ashwani approached me with the deal. Shut up, you imbecile. Shut up. Psst, you there. You're the detective who turned up at the pawnbrokery the other day, aren't you?
I may have something you're looking for, Inspector, with me at this very moment. So how about a trade? I suggest you accept. Or information that may make certain individuals uncomfortable should become very public indeed. Yeah. Try to get an innocent young girl and convict of murder.
Yeah. I couldn't let that information become public knowledge, not under any circumstances. So I accepted the man's proposal and told him details about the case that should have put him in the clear. The peephole in the storeroom door and the bloodstains on the overcoat.
By giving false testimony, this witness intended to have the defendant wrongly accused of murder. Inspector, you knew that. Yet you still revealed those details to facilitate the witness's perjury.
I did. But then it turned out the peephole had only been made that night after the incident took place. Scotland Yard wasn't aware of that, if I'm perfectly honest.
Well, Mr. Graydon, what do you have to say for yourself? There's nothing and no one left for you to hide behind. You struck a deal with the inspector in order to escape conviction of a very serious crime. Namely this. You are the third intruder who broke into the pawnbrokery on the night in question. And you perpetrated the murder of the proprietor, Mr. Pop Windybank.
You. Traitor!
Oh god. Oh no. Innocent man behavior.
Oh, the chippy! Bailiff, restrain that man! At once!
Men cough up the chippy! In court, no less. That's it then. It's all over. That's Morse code for... I despised my life growing up. Those slums are vile places. I was cursed from birth, born into poverty, the son of a penniless artisan. My parents did nothing but quarrel all day long. What little money they had was never spent on me. Gregson deserved that one. Yeah. He He was gonna get Ginny the gallows. So I set about studying to better myself, to one day escape from that hellhole.
And you eventually became a communications officer. I admire your determination.
But then you decided to try to sell government secrets? Why? Isn't it obvious? Because I wanted money. Even now, years later, the nightmares of my life in the slums wake me in the small hours. I wanted to drown them out, with more money than anyone who lived in that squalor could ever imagine. Then one day, I met him. Mr. Magnus McGilded. Money. On that grind set.
You're a fiend with a queer talent, so you are. I have money to throw your way if you're interested. All you need to do is go along with me little plan now.
Thanks, Willy Wonka. I was to steal the ministry's telegraphic message logs, and McGilded would buy them for a handsome sum. As I was responsible for inspections of the ministry's communications office, it was a simple enough task. One last time. Yep. It's like theater, but people are sentenced to death sometimes. The lure of the devil's offerings. How easy it is to succumb. That was okay. It was not my worst, not my best, but okay.
But you must surely have realized the seriousness of the crime you were committing.
And for that reason, I took great lengths to ensure that my actions were untraceable. By using the music box. My father was a brickmaker, though my mother divorced him when I was still a child. Yes, Mr. Mason Milverton. That's right. He was very skilled with his hands. He'd once been a music box maker's apprentice. I imagined his skills would be sufficient to create a machine that could generate Morse code. So I sought out my father again to employ his services. It was the first time I'd seen him since I left the slums 10 years earlier. Oh. Oh.
Look at you, Ashley. What a fine gent you've become, eh? He was a different man to the one in my memory, a thin, frail old man. But poverty had never broken him, never corrupted him like it had me. I was sure that he wouldn't help me if I told him the real reason. So I made up a story.
Oh, you bastard. I've got some work for you, father. I need some music box discs made.
Music box discs, eh?
A musician friend of mine has written some music he wants to sell the public. It goes do 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 do, just like that, only 2 notes. I've brought the score with me. There are 2 actually.
I'd be delighted, son. It's been 20 years since I did any work like this, though.
He lied to his own father and got him killed. Fetch my tools, would you? They're in the loft. That's the final twist of the knife that was missing. Was that he got his father messed up and all this too. That's how I had to make the 2 discs. Why was these different in England? Is it now? It hurts! Thereby splitting the information in 2. You were taking considerable precautions indeed. How goes Daytona? It was to protect myself as much as anything. It meant that I could deal with McGilded in 2 separate transactions. The first involved the first of the 2 discs and the music box for making them. I exchanged them with McGilded for 10 guineas. Then on receipt of the second disc, he would pay 1,000 guineas. So, what happened on the omnibus 2 months ago was the second part of a deal, the exchange of the second disc. Yes, I'd sold the man information that way a number of times already, but it seems he became reluctant to part with his money.
But that doesn't quite make sense, Mr. Graydon. For why was it that on the omnibus 2 months ago, your father, Mr. Milverton, was the one dealing with McGilded and not yourself?
When I received 1,000 guineas after my first completed dealings with McGilded, I decided to give 200 to my father for his troubles. Hello? But my father realized something was amiss. In time, he worked out that I must be involved in something dubious. And when he did, he said to me,
"Next time there's an exchange, you'll let your old man do it, understand? Otherwise, I won't take your money anymore." Now, you fool.
That was my father's way of dealing with it, I suppose. Climb into the omnibus, hand over the second disc, and take the money from McGilded, that's it. He had no idea what was actually on the discs I'd asked him to make, he never knew. Just like I'll never know why everything went so horribly wrong that night. All I know is that the disc was taken from him, and he never returned home. That sucks, dude. It was only then that I found out what sort of a monster McGilded really was. So after 10 years of not once uttering it, I swore on my father's name. To exact revenge. Revenge. As anyone with even the remotest knowledge of the man will no doubt be able to imagine, McGilded brought all his wealth and influence to bear in the most despicable of ways. He was that Bill in Case 3, wasn't he? Oh, was he? To crush any semblance of justice in his trial. Was the state espionage not a clue? The crime scene was tampered with, evidence was fixed, and witnesses were bribed. That trial 2 months ago was a farce from start to finish. My feet had barely touched British soil back then, and I walked into that hornet's nest completely unaware of the sinister background to it all. That's my guess. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I'd made plenty of money out of my dealings with McGilded by then, so I spared nothing in my arrangements 2 months ago. I knew exactly who to hire. If you're willing to pay the price, there are people in this city willing to do anything you ask. McGilded himself had shown me that. Are you saying that? I think you have the picture now. After he twisted everything to his favor in this courtroom to ensure that he walked free, I took matters into my own hands and delivered the justice that monster deserved. Alright. That makes sense. I fixed his cane. Self-repairing. He got it from the same place where Gregson gets his chippy. Self-replicating. That tragic accident following the trial here 2 months ago was planned and executed by yours truly. McGilded's death that day was caused by this man.
Everything's ready, sir, if you'd like to follow me into the courtroom. What's this, officer? 'Tis sooner than I was led to believe.
Good guess. I hope it's not inconvenient, sir. There was some changes to the schedule. Whether or not that was actually him, just somebody paid off at least.
Well, I must be making tracks now. 'Tis time for the inspection. They're going to examine the omnibus again, so I'm told. I asked if I could be present for it myself. Bit hot in it.
Kaboom. So that policeman who came to tell McGilded he could examine the omnibus again? That's right, an imposter hired by me. McGilded used his wealth to manipulate the trial. He paid people to adulterate the omnibus with all manner of false evidence. He threatened witnesses to lie in their testimony. Thank you, chat. So I gave the man a taste of his own medicine. Once the omnibus was doused in paraffin, one of my sham policemen ushered McGilded inside and sent him on a one-way journey to hell. He's not wearing his hat anymore. An eye for an eye. That's how I avenged my father's death.
A spine-chilling account indeed.
But that wasn't the end of it for me. There was a loose end, you see. A loose end? Yes, I should think it's obvious. The second disc, which my father had taken to exchange with McGilded.
Ah, yes. There was indeed no mention of it in the man's trial 2 months ago. Clearly because it had been removed from the scene of the crime.
When I realized it was missing, I remembered something. Something from the first time I dealt with McGilded. This is the first of the 2 discs in the music box you need to play them. Well, look at that now. What an ingenious little invention. You see what I'm doing with my hands? It looks like a dog, doesn't it? I mean, kind of. Arf, arf. I see. He was a peculiar man, that McGilded. So then, as promised, 10 guineas for you, young man. What's this? Windibank's pawnbrokery? Aye, 'tis a pawnbroker's ticket, so it is. He can use it to redeem an article I've deposited there for you. There's no need to give a name. Just hand over the ticket and tell the fiend the watchword. I put a jewel in pawn for you. It'll fetch a good 10 guineas if you sell it, so it will. I've never heard of a pawnbrokery being used in quite that way before.
Have ye not, Mr. Graydon? London's pawnbrokeries are very useful places, you know. Each one is like an extremely secure vault.
Oh, dogs weren't invented. That's true. Cats were. Cats were invented like mid 1800s, I think, if I remember correctly, and dogs were like 1910s. Something like that. So I knew if he'd taken steps to hide the disc, it would be in that pawnbrokery somewhere. And then on the night he killed my father, he must have entrusted the ticket to someone. Yep, to Gina. Just like Harlock said. I still had, How's Wagai real? Because cats were invented in the 1850s, and this is like 1890s or 1900. Cats are around by now. They invented cats by then. That's why they call it dog's ears. It's true. I remember now, that's when we first met you at Windy Banks that afternoon 2 days ago. You had a description of Miss Lestrade written down. How did you know who you were looking for? From the trial. That pickpocket's testimony was clearly peculiar, and anyone could see that. I realized immediately that she was another McGilded's pawns, that he must have threatened her somehow. When they invented in Egypt, you're thinking of eggs. Eggs were invented in Egypt. I was fairly convinced it would be her who had the ticket, so I started to make some inquiries. I had a strong suspicion the girl would come out of the woodwork on the redemption deadline. Common misconception. No, that's Honey. I think it was both. Both of those. And he was absolutely right. And yes, sure enough, she did. All I needed to do was wait until the girl went to Windy Banks to redeem the articles. But unfortunately, she redeemed only McGilded's overcoat and the one disc that was in its pocket. The all-important music box with the second disc inside was missing, because it had already been forfeited 2 days earlier. But I was unaware of that fact. Had I not been, I could have avoided my nighttime excursion. Meanwhile, as our investigation into the stolen government secrets was progressing, we'd picked up on the fact that McGilded was involved. Inspector, you've recovered fast. My orders were to recover the stolen information as quickly as possible. So we started gathering the fellow's possessions and examining whatever we could lay our hands on. We had a full-scale investigation going at the yard, but we had to keep it as quiet as we could. Then, when the inspector here took the disc from me in the pawnbrokery that day, I became nervous. I was sure the music box and the second disc were still there in the shop somewhere, so I knew that it was a race against time. I had to find those articles before the police did. So that's what prompted you to break into the place that same night. With the help of your old friends, the Skulkin brothers. What happened that night in the pawnbrokery, I can only describe as a nightmare. While Nash and Ringo were searching the counter, I'd located the music box I'd sold to McGilded on the shelves of forfeited articles. And the second disc was inside? Yes, I slipped it into my pocket with a very deep sigh of relief. But then, something entirely unexpected happened. What are you doing in my shop? Bang! Bang, zoom. A gunshot rang out in the shop, and I felt a sharp pain in my left arm. The broker fired his gun, and the bullet pierced your limb. Yes, exactly. But unfortunately, I decided to bring my own gun with me that night, just in case. Bang, zoom, straight to the calendar. Before I knew what was happening, I'd fired back. The man had already turned to flee. I hadn't intended to fire in his direction, much less kill him. But unfortunately for both of us, the bullet hit home. It struck him in the middle of his back as he fled through the storeroom door for refuge. A sorry, sorry tale. It all took place in the blink of an eye. I don't imagine Nash and Ringo even realized what had happened at first. I was terrified, so I fled. And that's the whole story. That's everything that happened at Windy Banks on that wretched night. Alright. Into the lava pit you go. Thanks for the story. Bit quiet in it. Looks like how would they trace the music box and just stay him again? Well, they might be able to trace them to his dad, but his dad was dead. I don't know.
Earlier, you called McGilded a monster. A man who used his wealth and influence to distort the facts and escape justice for the crime of murder. Was his blood on it? Yeah, but they can't prove it was his blood. Only Herlock has that technology and they don't trust it. What tragic irony. For what you have done is exactly the same. He's different information officer, but they'd have to track them to Mason. I mean, but they knew that an altercation happened on the night of the omnibus incident, so they might have been able to piece it together. You become the very monster you saw and despised so deeply in McGilded. Yeah, get him. Yes, I think I have. Good. Well, this has been a long and exhausting trial. Genuinely. Such a long trial. However, it would seem at last we've arrived at the truth. Inspector Gregson, what of Mr. Ashley Graydon? He's been restrained, my lord, and is being escorted to the yard. He'll be charged with the murder of Mr. Windibank and the stealing of government secrets. Very good. And you, Inspector? Regrettably, you will have to face charges yourself. No Chippy for a full afternoon. Yes, my lord, of course. It transpires that you were complicit in helping a criminal escape justice. That fact remains whether or not you were doing so in the line of duty. The crime is a serious one, Inspector, and inexcusable. I'd rather die. Now to the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade. Oh, yeah? It is time for the final adjudication. Is the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Yes, sir. Garrett Squadron standing by, sir. That's really it now. The last push, the final call, the finishing whistle. My men are ready to deliver the verdicts. Eat chippies and make them watch? That's cruel and unusual punishment. Thank you, Mr. Foreman. Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Guilty. You will now declare your final decisions to the court.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty. Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Let's go. What is the mouse thinking all this? Haha, that's the stuff. I'm off the hook. But you did commit perjury, and the punishment is instant death. Goodbye. And she just disappears. Finally, Runo, you finally managed to do it. We're not being extremely helpful and good guy along. Yeah, and we didn't get it all into his backstory at all. That was part of my concern, was that was going to turn into a relevant part of the case. Finally is the word. I really wasn't sure if we'd come out on top for a while there. Yeah, people mentioned that before, Flavir. Shakespeare's still out there. I'm scared for my life. Susie was right. You're the best lawyer in the world.
Miss Lestrade, I am not finished with you yet.
What are you looking at me like that for?
Before you start enjoying your freedom, there's certain other crimes to consider, 2 months ago in my courtroom, no less, you gave false testimony, did you not? And in relation to the trial today, not only did you unlawfully enter Windibank's pawnbrokery, you also attempted to abscond with McGilded's property, it seems.
I never done nothing of the sort. Of course not. It's not like you were gleefully wearing McGilded's coat in your cell yesterday or anything. Aw, and just when I was getting excited about throwing a party for Ginny this evening.
And turning our attention to the defense, determining that when played together, the music box disc contained a message in Morse code was, well, it was certainly a most unexpected revelation, counsel.
Quite so, my lord. The prosecution was caught entirely off guard. In fact, I think we should applaud my learned friend's courage here today. I propose a toast to demanding that government secrets be disseminated before the entire courtroom. That's not how it was, Your Honor. Very sorry about that. It was the only way I could get Inspector Gregson to admit that what he'd done, so... If I may say something on that point, isn't that? It's about the sounds produced by the music box before. I do wonder if that was really Morse code at all. What? What are you saying, madam? Oh, well, it's just that I'm really rather fanatical when it comes to Morse code, you see? So much so the whole world seems to be covered in dots and dashes to me, in fact.
Goodness, madam. An unhealthy level of obsession one feels.
But I must say that, in my opinion, the sounds produced by those two discs were nothing more than that. A meaningless series of two different tones. What? What? Can that really be? It wasn't Morse code after all? My lord, the defense would like to listen to the music box again.
Are you off your nut? How many times do I have to tell you those discs contain ministerial secrets, sunshine? This courtroom is not an appropriate forum to discuss the nature of the government's communications.
We know McGilded conspired to trade national secrets with our enemies, secrets acquired from Mr. Graydon. Now that the man has admitted to his crimes, we have no need to pursue the matter further. But it's really gonna bother me. Real. Mm-hmm.
Miss Lestrade.
Why even bring up that they're not Morse code then?
Yeah, my lord. That which you have seen today here in this courtroom has been extremely disturbing. Falsified evidence, intimidation, perjury, a grim catalog of depravity. An appalling experience to befall any child.
Come on, it ain't nothing I don't see most days in the back slums. Lots of perjury out there.
I beg your pardon?
If you're weak, you pay for it. That's just how life goes. Gina. But look, I reckon I've worked something out today. The world ain't fair, but if you want it to change, you gotta start at home. You gotta change how you are yourself.
Well, that's a very laudable lesson, I would say. I eagerly look forward to the born-again Miss Lestrade never gracing my courtroom with her presence again. Now, with regard to the murder... Where's my wallet? With regard to the murder of Mr. Pop Windybank, proprietor of a pawnbrokery business on Baker Street, I hereby declare the defendant, Miss Gina Lestrade...
Not guilty. You woo. Yippee. Yeah. Woo. Oh god. Who gave her a gun? Yeah. Yay. Yeah. Yeah. Woo. Iris. Yeah, absolutely.
Court's adjourned.
Yippee. Oh my god. Case 5, am I right? Oh. So, what are you doing after work?
On a personal note, I must say you've surprised me, my Far Eastern friend.
Is that better? Oh!
Despite being a Nipponese,
Never mind.
you saw through the pretense to the malice that festered within that Englishman. And at the same time, saw through the crimes of the surprising heart of your English client.
Alright, he sucks.
You have a curious talent for judging character, especially considering our very different cultures.
I don't think there's anything curious about it. Whether we're from the Empire of Great Britain or the Empire of Japan, we're all human beings. We're not so very different on the inside.
You know, I took this case for one very simple reason. To lock swords with you once again here in this courtroom.
You did?
When I encountered you for the first time 2 months ago, it reminded me of toasting friendship and trust with another Nipponese, only to find my trust betrayed. Through you, I hope to look into the eyes of the man I once knew and try to understand.
Huh? Oh, just fuck already. The victim of toxic yaoi? Maybe. You mentioned something similar today about total betrayal at the hands of the Japanese. What happened exactly?
Well, you may ask. And on one day, when the time comes, you will learn the answer, whether you like it or not.
Oh. Alright, then I'll wait for that day if I must. Sequel bait. Coming to be known as the Reaper of the Bailey, and my retirement from service 5 years ago. It gives me cause to wonder if our meeting has some deeper purpose. So, farewell, my learned Nipponese fellow, until we meet again. Okay, bye. Okay, bye. Okay. 5:24 p.m. It's done. It's over at last. But where's Iris disappeared to? She's in handcuffs for giving Jenny a gun. Ah! Congratulations, Gina. I knew it all along. I knew that you were innocent. It's surrounded by shards of glass for the cuz feces. That's fair. Well, you did what you said, Mr. Naruto. You believed in me, right up to the end. You're as odd as your name. What's odd about it? I told you I had faith in you, didn't I? I thought I was asking what's odd about his name. No one ever has before, see? Kept a promise, I mean, properly. That's awful. The poor James. I'll figure something out today. All my life, growing up in the slums, I've never trusted no one. Well, that's just because I've always been scared of being stabbed in the back. I mean, the more you trust someone, the more it hurts when they let you down. Yes, I think I can understand that. After all, I had a taste of it in that trial 2 months ago. I chose to trust someone and paid for it. That betrayal left a big scar. You know, though, Gina, I worked something out quite recently, too. Trusting in someone else is really an exercise in learning to trust yourself. And when your gut tells you it's the right thing to do, and your trust is rewarded, there's no better feeling in the world. I think I have you to thank for reminding me of that valuable lesson. Oh, well, if you say so. Don't make a fat lot of sense to me, though. I'm trying to say that putting my faith in you, Gina, has been a real pleasure. For crying out loud, peck it in! But I suppose I sort of feel the same way. Yippee. I mean, sometimes trusting someone else is, you know, alright. Thanks. This is the way I see it, Ryunosuke. Kazuma. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. A very low quality ship estimated, and a bit late. Yeah. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. After this experience, I'm starting to feel like I understand what you mean. Kazuma. Am I living up to your expectations? Am I turning out to be the lawyer you believed I could be? Pardon the interruption. What? God damn it. But what the deuce does a man have to do to be noticed around here, my dear fellow? The other officer turning to look at him. That voice! It's too late for that voice now, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been standing here patiently in the corner of the room for an eternity. Yes, it was me all along, I would have said when you finally noticed me. But you people with your incessant babbling. Mr. Sholmes! Yes, it was me all along, you see. Let me grab the, hold on. Thank you. Here's I'm really hoping he doesn't reveal the state secrets, says Gregson Detective. We have state secrets special. Why would you even tell him about it? Good. Thank you. That's very good. It's all, it's a special. I'd assume you'd been taken back to the hospital, to be honest. Indeed I was, but I managed to escape again. Escape? I happen to be aware of one or two foibles of the doctor who was tending to me. I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily issued me with a leave of absence. How very above board. But enough of my adventures. That was a fine victory, Mr. Naruhodo. Your tireless efforts justly rewarded, I feel. Congratulations are in order. As a close friend, I tip my hat at you. Oh, thank you. Some great detective you are. Great at being cold as ice, maybe. Have I irked you in some way, Miss Lestrade? Well, you've been having a snooze in your nice soft bed. Some of us have been fighting for our lives. Ah, well, that bullet did cause me to lose a substantial amount of blood, it's true. So I've indeed been feeling somewhat cold. Not perhaps as cold as ice, but, well, have a feel. Could you take your hands off my neck, please, Mr. Sholmes? And, in some way, I suppose, congratulations are in order for you too, Miss Lestrade. What's that supposed to mean? Why so half-hearted? Well, so naturally, it isn't my intention to alarm you, but... an acquittal in a trial with that particular prosecutor is perhaps a little precarious. Well done, Mr. Sholmes. Not alarming in the slightest. The Reaper, you mean? Because anyone who's found not guilty in a trial he was working on winds up dead anyway? Is that it? The very point I was trying to make. As exemplified by the fate of Mr. McGilded, in fact. Ah, but of course, I pay no attention to such irrational drivel myself. Yeah, well, it don't bother me. Oh, really? Of course not. The way I see it, the Reaper's a bit like him upstairs. Him upstairs? You mean God? Yeah, him upstairs knows what's what, right? He knows what people are like on the inside. He wanna got the wrong end of the stick. There's some coves like that bog trotter what are rotten to the core. At the end of the day, him upstairs makes sure they get what they deserve. I suppose that's one way of looking at it. Divine justice is one thing, though. The Reaper taking matters into his own hands and claiming lives is another. Well, I ain't like the McGildeds of this world, so I ain't scared. I got principles, see? Yeah. A trait in you which is to be admired, Miss Lestrade. Oh, just give it a rest, all right? As I was saying, congratulations are in order. The news of your acquittal was very welcome news to me indeed. Let me express my heartfelt congratulations, Gina. When he's in the pose and he's looking to the side, it's just phenomenal. Well, there you are, Hurley. How long have you been here? Honestly, I went to the main entrance especially to meet you there. Ah, Iris, my dear, I do apologize. But wait until I tell you what happened. This pair made utter fools of themselves. What happened? As you know, I have the penchant for disguise. I was hiding in this room dressed as a bailiff. But these dolts didn't notice my presence at all. They had no idea. Can you imagine, Iris? Would you credit it? I'm not sure, really. I beg your pardon? I'm sorry, Hurley, but you just don't have the weighty presence you seem to think you have. In fact, you really ought to be careful about that. It's gonna land you in trouble one day. Well, be careful. Ouch. Get him! Anyway, it's such a shame. I was so hoping to throw a party for Ginny tonight. But you won't be able to come, will you? Don't look like I'm gonna be going nowhere for a while. Here the judge's patter. I got stuff to make amends for, apparently. Offenses. What was it again? Breaking and entering, taking the bog trotter stuff, what was in a lug, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, I think you'll find that basically being a pickpocket is the main offense. But diving ain't an offense. It's a job, ain't it? I don't think so. Still, it has got me thinking all this. Maybe I should start looking for another line of work. I mean, you didn't start off as a lawyer, did you, Otto? Otto. Well, no, but I was never a pickpocket. Well, anyway, I reckon I can make a change. I'm gonna do something for a lot like me from the slums. Something that makes a difference for them. That's a wonderful idea, Ginny, and I'm sure you can do it. Heh. What is it? Odd girl. I agree. Nothing. Miss Gina Lestrade. The present carriage has arrived, ma'am. Come with me to the rear gate at once. Right. Well, looks like I'm off then. Yep, goodbye, Gina, and good luck. Otto? Yeah? And what was that for? I don't know. I mean, what do you mean you don't know? I don't know what to say, so... Ah, indeed. Perhaps the situation calls for a phrase hitherto missing from your vocabulary, Miss Lestrade. On occasions such as this, I would recommend a simple thank you. Oh. Oh, yes. It's good advice, Ginny. Could use a Susato takedown. I see. Well... Thanks, Otto. Yippee! Thank you for everything what you've done, for believing in me. Yippee! Not at all. In fact, that should be my line. Thank you, Gina. Now to jail with you. Well, there she goes. I wonder if I'll ever see her again. Well, quite the indomitable pick purse. Oh, I nearly forgot. I bought a paper outside. It's a special edition, and this trial is all over the front page. Pickpocket's innocence proven. Isn't it wonderful? You should have shown it to Gina, Iris. She would have been thrilled. Oh no, how silly of me. But anyway, would you like the good news or the bad news? Not again. Well, what do you say, Runo, Hurley? As usual, I think I'd rather get the bad news out of the way first. Absolutely not. I have no intention of listening to anything but good news. And there you have it. How people answer that question says a lot about them, doesn't it? Let's not go there. Alright then, maybe let's start with the good news this time. The rain has finally stopped. It was a record level of rainfall, apparently. Well, that is good news indeed. We can journey back in greater comfort. Alright then, what's the bad news? The huge storm has left the seas very choppy. The channel in particular is awful, so sailings out of Dover have been delayed by a day or more.
We gotta go to Dover at once.
Dover? That's right. If we head to the station immediately, we may still make it in time to wave Susie off. But there won't be a train, surely? We couldn't be that lucky. Who do you think I am, Mr. Naruhodo? Mr. Sholmes. I rushed to Victoria Station earlier and made arrangements for a special express. If we hurry now, we shall be there in time for dinner. And I know of a fine restaurant that serves the most delicious baked soleil. Baked sole? The great detective does it again. Indeed he does. I happen to be aware of a number of the rail transport director's foibles. It's a fish. What? I merely made my knowledge of them known to the man, and he happily laid on the locomotive. Elementary. Just an idea, but it might be wise to stop manipulating people that way. What are we waiting for, then? To London, Victoria. Oh. 5:32 a.m. It's a long day. That took somewhat longer than I'd anticipated. Susie's boat must be about to leave now. Miss Susato, where are you? Oh, right there. Over there, look! Looks like she's reading something. That could be anyone. Hold it! Miss Susato, wait! What are you doing? Huh. Mr. Naruhodo, what are you doing here? We came as soon as we could after the trial. I mean, we heard that sailings were being delayed due to the bad weather, you see. Oh, I I see. Then tell me, how did Gina's trial go? It went well. She was acquitted. That's wonderful. Really wonderful news. Yeah. The book you're about to throw into the sea. It was your Encyclopedia of British Law, wasn't it? Oh dear, I was hoping you hadn't seen that. I'm not worthy of practicing law in any way now. So, I was saying my final farewell. You were saying goodbye to law? You, Susato-san? Would I be correct in assuming? It's because of the peephole, Miss Susato. I deliberately altered the scene of a crime, and then I tried to hide the fact. What I did is utterly unforgivable. That reminds me. How did you even come to have this, Susie? On the evening of the incident, Mr. Sholmes had invited Gina to dinner, if you remember. Oh yes, we had a wonderful time. Well, Gina gave us a little introductory lesson, didn't she? Oh. Even that was important. Of course it was important. To the art of pickpocketing, I mean. Oh, that was so much fun. I stole Runo's armband. Yes, please don't do that again, Iris. That band's very important to me. Well, if it's so important, you should pay more attention to it. You didn't notice for ages. On a whim, I thought it would be fun to see if I could take the cat flap-o-mat, so I put it up my sleeve. Really? And then I rather forgot about it, until I found myself in Windybank's shop with it later that night. I see. And then... she had her armies up her sleeveys. Bang! Ah! Mr. Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes!
Leave me, Mr. Naruhodo. Right.
After Mr. Naruhodo left the shop, I started to think that door started to play on my mind. You've had a dense super saw on your sleeve? Yeah, I mean, you know, it's small. The storeroom door, you mean? Yes. If Gina was anywhere in the shop, I realized it could only be behind that door. And at that moment, the little device that I had up my sleeve sprang to mind. I was so worried about Gina, I simply had to know. It probably was another book. She has a lot of books in her sleeves. So you use that cat flap-o-mat to make the peephole in the door. As captured in a photographic print of the shop by one of Hurley's red-handed recorders. Indeed, it was of the first importance, that point. Precisely when the peephole was made, that information would prove to be Mr. Naruhodo's greatest weapon. Though naturally, without proof, it would have amounted to nothing. But when I looked through the hole in the door, the sight that met my eyes made my blood run cold. Thoughts started to run through my mind. I remembered that trial 2 months earlier, the trial of Magnus McGilded. I thought about how he manipulated the evidence and arranged false testimony to secure his freedom. It made the British justice system feel very dark and sinister to me. And then, a terrible thought occurred to me. What if some wicked criminal was planning to do the same thing now? Because from the appearance of the crime scene, it looked exactly as though Gina had shot Mr. Windybank. Even though I was sure she would never have done such a thing. You were worried that the true culprit would try to frame her for the crime. That's right. But then I realized it would be very difficult for anyone to give false testimony in this case. What do you mean? Well, the crime appeared to have happened behind the door of a locked room. For someone to claim falsely to have witnessed it, there would have to be a way to see beyond the door. Ah. For which, a peephole would be the very thing. Only the peephole I had made wasn't actually there until after the crime had been committed, of course. And the criminal would know that, so it wouldn't make any difference. But the possibility of a rather ingenious trap was there, was it not? A trap. Is that why she did it? So, is that why you kept it a secret, Susie? You never mentioned that you made the peephole to anyone, not even to the police. I know, and I knew at the time what I was doing was wrong. A criminal offense, even. That's why I decided to confide in Mr. Sholmes. If Mr. Naruhodo was completely backed into a corner, with no other possible means of escape, the truth about the peephole could save him, That was my plan. She really does think of everything. But then, why didn't you just tell me everything before the trial began?
My dear fellow, you're not thinking straight.
No, he was hanging out with Van Zeeks for too long.
If she had done that, it would have rendered you complicit in the whole escapade.
Ah.
You could have been disbarred if you'd been seen to have knowingly tampered with a crime scene. So Miss Susato decided to shoulder the burden of responsibility alone. For your sake and Miss Lestrade's.
Miss Susato. The truth is, when it happened, I did it because I'd lost a little of my faith in the law.
Oh.
I was worried that the right person wouldn't be convicted of the crime. But the moment I allowed myself to think that is the moment I lost my right to call myself a judicial assistant. What you did isn't comparable to what he did. Graydon's the one who lied in the witness stand, using that people as a way to implicate Gina. And besides, if the people consistency hadn't existed, I'm not at all sure she wouldn't have been acquitted in the end. Miss Susato, what you did saved Gina's life. Who's Graydon? I was thinking the same thing. Well, with your kind words, Mr. Naruhodo, you've saved me too from my regrets. Good. Anyway, we should probably leave England. This place sucks.
Well, we must all be thankful that Miss Lestrade's freedom has been assured.
Yeah, exactly.
Although some of the loose ends in that trial will continue to play on my mind, I'm sure.
But the revelation in the music box disc contained secret messages, Mr. Naruhodo. What a triumph to work that out. I'm full of admiration. Well, actually, that argument wasn't quite as compelling as I thought it was. It wasn't? There was a communications officer among the jury members, you see, a telegraph operator. And she said the majority of the sounds on that disc were just meaningless tones. As one would expect, after all, we are talking about secret government communications. No doubt they were written in cipher to avoid being readily understood should they've been intercepted. In cipher? I see. So then we could never have hoped to understand the message anyway.
Nonsense, my dear fellow. It's quite a zero-pipe problem, I assure you.
Zero pipe? Huh? Huh? So? Asogi? What? Huh? Huh? Well, that can't be a real word, can it? How funny.
Wait! What did you just say?
I just said asogi. Does that word mean something to you?
Means something.
Asogi was the name of my best friend.
What? But how? How do you know that name, Iris?
I wrote it down during the trial before, when the message was playing on the music box. She transcribed it on the fly. She really is a genius. I thought the message probably wouldn't be written out in plain Morse code, so I tried various ways to interpret it. Whatever I tried, the words just didn't seem to make any sense. That is, in English at least. Oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Oh. It suddenly occurred to me, you see. There's more than one Morse code, not just the English variety. Various countries around the world have altered and added to Morse code to use it in their own languages. I don't believe it. Are you saying... What a smart child. That's right. I've only actually seen a chart of Japanese Morse code once before. But I think it's based on the Iroha pangram, isn't it? And you mean to say that in Japanese Morse code the message says asogi? Yep, I think so. Sorry, but I don't remember all the Japanese Morse code. Iris, would you let me see that? Miss Susato, do you know it? Do you know Japanese Morse code? Yes, I spent some time studying it. Because I'm quite sure Morse code will become ever more important for international communications. Then might I recommend, my dear madam, that you focus your efforts on the English version. Alright, Sholmes, thanks. Be that as it may, Iris, show me the message, please. There's a line in the Holmes story, The Red-Headed League. There's a particular problem, is the 3-pipe problem. It takes Holmes the amount of time it takes to smoke 3 pipes to solve it. 0-pipe problem gets to be a problem he can solve in no time at all. Thank you. Of course! He's right, but still a dick for saying it. Yeah, also the way of saying it, whatever. But what can this possibly mean? Whatever is in that long sequence of supposedly meaningless dots and dashes, it's made the color drain from Suzato-san's face. There's no doubt that this message is written in Japanese Morse code. So the British Empire's been using Japanese for its secret communications? I don't understand the reason why, but the message appears to be a list of 4 people's names. 4 names. The first is Kei Asogi. Kazuma Asogi. Why? Why was his name on that disc? The second is A Shin. Shin? I don't recognize that name. The third is T Gregson. Gregson. It would seem Tobias Gregson is the third man on the list. And what's his name doing in a secret government communication as well? And the last name... What's the matter, Miss Suzato? It's just so strange. So unexpected. Oh, what is it, Susie? Don't keep us in suspense. The last name is J. Wilson. What? Wilson? Wilson? John H. Wilson? Daddy? It says only J. Wilson. I'm afraid I can't be sure. The telegraph code signal actually does translate to what's on Irish transcribes in album codes, so Japanese Morse code, low notes and dashes and everything you listen to again, sure. That's cool. Why is he smiling? I don't know. After the 4 names, it reads, if I translate from Japanese, that is all 4. And that's the end of the message, or rather, the end of what you noted down, Iris. I just can't believe it. Who would ever have thought that those discs contain Japanese Morse code? Not to mention a strange list of some disturbingly familiar names. It would appear that this particular message is a communication of some kind between Great Britain and the Empire of Japan. So, Daddy could be in Japan then, where Susie and Runo come from. Oh, well, No, it's not very likely, really, is it? I mean, there are thousands of people with the surname Wilson, and there must be lots of J's among them. That's true. Professor John H. Wilson, visiting professor of medicine at the Imperial Yuma University. We can't tell Iris about that now, we just can't. It's probably a different John H. Wilson. This is so strange. Somehow in solving the case of Mr. Windybank's murder today, I feel like I've rolled back a boulder at the mouth of a very dark cave. With a big 2 next to it. I do wonder if perhaps it's a dark cave that we shouldn't go wandering inside. Hunk. We love when boats go hunk. Oh dear, the ship is going to set sail soon. Yeah, it seems so. I'll sail on that steamship first to the port of Dunkirk in France. And then I'll change onto a larger passenger vessel bound for Japan. You're really going then, Susie? We wish you a safe passage, Miss Suzato. It's gonna be real too much instead of cut the story short. Gotcha. Thank you all so much. I wish you all the very best. Honkshu, the boat is sleeping. Miss Suzato! I had hoped to have you always at my side, to guide me and support me. Mr. Naruhodo, please, come back soon. As far as I'm concerned, you really are the very best judicial assistant in the world. I'm quite sure. I'll be back before you know it. Really, Susie? Oh, now don't forget, Iris. I made you a promise I've yet to fulfill. A promise? About your manuscript. Ah. Oh yes. The Hound of the Baskervilles. Well, I'll be waiting for you then, Susie. A promise is a promise. Definitely, Iris. Playing the fan translation, having to wait. Oh, yeah. Mr. Naruhodo? Yeah? Do you remember the first time we met? Yeah, of course. On the SS Buria, when I was dragged out from that wardrobe, still half asleep. If I remember rightly, you threw me halfway across the cabin with a Suzato takedown. You know very well what I'm talking about, as after that. It's strange, but being thrown together as we were in that case, throne, I somehow felt straight away that you were the perfect person to continue Kazuma-sama's great legacy. Miss Susato. And my instincts were right. I really want to believe. No, I'm sure that I'll be back soon. Farewell until then.
Goodbye.
Somehow we seem to have come to the end of the adventures of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Or the first volume, at least.
Dad!
Looking back now, it feels as though fate has led me on this journey. Fate led me to becoming a lawyer, to traveling halfway around the world, to meeting the great detective. I'm sure there'll be trials and tribulations ahead. Of course there will. But whatever happens, I know I'll be able to turn my fortunes around. After all, I have the greatest friends in the world on my side.
I was just trying to get to... Stop making it about you, Shulbs. Just want him to be silently jamming out on his violin. Oh, okay. All right. He's just jamming out, but it's actually the viola, not the violin. He snaps in half and storms away. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I have some rather awkward news. The railway company has decided to sue over the special express train, apparently. Huh? It caused such a commotion on the line, all the other trains had to wait at stations. But really, we would never have made it to Dover in time otherwise. Anyway, I explained everything and how it was all your fault. Huh? Huh? I believe a formal complaint should be delivered to your office tomorrow. But not to worry, my dear fellow, according to Mr. Zato, you love defending yourself in court. Huh? Huh? It's alright, I'm perfectly happy to testify. He really didn't look like the sort of man who'd do something so outrageous. See? Mr. Sholmes? Yes? A word, if you don't mind. Why, certainly, any word you like. Bellow it out, my dear fellow. Oh yes, I love Runo's words, and I know just the one he'll use here. Fuck! Then I really must say...
Objection!
Yippee. We did it. Oh. Yippee. I really must say, here's my badge. Oh. Case 5, am I right? In the following weeks, hundreds of music boxes arrived at Baker Street from all over Europe. Something was afoot, though it transpired I had ordered them all myself. I advertised them for sale with used by Mr. Sholmes to solve an important case. And the money I've earned consulting detective work pays a pittance by comparison. Thank you, Winslash. That is very kind of you. Yeah, woo. Ugh. Same hat tip. Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's cute. Mm-hmm. Ah, I haven't slept a wink. This manuscript's due tomorrow now. When I'm this busy, Hurley usually cooks me breakfast. Well, cooks is an overstatement for some dry toast and insipid coffee. I do miss Susie and her lovely Japanese breakfasts. Mm-hmm. We're rich. Oh, yeah. Witness, your testimony is riddled with contradictions. Exactly. Rarely do rare Koban coins hide under rare stakes themselves. Well, I don't know, sir. Knows his father's an innocent man, or are you calling my son a liar?
Witnesses, my courtroom is no place for your petty arguments.
And then a meteorite hit in the court and exploded them all. The end. The classic beef swap case. Oh yeah, Hosonaga. Having delivered the Russian dancer to shore in Shanghai, I laid low on the steamship for a while. But last night, I apprehended an extremely suspicious Japanese national on board. I've done nothing wrong. All I did was give Wagahai's offspring refuge in my pocket. A man brings some kittens on board and suddenly he's a hardened criminal? It's not fair. He brought cats on board. Kittens in his pockets. That's what his book's about, right? It's about smuggling kittens on board a ship. He brought the kittens. Cat swap. She's a mother. Scientific investigation will be the gold standard for policing in the new age. What's this man's deal? I dream of a world governed by the tenets of order and discipline. Like a great clock, in fact, whose hundreds of parts mesh together in perfect unison. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have but 2 minutes and 37 seconds till my next appointment. Is for another, yeah, I would be shocked if he didn't come back. Well, I mean, I again, knowing nothing about the second game, it seems set up that it continues, at least in part, in England. But I don't know if it maybe would go back to Japan. The latest Rants magazine's out and I'm in it again. Whenever I say that one line she wrote now, I get a standing ovation. Wanna hear it? Sure. Not bad, I suppose, for an amateur. Woo. I guess. Woo. Glug, glug, glug. Her ladyship puts me to shame. I'd like you better if you didn't try to get Gina fucking dropped in a barrel into lava. You bastard. Was it worth it? Was it worth it? She got accused of treason? Only mild treason. Been visiting the old girl on a daily basis, of course. Joni, my old jailbird. Must say, battling with those bally stares every day has done wonders for the dicky peg. Managing rather well with the housework, too. Got this maid business taped up, I'd say. Hope the gossiping neighbors don't realize the man of the house is his own maid. That's true. If a man tidies up after himself, he is his own maid. That is the only way that makes sense. I don't love the phrase dicky peg, personally. I think that's, bad. Oh, these two. My Rolly's back on the beat again, all thanks to the Reaper. There's nothing I enjoy more these days than hunting out small change in the gutter. I'm a better Bobby now, looking out for Londoners, their dropped halfpennies, and my lovely wife. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Those two. He means bad leg. Obviously he does, but it's not a phrase I'm familiar with, and therefore it's silly to me. The streets are at it again. Looks like I'm gonna be doing time for a bit now. But Iris comes every day for a natter, so it ain't too boring. Amazing. She's always going on about them cases what Sholmes is looking into. Criminal investigations are kind of interesting when you get into them. She's in the true crime podcast now. Fuck. It's over. I don't think someone guilty of crime tampering should be allowed to continue working law enforcement. Yeah, well, you know. Don't worry about it, you know. It's fine. Oh, good. Yes, I renounced my upbringing and chose a life of sophisticated crime. But regrets? Please. You're a grive over, bruv. That ain't the Ash we used to know. We got time in here to plan the comeback of Milverton and Skulkin's milk run, right? The three Muscowatsits? Milking the neighborhood for all it's worth. They're getting back into milk crime. Oh, that's good. And here I thought they're all gonna be dropped into a... tossed into a barrel, sealed up, and then dropped down Niagara Falls, which exists in England. But it's lava. And as for me, oh. This past 6 months has been a time I shall remember forevermore. Painful goodbyes and wonderful encounters. I've come to realize that's what life is all about. Naruhodo-san, I promise, your assistant will return to you one day. But for now, I leave you with many memories and a heartfelt wish that life will treat you well. Is that all? You can tell because of the sepia. Suzato will return. You Cybertruck that guy. Oh, yeah. Nice. Yeah. Waggy's gonna get a hat in the sequel. If Waggy doesn't have a hat in the sequel, I'm gonna sue. I'm gonna sue Capcom for all they're worth. False advertising. Yippee! We did it. Right? Oh yeah. Look at him go. Oh, that's nice. This part made me cry. Yeah, I can see why. That was excellent. I don't have much to say that I didn't already say over the course of the journey. But, what a game. It's good. And, I will be taking a break before we get to part 2. But, we will get to it. Eventually. And 2 bowls out of the water. If 2 is better than this, then... Oh, her! I forgot about her ass. She sucked. That was good. In quarter 3, 2026. It's a Japanese Morse code cipher. Thank you, Mr. Maxim, for the hammy. Appreciate it. I won't take too long a break. The knowledge can fall out of the brain real fast and a little bit confusing. Gonna do some memory. What happened here? Does the second game actually bring up stuff from the past game and not like fully remind you? I was playing Case 5 and I thought, given the address's implication, the Mason is the same hair as Ashley, implication that Gina is a strange daughter. I didn't get that impression, but how about DLC stories? Not now. It's late. I will consider doing the DLCs maybe next stream. I'll basically sit down on Thursday and decide if I'm feeling I want to do more. Because even if it's just like 3 hours, like maybe that's still a stream. It would be a shorter stream, but Kazuma leaving, no, he's fine. He was just he's gonna go get some milk. He's got a new milk delivery from these new brothers, the something brothers. He's gonna go pick up milk from them. So left out the DLC stories. So it's not the DLC. It's there's like I forgot what they're called. There's like bonus episodes that I think are just dialogue. I don't know exactly. Escapades. That's the one. The DLC is not in here, but the escapades are, and people said that would be a couple hours of stuff. So I'll decide if I want to. I'm like 50-50 right now. Because on the one hand, I do want more of this. On the other hand, my brain. But if they're just, I don't know, if they're just fun stories, maybe I don't need to worry about my brain. All these fuckers. Beppo! It's Beppo! Let's go! Fucking Beppo! Let's go! He did no wrong. He was also just caught up in the works. It's fine. Ugh. Like when you first meet McGilded, it's very obvious that this is a man who's two-faced. But you don't know how deep the rabbit hole goes. Janet Shue and Chesterly. Janet Shue is the name that a lot of us know. But credit where credit's due. A lot of good people worked on this. You bastard. They did everything wrong. Beppo froze solid shortly after being a witness. Just a block of ice. They made down the sword. No, it's good. It's good. One of the rare cases of the client actually being guilty in this series. Yeah, and it's not just like, you know, a character that the defense has conflicted feelings about, and then they're just playing into the the philosophical question of what does it mean to be a defense attorney, and what does it mean if you're trying to defend someone in a corrupt system? What do you mean if you don't believe in your client? Like they've played with those ideas before, but this very, very explicitly goes into you working through. Why is this screenshot with the foot up? They could have used any number of poses for it. God damn it. The goddamn foot up. I was trying to make a point about the game's writing, and they're like, foot? Would you like to see foot? I'm just gonna... It's good. He's a diva, let him be. Okay. No, ending with Gina is nice, though. That's cute. Moving pictures are funny. Can't skip them. Anytime. All right. So considering playing the second game on Switch tomorrow. Well, yeah. I mean, I would say the soonest that I would consider doing the second game would be at least a few weeks from now. So possibly sometime in February. We'll see. I'm always looking for, like, for one, I like to take a break because these are longer games, and I just like to take breaks between long games. And also it turns into like the scheduling thing of like, when is there what looks like an upcoming block of time where there's not another game that I'm really itching to play. So we'll see. I'm definitely gonna get to it though, but yeah. But also, yeah, if you're trying to beat the game before I do, you have time. Oh, they pointed at each other. I really like those sequences. Fiend. The deduction sequences with Holmes. It was a good time. Sholmes. There's no time. You gotta do it right now. Schedule's packed with MM Randos. I do enjoy a good MM Rando. Oh, come on. Oh, you're gonna hit me with that? Oh, that guy. They were like, hey, are you crying yet? Now you are. Are you already crying? Time to fucking start bawling. God damn it. Well, anyway. I'm assuming that's it. God, okay. Yeah, so maybe we'll special looking at that escapades. So maybe we'll do that next time. Hero of Lost speedrun. There you go. He's a better haircut. How dare you? It's great. Anyway, yeah, I gotta wrap it up. It's late. But maybe we'll do one more bonus stream of this. We'll see. If not, maybe next time when we get around to 2. So thanks so much. Let me get caught up on stuff. I hope you enjoyed The Great Ace Attorney. I certainly did. It's a good time, and I hope you if you want to play the game, it's on things. It's easy to get this game now, which it wasn't for a long time. And if you want to play Great Ace Attorney 2, you should check it out before I get to it first. Buy these games and support it. I usually bang the drum about buying games and supporting it for like smaller teams and indies and stuff, but in this case, it's also like signaling to Capcom, like, there is hunger for this. So maybe someday. Was it the greatest? No, it was just great, actually. You haven't been to do it. Curse for giving me the Ace Attorney Brainworms. You're welcome. Thanks to the existing fans of the franchise for strong-arming me into sticking with it and being here to root me on as I slowly go insane. My fave so far? I can't really pinpoint one. Like, I have individual moments that are highlights for me, but playing these games on stream kind of blurs them together. It's not like I was waiting for years between entries, so they're like, because with certain games and franchises, like even Layton, which I don't have a strong emotional attachment to, because the games are funny and there's like little heart-tugging moments, but they're not quite as character-driven as this is, obviously. But those games, I can remember like when each game came out, like where I was in my life. I played a bunch of them when I studied abroad in China, and then this one came out when I was here at this point. So it's like, I can kind of tie it to my life and like think about the game like that. Whereas this is just like, well, in a year I played like 5 of them. And they're just kind of, so that's why like I'm always like, hey chat, which was this case? And people are like, 2-4. I'm like, right, that one. Like, people know the games very intimately, and like I enjoy them a lot, but I can't really point to any one specific thing. But I think this one was very consistently strong. Other than, I think that final case was just, it could have been like, I mean, you couldn't have broken it up into different cases because it all was one case, but that was just so long to be on one train of topic. And they did a lot to keep it engaging throughout. I was never bored. I was never like, oh my God, when's it gonna end? But it was just so long. And like, and the longer it gets, the more complicated things get, the more convoluted it gets, the more you're like, wait, what do I know about it this time? And when they turn to you like, what do you think? I'm like, I have like 5 pages of evidence. Like, it could have been worse. So, I still enjoyed it, but yeah. Still better paced than, oh yes, it felt better paced than Gant. It felt better paced than, what's his face, fucking Treebeard in Investigations. Like, there's plenty of examples of it, like the pacing being worse in other games. So, that also helps, I guess. But this one was very consistently high. I like the different mechanics and kind of gimmicks that they threw into this one. I like how case 2 was just investigation with no actual trial. Like, there's good stuff in here. So, case 5 is often long, but I don't know if there's ever been a case 5 that took me 3 full streams to get through. Quercus Treebeard Alba. That's the one. Yeah. Quercus Alba. Anyway, let me get caught up. on a few things over here before I kick you all out the door. I'll be back on Thursday with maybe more of this or maybe something else. Kit Dan, thanks for soup. Pretty sure I shared this before, but almost had an Ace Attorney name. I doubt I would name me Jack Daniel, but didn't want me to become a drunkard. Tina, thanks for a soup. I made something incredibly stupid. Yes, you did. Airrock, thanks for 7 years. Maestro Wahoo, thanks for 3 months. Can we go get Nash and Ringo? Yeah. We have Nash and Ringo at home, and it's just Nash and Ringo. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. What do you think of Judge Santa Claus? He's great. I love a competent judge. It's jarring, and I'm not used to it still. Also, Oswald, these guys are basically the Ace Attorney version of the Wet Bandits. Call me Jay, thanks for 8 months. I say we start biting both of them. Xeno Penumbra, thanks for 4 years. Immersion Aversion, thanks for the raid. Oswald, thanks for the bits. If you use the third option, let's use the stereoscope and highlights it easier. Flutter Ninja Sucks, thanks for 77 months. Hope you're enjoying Great Ace. I must return to the VODs. Enjoy. The December highlights are out as of today. Go watch those. They're very good. Smaxy Deer, thanks for 40 months. Bar Lost. My learned Jean Castlevania friend, pray forgive the discourtesy of returning a +1 of my own for you before they start kissing, probably. Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. It reminds me of the bit about the Joker hating Nazis because he's a proud American criminal and he also pays his taxes to the IRS. He's got his principles. Mike Burnfire, thanks for the raid. Glow Hazel, thanks for 288 bits. Showing appreciation for the VODs and immediately dipping to not spoil the previous 3 hours. Oswald, thanks for the bits. By God, that Sholmes' music. You can present the Flap-O-Matic and both statements. Lil Levic with 5 gifted subs to Moon XVIII, Equalizer 13, Watanas, Arkun, and Away 0404. I really much appreciate that. Gamer Dylan, thanks for 100 bits. Bardor. Mega Club, thanks for 21. A version of Bardor that's just a cat coming out of a door. Mega Club, thanks for 21 months. Point, Amogus, France. Not in my Ace Attorney courtroom. I know, they did bring up... They mentioned Dunkirk, and that's enough for me to just point and go, France! Azu! Thanks for 50 bits. Ryunosuke's gonna be fired out of a cannon for all the things he and his assistants have admitted to in this case. Yes. Back to Japan in a cannon. Snow Beetle, thanks for 83 months. This evidence swap is, like many Ace Attorney things, basically straight out of Columbo. Yeah. I'm sure you could point to every trope that's in here and be like, this already happened in this murder mystery. It's fine. It's I don't know. I feel like there's probably enough here that even if you're familiar with a ton of murder mysteries and detective novels, it's probably still a good time. You don't know exactly how things are gonna come together, and if you're like, I think I see what they're doing. Snow Beetle, thanks for 83 bits. Flavier, thanks for 5 years. I'm back from the magic. Have you been enjoying the nonsense? Did you enjoy the very important witness, Waka High? Dude Guy, thanks for 31 months. Bailed him out with my new key. Oswald, presenting the music box or disc to either of them works despite the way the choice is set up. Thank you. Draco, thanks for 7 years as well. Thanks for the prime. Oswald, the Russian Revolutionary wound up being extremely helpful. Russian Revolutionary ended up being mostly red herring, just for the bit. Shakespeare guy never showed up again. Maybe shows up in the second game. I'm still, whether or not Shakespeare man shows up again, I'm just gonna be having nightmares until then. Or forever, I guess. You can't do that to me in an Ace Attorney game. You go, here's this very conspicuously designed character. By the way, he's not relevant to the case. Like, what do you mean? Oswald, thanks for 50 bits. Sholmes is the best character in this duology. It's not even close. Have you met Suzato? Windslash with 5 gifted subs. The Sick Day Socks and Soup. Tokavian, RPD Officer, Potato Dung, and Art the Bunny. Mr. Maxim, thanks for the hammy. A hammy some context. In his personal dev diaries for the Phoenix Wright trilogy, Shutakumi wished he had more time to connect the games and make them feel more cohesive. That regret might be why this game feels like a swing in the opposite direction. Yeah, not just, I mean, obviously I don't know what happens in the second game, but they've never full-blown done sequel bait like this in any of the other games, to my memory, where they're just like, here are all of these breadcrumbs. It's not just like one little thing left hanging. It's like, there's a lot of shit that they could build on in a sequel. So I'm excited to see where that goes. And yeah, and just also like over the course of the franchise, this always felt like a tug of war, and sometimes it'd be more present, sometimes less, but having the cases be interconnected as well is usually a good time. It depends on how it's done, because my tiny poo brain gets overwhelmed, and I'm like, what do you mean I have to remember things from case 3? That was a million hours ago. But it is fun when you get that narrative cohesion of like, remember that little hanging trail from earlier? Now we're bringing it back in a new context. It's a good time. Also said, by the way, everyone thought Wagahai was male, but since Soseki takes her kittens back to Japan, it turns out she was female all along. Wagahai is a mother. He may roll things for 17 minutes. We must bless our lucky stars there was a latent crossover that forced your hand to try the games that predated it, or we wouldn't be here. I have been 17 bits, and I don't know why, so here you go. Thanks. Yeah. That it's the double whammy of it. It's that I was a Layton fan, and I streamed the first Layton game because I thought it'd be funny, and people had enough fun that I was like, fuck it, we'll play the whole Layton franchise. And then that turned into, well, I never played the crossover, but maybe I should have a little bit of context for Phoenix Wright going in. So let me just play the first one, and I'll see how it goes. And here the fuck we are, however many hours later. Which, it's not just the Layton side of it. The point I'm making is that it's because of chat and VOD watchers and the lurkers. It's your enthusiasm. Because I could always be like, that was fun, but there were 3 people in chat, and that's fine. I'll just move on to something else and play through it on my own time. So it's thanks to viewers like you. That's the point. That I'm still here doing this shenanigans, and we'll get back to more of it in the future. Blooper duper, thanks for soup. Thanks so much for playing this. I'm so glad you seem to enjoy it. I had a great time. Can't wait for when you tackle Tagatu. And once you finish that, you have played every Ace Attorney game, and Capcom will finally announce Ace Attorney 7. Right? They have to. Baruhodont, Baruhodont, Bar Naruhodont, Bar Naruhodont, Bar Pal, Bar Pal, Bar Pal, bundle up, bundle up, bundle up. I agree. Yeah, right? They're waiting on me. That's why I gotta get to Tagatu soon. That's everything. Thank you. Also, chat offered me Ghost Trick in a Dark Alley, and that's the first hit's free. Except that first hit cost me over $100 on eBay. Anyway, I have no regrets that I bought and played through Ghost Trick, and then immediately they're like, here's a modern re-release. It's like, fine. I still got to enjoy the original crunch. I have no regrets about that. Let's go raid somebody. Who are we gonna raid? Oh, we could raid Joecat is playing Worms WMD with a couple other people. Looks better crunchy. I haven't really looked at the re-release at all, but I really liked the presentation of the sprites and the 3D and stuff on the DS. It was nice and crunch. So anyway, I don't what's our anyone have a raid message? Exit? Done. The crunch was good. What swap? Milk swap? I don't know if milk swap's a good raid message. Stay safe, stay warm. Right back at you. Anyone who's still is still cold out in there. Exit. If you want a disc swap, you can do a disc swap. But thanks. I'll be back on Thursday. Again, possibly I might decide to do another bonus stream of this and have a fun short stream. I need to rest my throat though, because I enjoy reading out all the dialogue, but man, I can feel it by the end of the day. So thanks so much for watching. Have a good one. I wasn't the first to do it. I see that dick swap. How dare you? Dick, his peg leg was a bit dicked. What did he say? I don't know. It's fine. Yeah, we'll see. So yeah, I need to turn off my brain. Thanks. Appreciate it. Have a good one. Goodbye. See you. Get the fuck out of here. Have a good one. Goodbye. I'm gonna sign off the raid. Dicky Peg, that's what he's. Yeah, okay. All right. I'm just. Goodbye. Go Saturday, Joe. Enjoy some worms. Thanks for watching, VOD watchers. I hope you enjoyed the Great Ace Attorney TM. Maybe with one bonus stream yet to come. Have you watched the December 2025 highlights yet, VOD watchers? You should. They're good. Amber did a great job. Anyway, goodbye. See you next one or whatever. Goodbye. Yeah.